C'est bon? Okay. Please gather and sit down. Great, we're going to get started. Hello and a warm welcome. My name is Daphne Le Prince-Ringuet. I'm a French tech reporter based in Paris for Sifted. Some of you here may know Sifted. I certainly spend quite a lot of time walking the corridors of Station F. We are a young media publication. In fact, we're a startup ourselves, although not an AI startup, unfortunately. And we report on European tech and startups. I'm going to be your MC for the morning, and it's my absolute pleasure to be hosting such an exceptional event right here in the heart of the French tech ecosystem in Station F. We're expecting over 2,500 visitors today. It's a really exciting time to be in Paris, as all of you will know, with the AI Action Summit underway. I can only imagine that a large proportion of you were at networking drinks and related events yesterday evening. So thank you for showing up nice and early and bringing, hopefully, great energy and enthusiasm to this morning's event. It will be worth it, I promise. We've got a fantastic lineup set up for this morning, including great keynotes, fireside chats, panelists, speakers, etc., looking at all the ways that AI can work for businesses. So we'll be talking about competition, funding, regulation, sovereignty, access to resources, productivity, you name it. This truly is where the AI Summit comes into its own for businesses, whether you're a startup, an SMB, or a corporate, actually any player with a business interest. So buckle in. Before anything else, I'd like to extend a warm thank you to the partners that have made this event possible. Station F, of course, but also BPI France, France Digital, Numéum, the Mission French Tech, the French Tech Mission, and the DGE, the Directorate General for Enterprises. A very quick word on housekeeping. Most of our content this morning will be in English. If you would like some real-time translations, you can use our app. You've got the QR code right here behind me. I don't know if you can see it. And now, without further ado, kicking us off, we're going to have a few words from France's Minister for the Economy, Finance and Industrial and Digital Sovereignty, Éric Lombard. So please join me in giving him a very warm welcome on stage.
Good morning to you all. I see a strong representation of Caisse des Dépôts. I don't know why. I don't know if Minister Marc Ferracci is here, Minister of Industry. I also welcome the Minister of Economy and Climate from Germany, Bernard Klutig. I'm sure Xavier Niel is not far away, Nicolas Dufourc, Olivier Sichel, Roxane Varza. Dear actors of the AI ecosystem, I'm delighted to join for the opening of this business day at this beautiful Station F. I must say, yesterday was a day that probably seldom happens in a man's life. We had a gathering at the Élysée Palace around President Macron, with investors coming from all over the world. And the total commitment, as you know, reached 109 billion euro. I think that deserves some applause. And you know, I've been interviewed by Bloomberg in the evening, and they said, is 109 billion euro enough for AI? And I said, well, 109 billion for a day, I'm sure that's enough. Maybe this day will not be a 109 billion euro a day, but it will be a day with an entrepreneur, which is even more important. In France, we have been writing in the last 5 days a new narrative with the states, with scientists, major corporations, startups, and traditional industries also. Some hoping for AI, which is my case, some fearing it, and they should not fear it, of course, because AI can be and will be a force of progress even for mature economies. This business day is about making AI tangible with concrete examples like Mistral Le Chat, for instance, who is becoming a tremendous success. I used it to prepare a TV interview 2 days ago, and probably that was my best TV interview, thanks to Le Chat. Next time they will speak instead of me, I'm sure that will be even better, especially for the quality of English, I'm sure. There is also, of course, application like cybersecurity. Gatewatcher is here today, I guess. Financial services with Pigment, among many others. I came across one named after one of my illustrious predecessors, Giscard. Probably people are so young that they don't remember there would be a finance minister of that name a few years ago, developing an open source platform to evaluate AI models and detect biases and vulnerabilities. Today, we want to make sure that innovation finds its market and transform invention into innovation, as Schumpeter puts it. And today, we will demonstrate that AI is not a bubble, and of course, we all know it. We need AI to reach its full potential and not to be confined to digital services alone, but extend to the entire economy. And we have here application today like Hawkin in healthcare, Metroscope for climate solution, but we have AI solutions for processes, supply chains, order books, even administration. We had also something very interesting last week. We had a meeting around the French Prime Minister, François Bayrou, with many of ministers having large teams, looking at the way AI can change the way French administration is run. And you can believe me, there were a lot of ideas around the table. And people often ask me, for those who follow French affairs, there is an issue with our budget. And the people are asking, can we reach and meet our budget targets? I'm sure AI will be one of the factors that will be helpful to reach our target. AI is also developing through strong leaders that I want to thank. Of course, Nicolas Dufourc. Welcome here, Nicolas. Arthur Mensch was here yesterday. I don't know if he arrived already. We're speaking about Le Chat. Jan LeCun, Sam Altman. Those leaders are here in Paris with formidable investors that were around us. And of course, we are very proud to have their presence. Private sector initiative is key, even if the 109 billion I mentioned were gathered thanks to the commitment of the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron. But this Station F is the fruit of the initiative of Xavier Niel, who is also one of the leaders of AI development. Xavier committed 3 billion euro to the day yesterday. I want to thank him for that. What we provide in France, and maybe that's one of the reasons, not maybe, certainly that's the reason of those commitments. We provide stable energy with our nuclear power plants and with our green energies, and with a commitment to build 6 new nuclear power plants. And this way to provide stable energy at a competitive price is certainly one of the reasons of those developments. But we provide also an environment making that engineers coming from France are so well rated. And we want to continue to provide attractive conditions for business development that is on the top of the agenda of this government, as you know, because in the end of the day, entrepreneurs and investors are at the heart of the project, are at the heart of this revolution, and I want to thank them. Before to conclude, and after having paid tribute to the entrepreneur, I will also thank the French public environment that contributed to the day. Of course, BPI France, and I can greet again Nicolas Dufourc, he's a well-known chief executive. France Digital, Numéum, the Directorate General for Corporate, dear Thomas Courbe, and also my colleague Clara Chapin. I think it's a very good signal that digital and AI are within the framework of the Economy and Finance Minister. And also I want to thank Clara for her formidable commitment. She's been one of the reasons of the success of those days. Dear friends, French economy has boarded the AI train. We are one of the locomotives in Europe and in the world. We will continue on this promising path. You can count on our support, on continuing support. And I wish this business day to be a success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, with this, please let me formally open the first part of this morning's first section. And we will be starting with a hot topic, made even hotter in recent weeks with the emergence of a certain generative AI player from China. I'm talking, of course, about DeepSeek. We're going to be talking about competition. Why do we need healthy competition in AI? How do we enable it? What does it look like? And what's coming in its way? Taking the stage to share some food for thought, some initial insights on this, we welcome State Secretary at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Change, Bernhard Klutzig.
Dear Minister Lombard, Executive Vice President Virkkunen, Mr. Belchardt, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to our French hosts for organizing this remarkable AI Action Summit with a wide-ranging agenda from safety, innovation, sustainability, the world of work, and last but not least, AI in the public interest. It comes at the right time and addresses the right questions. In particular, I would like to thank Minister Eric Lombard for organizing this business day, bringing together the pioneers of AI. I'm very happy to see France, the Netherlands, and Germany united as the co-organizers of this side event. It's a real pleasure to cooperate, and it stands for a European approach. And that is what is needed. Our common goal today is to discuss and chart a joint course towards broader-based innovation and competition in AI. We have already entered the era of an AI-driven revolution. AI is accelerating technical solutions to complex problems in almost all industries. But this transformation brings new challenges. Across the globe, we see significant disparities in the way AI is developed and deployed. Large players dominate the scene. They leverage immense resources, in particular data, talent, capital, and infrastructure. The US currently leads other jurisdictions by a wide margin. Key indicators on AI, such as research papers, private investments, patents, show this strikingly. US big tech players use their entrenched positions to invest and innovate into the AI space. But it's no use moaning. To catch up and compete, everybody else must step up their game. For Europe, Executive Vice President Virkkunen has said it. We must become an AI continent. Commission President von der Leyen and ECB President Lagarde have also made clear the EU should do whatever it takes to become more competitive. AI in all its forms and applications must play a key part in this. Hence, we need a dual approach. On the one hand, a competitiveness strategy, and on the other hand, fair competition in AI markets. What should our competitiveness strategy entail? One essential element is fostering a broad culture of innovation. It must extend beyond large corporations to include startups, scale-ups, and SMEs. To this end, the EU must now focus on 3 key areas. First, we must invest in AI and quantum technologies. This is crucial to enhance new business models and productivity across Europe. By prioritizing emerging sectors, we can lay the foundations for long-term economic growth. In this context, we welcome the focus of the European Commission on innovation-led productivity in its competitiveness compass. We agree that the development and use of AI and digital technologies are an essential lever to increase competitiveness. At this time, it is important to drive forward work on announced initiatives in the areas of AI, data, cloud, and quantum. Capacity gaps must be closed and ecosystems strengthened. Second, we must empower entrepreneurs. Startups are the birthplace of disruptive ideas. Regulatory frameworks need to be innovation-friendly. We must reduce barriers to entry and improve access to capital for innovators of all sizes. This is the goal for the forthcoming EU startup and scale-up strategy. And third, we must invest in talent. The AI revolution will be shaped by people, not just algorithms. Education and upskilling must be universally accessible. We need to nurture the brightest minds and provide opportunities for all. Strengthening collaboration between academia and industry, particularly at early stages, is also vital. This is where the European Commission's Apply AI strategy comes in, which aims to bridge the gap between research and real-world applications. The various initiatives show that AI is high on the European Commission's agenda, and we welcome all of these announcements. But let me put it as a German football coach once quipped, the truth is on the pitch. We have to deliver concrete, specific measures, fast, bold, and big. President Macron's €109 billion EU AI Champions initiative, supported by more than 60 European companies, including German industry, is a necessary step in the right direction. It must be followed by more, not more papers on AI, but more concrete actions, as actions speak louder than words. At the same time, innovation cannot thrive without fairness and openness. As AI reshapes markets, it is our responsibility for governments and business alike to ensure 2 things. Abusive practice must not hinder competition, and extreme market concentration must not stifle market diversity. In November 2022, the Digital Markets Act entered into force. This was a significant step forward to enable new market entrants and create business opportunities for smaller players. Coincidentally, this happened in the same month that ChatGPT was introduced to the public. ChatGPT impressively illustrated the disruptive power of AI. Since then, AI is evolving with even greater speed. How can governments and competition authorities keep up with this speed? First of all, we have to make use of existing framework. Cloud services are a key input for AI. Now, the European Commission should launch a market investigation to ensure that the DMA can fulfill its potential in cloud markets too. Second, we have to ask ourselves, is the DMA the future-proof with a view to AI? Future amendments could include adding new AI-specific services or obligations. This could enable new players to compete. Overall, effective enforcement of the DMA is critical. Introducing a monitoring fee for gatekeepers could help equip the European Commission with the necessary resources. We, the friends of an effective DMA, Germany, France, and the Netherlands, fully support the European Commission in its enforcement endeavor. Especially in current times, the EU must stand its ground to ensure competitive European markets. But competition is not only guaranteed by preventing abusive practices. We also have to talk about market concentration. In this regard, we have to find the right balance. On the one hand, actively blocking anti-competitive mergers that could stifle innovation. This includes protecting small startups from so-called killer acquisitions. On the other hand, encouraging partnership to allow companies to scale up and compete globally. Let's now shy away from reviewing the EU merger regulation. Let's not shy away, sorry for that. A balanced approach should allow the European Commission to take the transaction value into account when assessing mergers. It is still too early to make a final judgment on DeepSeek, but it seems that scarcity and bold innovation can enable smaller businesses to compete with the giants. This is a wake-up call for Europe. So please let me end with this. We now have to seize the opportunity and act boldly. Businesses must lead the change by investing not just in technology, but also in responsible practices. We, as governments, vow to take on our role, support innovation while ensuring fair competition and safeguarding public interests. AI is not just a race to the top. It's a collective journey. Together, we must combine innovation with responsibility. Together, we must ensure competition and collaboration so that together we make AI a force for growth, shared prosperity, and a better connected world. Thank you for your attention, and again, a big thanks to my French and Dutch colleagues for co-organizing this event. Thank you.
Please do not hesitate to shuffle in. There's loads of spots in the middle of the room, and I see there's lots of people standing, so please just go for it. And equally to people outside, there's still some room in the main stage, so feel free to come and join us. So let's delve into the root of the problem, resources. AI, of course, is fueled by access to resources, be it capital and funding, infrastructure, compute power, talent, etc. But these things today are largely controlled by a few major tech players, usually in the US. This obviously raises questions around market diversity and how to unleash the full potential of AI across all businesses. So what are the main challenges that businesses, policymakers, and researchers are seeing in the market? To discuss this one, please welcome on stage our first panel of the morning, starring Adam Cohen, the Head of Economic Impact at OpenAI, Astrid van Dijk, the Global Director of Competition Policy at Google, Benoît Cœuré, the President of the French Competition Authority, Amber Kak, the Co-Executive Director of the AI Now Institute, and Solange Viegas dos Reis, Chief Legal Officer at OVH Cloud. This will be moderated by Pascal Davies, Senior Tech Reporter at Euronews.
and welcome. I'm so excited to be here today. We just heard the German minister talking about it's not a race to the top and there is businesses that have their own responsibilities. So I'm absolutely delighted to announce this panel. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers. We have Adam Cohen of OpenAI, Ashley Van Dyke of Google, Benoît Cœuré from the president of the French Competition Authority, Amber Cack from the AI Now Institute, and Solange Vigas dos Reis of OVH Cloud. So let's kick things off. On the one hand, we've got the AI revolution being fueled by resources and, of course, data. And then in the last few weeks, we had DeepSeek come along. So firstly, I want to ask my question to you, Adam. Where are we today when it comes to an equal footing?
I think when we look at the industry today, there is quite a lot of new entry, a lot of innovation, and a lot of investment. If you think back 2 years ago, most people had not heard of OpenAI or ChatGPT, and 2 weeks ago, most people hadn't heard of DeepSeek. I think the industry is changing very rapidly. What conditions and what criteria are necessary for competition, I think, is a wide open question, and different firms, different groups are taking very different approaches at the moment.
Okay, Benoît, I want to come to you from a regulatory point of view. What does an optimal AI ecosystem look like?
Yes, thank you, Pascal. And let me just note that I feel humbled to be the only representative of the regulatory community here on this panel. So I hope everything will be fine with you guys. Look, you asked about DeepSeek, and I think DeepSeek sends an important message to us regulators on top of what we had learned over the last month or years. The first message is for the regulatory community generally worldwide, and the message is that the AI industry is open for competition, and that's very good news. And so we get a salary to turn every stone and be worried every day, and that's what I get a salary for. And so we have to be very alert and vigilant about competition risks in that area, but DeepSeek tells us that it is open for competition, and that's good news. And it also tells us that there are different technical avenues, and I'm sure we'll discuss it in more detail in our conversation, but that there's a race for size, race for data, race for money is not necessarily the only way forward, and I think that's also good for competition. And the second message is for Europe specifically. We were kind of measuring ourselves against the US, and now we have China coming in big time. And we could take it as bad news for Europe. We're going to be kind of crowded out and excluded from this game. I think we should take it positively. DeepSeek coming in, China coming in, shows that the party is not over and that we should leverage all our capabilities, and that's good news for us.
Okay, Amber, I want to take it to you, this question. So where are we in the ecosystem at the moment, and what does it mean to have, the big players, notably Google, who's here, OpenAI. What does it mean for the smaller players too? Can we get a balanced AI ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you. I think the question of whether what does it take to get to an optimal ecosystem really begs the question of optimal for whom. And I think whether it's the 500 billion price tag on Stargate or the DeepSeek intervention, any way you slice it and any market pundit you ask right now will tell you that we're going to see more AI. The size of the AI pie is going to grow, and that's bound to be good for everyone as long as we can all access the benefits. But I'd like to sort of offer a more sobering take and some pushback against this idea that growing the AI pie is a win-win. I think to the contrary, as it currently stands and without intervention, what it will do, growing the AI pie at this point, I think will eventually concentrate power in those that are best placed to capture value across the supply chain. And I think put simply, those that are best placed to actually turn a profit on this hugely expensive technology. I think the handful of tech firms, many of whom are in this panel, that are pushing on the frontier of foundation models today, sort of doubling down on their capital expenditures, sort of DeepSeek notwithstanding, are very clear that it's going to be them, and I think we should believe them for a couple of reasons, right? They're equally direct that any efficiency gains at the end of the day just mean that they can get more out of their huge capital expenditures. So again, a win-win. I think just to, I want to just give a few examples of what it might mean to turn a profit on this technology. For the hyperscalers, that's Amazon, Microsoft, Google, it's very clear that more AI, even if it means nothing else, definitely means more cloud profits, especially so as the focus on use cases is really shifting to the enterprise space, potentially even overshadowing consumer use cases. And they already have that infrastructure to provide enterprise AI. For Meta, we've already seen generative AI has already been, they've already seen the returns from that on their engine of innovation, if we can call it that, ad targeting. And finally, I think the really key question here is not just, you mentioned resources, and we keep talking about inputs, but I think the really important question is who has access to monetizable markets. And that is about the control of distribution channels, whether that's social media, operating systems, devices. It's no surprise that Apple was one of the few stocks that went up post DeepSeek, and meanwhile, I think it was Google and Microsoft that in the last couple of months, raised the prices on their workspace offerings and said it was because of generative AI, and never mind all the angry customers that said, we didn't ask for these generative AI features, and we certainly didn't ask to pay more for them. So I guess what I want to say is these handful of firms are best placed, but they also have every single incentive to capture value, not just upstream, but also downstream, foundation model and killer application.
Okay, great. So Astri, who is the head of global competition at Google, you released a white paper ahead of the summit, which is calling for innovation, infrastructure, and investment. So what is your responsibility in this kind of ecosystem?
Thanks. And I'm so glad, Amba, you mentioned the who and why and who will benefit. I was just anecdotally, in my personal capacity, I happen to be on the board of a French education company called Open Classrooms that was founded by Pierre Dubuc when he was 13 in Marseille and didn't find any coding classes and just built them himself and has built this education company from that. And he was saying to me that AI has already reduced their costs, this small company, by 35%. And I asked, well, whose AI do you use? He said, we pick and choose from all the AI, the different models that are out there that are freely available. And that made very real to me how this is already happening and lowering costs. And at Google, we do have a responsibility to be part of this. Our paper mentions our investments, which are $150 billion in research and development that is open to many others to use. We also invest in through our infrastructure, our cloud, where many others don't have to have the cloud to go build their AI models and build a product. And finally, through our open source approach, Google has made over 1,000 papers on AI publicly available. I think they're more cited than papers from Harvard or Stanford and MIT combined. One other example is our AlphaFold protein database, which we make available to researchers all over the world. So I think that's another way we can contribute to ways for others to create value.
Okay, thanks, Astri. Yeah. Solange, I want to ask you, because you're OVH Cloud, you're a smaller company, a smaller cloud provider. So what does this ecosystem look like for you? How does it affect you to have these big players like Google, and how do you as a smaller company react to that?
Yes, thank you for asking. It's funny to hear you that you say that OVH Cloud is a small company. Indeed, comparing with hyperscaler, we are, but we are the biggest cloud provider, biggest European cloud provider, with a revenue around 1 billion euros in the last 12 months. So it really reflects the issue that we are facing. What we see as a cloud provider, what we see is that cloud and AI are two markets that are very intertwined. What we see in cloud will, at some point, is currently happening in AI. First, AI needs data, needs infrastructures with power, with data centers, with GPUs. We need human skills, needs algorithm. Cloud provides all of that we provide calculation, supercalculators. We provide high power. We provide all the solutions to train and to deploy the AI models. So we see that cloud is at the basis. And what we see is that there is a high concentration in the cloud market with 3 big tech companies holding 70% of the cloud market all around the world. We are talking about the global market, 3 companies with 70% of it. And it creates concerns because we see that, it's Emba who told this, access to the resources for AI is data, is compute, is solutions, it's cloud. So we see that the big tech in the cloud market has a privileged position in the AI on the AI resources, and we see that we are seeing a lot of cloud providers, the biggest cloud providers, taking positions on the AI market. And our concerns as a cloud provider today is that we know that in the cloud market we have some issues with competition, with abusive practices. It's not only OVH Cloud telling this. It's a statement, it's a diagnosis made by 7 different countries all around the world, in Japan, in Korea, in Netherlands, in France, in UK, in US, with all those the anti-competition authorities in these countries documented the existence of abusive practices. And what we see at OVH Cloud level is that the abusive practices that have been seen in the cloud market are just contaminating the AI market.
Okay, we've got nodding heads here. Benoit, I want to ask you about that. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
So we've looked into these practices in a degree of detail last year, and we had a first market study on cloud services 2 years ago, and then another one on Gen AI, which really focused on the upstream AI stack, that is, production and training and fine-tuning of LLMs, and not that much on downstream issues, which I have to say are very important. So I would really concur with Amba that, at the end, what we want to see is AI being used in a diversity of ways. We want to see a diversity of models. We want to see approaches that fit all use cases, and that's not only about the upstream part, building the LLMs, or whatever will come next, that's also about the downstream part, and there are huge risks of vertical integration, leverage, being used from upstream to downstream and so on, and that has been said already. But what we found is that we found a risk of a number of practices whereby large players would leverage their market power and would try to keep users and clients in the ecosystems, and that's not new. We've seen that already. We've been there, so we know what we have to do. The only thing is, it's not only about antitrust, because there are a number of commercial practices which we have documented, particularly in our study on cloud services, which relate to commercial conditions, contracts being difficult to change, or it's hardly possible to negotiate. It's very difficult to change the contracts. There is little visibility on the cost, and so on and so forth. So there are different legal avenues here. I'm not going into the legal discussion, but it's not only about antitrust, but also commercial practices, which can be discussed and settled in other places. But yes, I said the market is open for competition. But we've been there already, and we know that there are huge risks of the largest players abusing their market power, and we have to be careful that this does not materialize in this field because the stake is too high for our society.
Okay, so Astrid, I want to ask you, so how does Google ensure this fair playing field?
Thanks. Well, I think what I mentioned about the open source nature of many of my materials and products, where we're making information publicly available for researchers to build on, is one way. We also support regulation. We've long said that AI is too important not to be regulated, but to be regulated smartly. And that means we think a risk-based approach. What are the risks, and going sector by sector. So the risks in healthcare might be different than the risks in manufacturing. And so we think that a risk-based, sector-by-sector approach to regulating AI makes sense.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about data because, it is kind of the lifeblood of AI, right? So, Adam, I want to come to you. So resources, data, OpenAI went from startup to, what it is today. So
Still starting up.
I don't know if we can call it a startup, but anyway. So I guess, how do you kind of, do you see this as a fair also playing field when, you've got massive resources, you can afford the chips, you can afford the computing power. So where are we in this?
Well, you have to start somewhere, and I think the question that you're asking is really fundamental. What kind of entry is possible in an environment like this? I mean, what access to inputs do new players have? Where do you get the data that you need to train AI systems? Where do you get access to compute if compute is constrained or potentially controlled by a couple of big players? You need engineers. It's another really crucial input. We have managed over several years to put these pieces together and I think lead the technological cutting edge in developing LLMs. There are other new entrants as well. I mean, we just talked about DeepSeek's recent emergence, but I think we have a good analytical framework for thinking this through. We understand that access to inputs, data being one of them, is crucial. I think the point that Amba and Benoit have made about distribution, the terms of distribution, is also really crucial. We've seen this through a series of technology cases, and I think the question is, where and how do you apply this judiciously in a way that you're facilitating entry, facilitating competition, and the market doesn't tip in any particular direction?
Amber, do you think that there is anything that can be done when it comes to, data and resources, which can, equalize this competition? Or is it just, from the start, it's, just a very difficult...
No, it's not doom and gloom, and there's a lot that we can and are already doing about it. But I just want to quickly come back to this question of kind of the relationship between big tech and the startup ecosystem. I think, as you said, Adam, there was like a sort of a blip in time 2 years ago where we saw OpenAI break through the market, and it would be perfectly reasonable for you to look at that market and say it had been meaningfully disrupted. But I think what we've seen in the last 24 months or since is that there is no, credible AI startup right now in the foundation model space that does not depend on one or several relationships and partnerships with cloud service providers. And that tells you a lot about this market. And I bring it up because just last month, the FTC, or just a couple of weeks ago, the Federal Trade Commission came out with its final study on these so-called partnerships between big tech and AI startups, and there's a few kind of really key insights there. The first really spotlights this sort of circular relationship between cloud service providers and AI startups. On the one hand, when AI startups downstream, as we've all mentioned, there's a plethora of them. They're raising capital. But I would say by some estimates, up to 80 to 90% of that capital is going into back to cloud service providers. On the other hand, 75% of the capital raised by AI startups in 2023 actually came from big tech companies, right? So the FTC calls this the kind of circular spending logic, and I think it's something to think about. And the second point there is, whether it was the FTC, the CMA, several European regulators started looking into these arrangements for, something seems fishy here, mostly came to the conclusion that there was nothing to see there. But I think what we've learned since is that maybe looking for exclusivity as the smoking gun is the distraction, because even without an exclusive relationship, and we've seen this with Microsoft AI, the FTC study points to other kinds of relationships of interdependence. The fact that cloud service providers get access to sensitive business and technical information that helps them build better models, or the fact that we're seeing the potential for acqui-hires of talent. Microsoft Inflection is the perfect example. and the fact that when you're sort of co-developing computing infrastructures with a particular AI startup, it makes it less fungible, and it means that it might not be as easy for another AI company to use the same. So, I mean, all that to say is I think this, I'm gonna just say it as I see it. I think this like sort of fiction that we have a vibrant AI startup ecosystem, I think if you poke that fiction, what you find is really entrenched relationships of both dependence and control.
Okay, well, how do you feel about that, Astrid? It's quite
Well, I just wanted to come back to the data point, because I think it's an important part of how we should think about AI, and how it's actually, AI is creating competition at every level of the stack. And the data point, most of the large language models are trained on public data. And that is just a way this technology is enabling competition, easing entry for others. And that's a really important part of why this technology is creating competition, which is good for consumers.
Benoit, as the authority here.
Yeah, I mean, the data will be, I mean, it's obviously a critical input into AI. It's part of the reason why there can be concerns about largest players kind of entrenching their market power through access to data on top of compute and talent and all other resources that are being needed. But the thing here is that first we have to be humble from a technological standpoint, and here back to DeepSeek. I mean, we might see new avenues where there will be a more kind of a more parsimonious use of data and smaller models being used and trained. And so the race for data may not be the only way forward. If it is the only way forward, and I don't pass a judgment, I'm not a technologist, so I don't pass a judgment here, but if that is the way forward, there will be a risk of AI turning into an exploitative industry where big companies will want to harvest data, and when I say harvest, it's a mild image, to extract data wherever they can find it, legally or illegally. And we have to be careful to prevent that, and we have to balance the interest of the AI industry against other social purposes, like, I mean, copyright, obviously related rights in the news industry, privacy, and so on and so forth. And that discussion is not over. I'm very confident that we can find a way forward. And why am I so confident? Because it's in the best interest of AI companies to protect the production of data. Because once there is no data anymore, you've got to train your models only on synthetic data. And that's not going to end very well from an informational standpoint, right? So you want to protect the production of data, the production of knowledge, the production of music, the production of news, and the short-term interest of the AI industry is to extract data wherever they can find it, kind of flirting with legality. But their long-term interest is to protect the creative ecosystem in music, in news, in movies, and so on. So I'm confident about it.
Okay. I want to come to Solange on this, on the data point.
Just to add something, so I agree, of course, with what Benoit just told. In addition, I think we need to be conscious that data is the new oil currently of the economy. Data must be protected as we can protect energy for us, because we see that it's at the basis of a lot of technology revolution we are having, and access to data as a consequence is key for everyone. So we must ensure that the access of the data is granted under fair conditions, of course, and access to quality data. Because what we see is that it's what Benoit told. If we train models on partial, non-quality data, we can obtain AI solution with errors, with bias. We have a lot of examples recently. So again, data needs to be protected. Access to data is key to develop AI, and so we need to protect this access to data.
Okay, I want to come to you, Adam, because obviously OpenAI, you're using data, you're training your models, and it's very, very key. So do you agree with those statements that, we must protect data? And is there, a perfect way to protect data while also being able to train your models?
Yeah, look, I think access to data is a critical input for everyone, and I think it raises questions about, are there types of data that are only accessible to one player or a couple of players, and what are the competitive conditions that flow from that? I think there are obviously, as Benoit mentioned, other considerations around access to rights holders' information, and what are the terms of that going to look like? We're still at a very early stage of this industry, and I think we do have to work out some of these topics. I would caution as well that I think as you're thinking about facilitating new entry and thinking about the conditions by which newer firms emerge in this space, these types of rules and compliance regimes that come in do create they can create some obstacles. And I think some of those costs are important to consider as we weigh all of these different factors. I mean, just for a sense of scale comparison, OpenAI is 2,000 employees or so at the moment. This is smaller than the legal teams of my colleague Astrid here. We don't have quite the same level of resources, and thinking about what impact some of those obligations might have on newer players, I think is very important.
If we are speaking numbers, we are 200 to enforce competition laws.
Good point. A quick note on the data point. I want to say that I understand the instinct to sort of protect data and understand its value. I will also say that this is sort of, it's going to lead to a situation where data is sold to the highest bidder. And again, we really need to think about who that is going to benefit. The fact that, Google was able to negotiate and buy Reddit data en masse despite major protests from users is an example. The fact that we're hearing that, these exclusive data deals are being cut at rates that are going to leave most people out, price most people out of the market is I think really important. So I think privacy is important, and data minimization is a key tool for both privacy and competition. But I also think we need to think about the market dynamics that are emerging around valuing data and who gets to play in that market.
Okay, excellent. I want to move this conversation along because data is not the only, issue here. So I want to talk a little bit about hiring. So what are the challenges for smaller companies when it comes to hiring, Solange?
Big challenge indeed. Globally, hiring in technology markets are difficult. It's not new. It has been difficult for a while. And what we can see as a smaller provider, a smaller stakeholder, it's difficult for us to hire. It's easy for biggest competitors to hire our employees. So it's something that we see that competition is not only on resources, and on technology is on talents as well. So what we need to have at least is that we need to strengthen the education we have. Well, I will talk for Europe at least, in Europe, and to be able to propose to those new talents career paths, technologies to keep them in Europe, to keep them in our companies, and to be able to offer them the same advantages that they could have if they go to biggest companies. But yes, it's a concern for us.
Amber, from a global level, how does hiring kind of tip the scale of this AI ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding in terms of the fact that Microsoft Inflection is a really good example. We saw sort of acqui-hire as a strategy, some would argue as a kind of a new form of acquisition, right? I think in a market where the skills and the expertise required not just to build these models, but to create the most sort of efficient use of computing resources is really concentrated in kind of very few brains. I think there is definitely a tremendous race to capture that talent and to retain it at any cost.
Okay, I'll come on to acquisitions a little bit later on. Astrid, go ahead.
Just to add, I do think that talent is another area, another layer of the AI stack where we are seeing lots of competition. There are headlines daily about engineers, and it is fierce competition. I just want to say from Google's experience, many Googlers go on to found startups. And so I think that Mistral, the CEO, worked at Google DeepMind. And so the Googlers who go on and use the expertise to found startups, the startups themselves have been valued at over $15 billion started by ex-Googlers. So this is talent going on, and that's just an important consideration. And we look at the AI stack.
Yeah, it is lovely to see, the kind of Mistral story and coming back to Europe, etc. Adam as well, also the same thing, sort of really for OpenAI, right?
Well, I think, look, there is a pretty active marketplace for talent. It's, and there's some expertise that's really required. It's one of those critical inputs. I think to Solange's point, in an environment where some of those resources might be scarce, you have to create more supply, and you really have to think about this is not just a present moment problem. What are we going to do to create a pipeline of talent, of people who are capable of building these models and deploying these models across our economy? How do we grow a larger ecosystem? And I think that's absolutely crucial. I mean, just to underscore Astri's point, I mean, I see people moving across different AI companies constantly. They get venture funding almost instantaneously. They clearly have a lot of value, and they're pricing themselves in the marketplace quite frequently.
Benoit, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, on hiring and talent more broadly, I mean, first, from a competition law standpoint, acquiring teams, poaching teams, that can be reviewed under competition law. And so it's part of a broader discussion on acquisitions and how competition authorities can scrutinize partnerships or acquisitions or hirings even below the usual merger notification thresholds. So there is a legal discussion there to be had. Second, I think that human resources is a good example of where public policy more broadly can help a lot. Public investment can help a lot. And so it's not inevitable that that talent is scarce. And we can have active public policies to train people. And same for compute. I mean, we can have active policies to make supercomputers accessible to startups, and it is being done somehow, but it could be done more. And human resources are just another dimension of that. So governments have a very critical role to play to promote the right trainings and education. And let me say that in France, we're not starting from a good place, given the math level in high schools. And so the priority here should be to effectively teach math in high schools, and particularly to younger girls and young women, where we have a clear lag.
Yep, Macron obviously spoke about that yesterday in his speech, saying that training was really, really vital. So, how is this seen around the world, Amber? For example, in the US, where you're based, because Europe is trying to push for this, is it kind of the same globally? Push for education.
Yeah, I mean, I think education and workforce development is a sort of key feature of this new suite of what we're calling industrial policies that are really focused on growing national economies. And I think that it makes a lot of sense to kind of grow the pipeline. I also think that there are certain limitations. For example, this is a bit very specific and wonky, but there have been concerns that the specific expertise needed to build the software layer on top of these chips to make them work efficiently is its own kind of sort of talent moat, and is concentrated with NVIDIA engineers who, again, then that expertise itself becomes difficult to diffuse, even if you, in theory, might have competitor companies. So I think there are sort of many layers to it, but I absolutely agree that public policy is a key piece, and that talent is sort of sitting alongside more direct investment strategies at this point.
So seeing as we've kind of moved a little bit onto government, we're seeing massive government spending, US, China. So I want to ask, are some countries at a disadvantage if their governments are not investing as much in AI technology? Who would like to take that?
I can start. Just to say that I think what we're seeing right now, and I'm only half joking, is extreme sort of AI FOMO from governments. So the fear of missing out from this race, the need to like rush towards announcing these big ticket, photo opportunities. Every country is open for AI business seems to be the signal right now, and in many ways it sort of checks out, makes sense. But I think our recommendation, and we've written extensively about this, is that governments need to be really clear about what AI investments can and cannot achieve. So in the US context, the National AI Research Resource, it was an idea that is almost 5 years old. And the idea was that government can invest in a public computing resource and that itself will democratize the market. Cut to 3 years later, and we found that the way in which that resource was designed meant that 75% of that money, which is, by the way, likely going to be public taxpayer money, would go right back to NVIDIA and the cloud providers, right? Because it in the form of a licensing arrangement. And so I think it really raises the question that as there's this sort of gravy train of not just private capital, but public capital, shoring into this industry, whose interest does it serve? What I will also say is that in this moment, it's easy to forget that this AI market is still at a highly speculative juncture. It has not found its killer app or its long-term business model. And so it's very clear that bringing in government support is sort of an existential necessity for industry. But I would turn the question back to governments, which is there an existential need for this investment for the public? Companies need this investment, but does the public that's going to be footing the bill?
That's an interesting point. Astrid, I want to come to you, and then Benoit and Solange.
Sure, yes, thank you. I think that you mentioned the research center, that we absolutely agree. This is something that the public and private sector need to get right. You mentioned the paper that we put out ahead of it, which is calling for more of these more research centers where scientists can take, from all around the world, can take the best AI research and models and use them. And this is so that AI can benefit everyone. And I wanted to just come back to the fundamental nature of AI, which is somewhat different than other technologies in its openness, and how companies or scientists can make their progress available. Google in 2017 put out a paper, Attention is All You Need, which was a key step in the generative AI journey, and introducing the transformer technology, and others can iterate off of that and build off of that. And that's a fundamental part of how AI works and has always worked, and that creates competition, which is good for consumers.
Okay, Benoit.
Yeah, I mean, there is obviously a need for public money. I couldn't agree more with Amber that this public money has to be invested in a way that is pro-competitive, that is preferably in critical infrastructures which are open to all players, and that can be compute, that can be data centers, that can be talent, as we said, all the critical inputs, but in a way that is open and pro-competitive. Second, if it's only about public money, we are never going to make it in Europe. So it has to be about private money, and for that we need to integrate Europe capital markets in Europe. So what's called, Capital Market Union, or there are fancier names now, but it's the same concept basically. And if we don't get there, we'll never make it, because and we have one of our incredible assets in Europe is a high savings rate. We're not using it the way we should use it. So that money should be invested in Europe, but that should be based on a vibrant pan-European market for VC and for other forms of funding that currently we don't have. Which leads me to a note of caution that what we can hear around us, particularly these 2 days about public policies related to AI, it's a lot of national pride and boasting. And so Mistral, it's a fantastic company. I have a lot of admiration for Mistral. But if we want to go anywhere, that has to be a European strategy. It cannot be a national strategy. That will not work.
Okay. Solange, from a European perspective, how do you relate to Benoit's comments there?
No, I fully agree with what Amber and Benoit told, of course. We need money, private money, public money, of course, but not only, indeed. The role of the governments should be on helping to finance AI and adjacent markets, but its roles should be as well to simplify the environment, the ruling environment, regulatory environment, and to help for deployment of AI on several aspects. Just one example. AI so needs compute needs servers need data centers. Data centers, it's the point of OVH Cloud. We have data centers, 43 data centers on 4 continents, so we experienced a lot of different regulations about how setting up a data center. And for French example, to set up a data center, if you take an existing building already connected to the power grid, it takes around 18 months. If you take a greenfield not connected to the grid, it can take between 3 or 5 years. So this complexity, of course, will slow down and will have a direct impact on the reactivity we could have on the new technology as AI. So help is money, turns things easier, and help to deploy.
Okay, Benoit, go ahead.
No, just one very short note, because it's not very much in the discussion, and for good reasons, given who's around the table this morning. We're focusing a lot on producing LLMs and building LLMs. A lot of money will be used to deploy AI and to train people in the workforce. That will be extremely costly, because you need to train people. There will be winners and losers in the job market. You'll need to find new jobs or indemnify or add to social benefits. Maybe that would be the worst solution, but we may come to that for all the losers. And that will cost a lot of money. So let's just be aware that it's not all about data centers and compute. It's a lot about our social policies and are they fit for purpose in this AI age, and I'm not sure.
Okay, so I want to...
Fully agreed.
Yeah, I want to come back to you, Benoit. So, it's also a little bit about regulation. I don't want to talk too much about regulation because that is in our next panel, but I want to bring up the comments by the German minister there about the DMA. So do you think, did you agree with those?
Well, it's a long discussion. I think there is already quite a bit that you can do using the DMA as it is today. For instance, and quite obviously, whenever a core platform service, which is what's addressed in the DMA, provided by a designated DMA gatekeeper, whenever that uses AI, then the DMA applies, right? And certainly that's where the Commission should start from. And it's a no-brainer, no? So if you use AI for a search engine, if you use AI on a social network, and or for an operating system, and if that's designated under the DMA, then it just fits naturally under the DMA. And then there are ways to extend the DMA. I wouldn't be as kind of bold and far and encompassing as the German minister was this morning, because also let's keep in mind that the DMA, it's about platforms, right? Gatekeepers or two-sided markets, as economists would call that. And not everything we're discussing this morning is a two-sided market, right? But there are some. And just to give an example, in our AI study last year, we suggested that model as a service, that is models being distributed in the cloud to users, this could be designated under the DMA because it is a two-sided market. But let's be kind of precise in identifying where the DMA can help further.
Okay, I want to now talk a little bit, we mentioned acquisitions. So some of them have been under really close scrutiny of competition authorities, but no further action's really been taken. So I want to ask, are the dynamics of these kinds of deals, do they harm competition? Solange?
The dynamic of such acquisitions is interesting to scrutinize, indeed. Because there are several kinds of acquisitions. The killer acquisitions, I think it's the Ministry Clothing who talk about this. Acquisitions just to take over a technology. Acquisitions so to acquire. So acquisition. It's a usual way to increase the company, the power of a company. So it's acquisition in itself is a usual mean to do business. But what we see is that behind acquisition, it's not only acquisition to increase the business. What we see is that we have some how to say attempt to monopolize some resources, and it's what brings the concern. So acquisition are okay, but what is the final purpose of acquisition? If we are talking about monopolizing brains, because brains are key, monopolizing the models, so I think that's why we should contemplate to consider maybe AI assets like strategic assets with the relevant protection for them. Maybe we can discuss about the foreign investor regulation. Maybe we can talk about providing enough resources to those strategic assets to avoid them to be targeted by predatory approaches. So acquisitions are okay. Predatory approaches are not.
Okay, so how do you ensure that from a competition point of view? It's a big job for you, huh?
Look, I think we should not jump to any conclusion here. Most partnerships are good and pro-competitive, and if they give access to a broader client basis, if they give access to more resources for a startup, they are good and they are pro-competitive. So what matters for us as competition authorities is a notion of control, effective control, and exclusivity can be a smoking gun, but it could also be something else. And if this partnership gives control to a dominant company or to a company with a large market power, that will start being a concern for us. But there will be a few cases, but we just need the legal tools to deal with them in an appropriate way. But most partnerships, I think, are good and pro-competitive.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think outside of the sort of black letter and what is permissible and impermissible, because that is its own kind of myopia, I think the bigger point is that a very strong, aggressive enforcement posture in the US and also elsewhere in the world over the last few years, I think in prominent part is responsible for the fact that we have seen a certain degree of competition in the downstream app market. My concern is as the headwinds changed, particularly the sort of deregulatory moment that we seem to be in, I'd be worried that this sort of light touch approach might spawn a new wave of consolidation. So I think outside of what, these specific investigations, I think regulatory signals are really key right now. We don't want a long list of regulatory regrets as we had with Instagram, Facebook, and Instagram, WhatsApp, and be, wishing that we had acted when it was the right moment. I think the writing is on the wall, and this is really a moment for action.
Okay, interesting. So we are sadly running out of time. So I want to look at, the path forward. So Adam, do you think that we can ever have an optimal ecosystem for AI companies?
What's optimal is, and I think to touch on remarks that all my colleagues here have made. I think getting this right is hugely important. The opportunity, the benefits that AI will bring are so fundamental, and this technology is so crucial that we need to get these settings right. I think we want to see a diversity of players. We want to see a diversity of ideas and innovative approaches. I think we want to see free circulation of talent and resources and people. And where there are constraints, I think painting them with a broad brush is going to be problematic, and trying to fit them into potentially old models of thinking about competition in technology markets might not always be useful. I think we need to be a little bit nimbler and a little bit patient to see how this industry evolves. I really do want to underscore that 2 years ago, almost nobody had heard of OpenAI. 2 weeks ago, DeepSeek had never been heard of. This industry is dynamic. It is changing. That doesn't mean there can't be bottlenecks or there can't be concerns about access to inputs or access to distribution. And getting some of those fundamentals right as a first step, I don't think that is problematic, but I think proceeding with some caution and humility is a good idea.
Same question to you, Astrid.
I do think we can achieve the optimal ecosystem, but it will take all of us. I think that as Adam mentioned, as President Correa mentioned, we need to look at what's actually happening in this and at every level of the AI stack. And there we do see AI creating competition at every level of the stack, from the models to, you mentioned, Amba, many times the important point of the use case. How is this going to be deployed? And there we see a lot of diversity. When I was preparing for this, I had to keep updating my notes daily to keep on top of all the models on Hugging Face. It is extreme. It is moving quickly. If I could just add one other thing, which is something that President Correa also mentioned, which is we do see a gender gap actually in the adoption of AI. So I just want to call out that this is something we should really. Women are not using AI as much as men, and that is not good for the future of AI. So just wanted to add that to the conversation as something we all should learn. Women should be using AI more.
Okay, Benoit, same question to you. Can we get an optimal AI ecosystem?
Well, it's not for me to decide what's the optimal ecosystem. That's for the market to decide. But what we've done, what we are doing, and we have investigations underway, and what we will do is to identify the pain points. And whenever we see a pain point, a choking point down the AI value chain, we should act forcefully and fast. Which is an opportunity also to remind everyone that. Something we've done at the French Competition Authority is to use interim measures more actively probably than other antitrust enforcers. So if you have any concern for an immediate, for a practice that causes immediate harm to the market, please come to us and we can look at it.
Okay, Amber.
Amen to forceful, fast, and nimble enforcement. I hope we see much more of that. I think the only other thing I want to say is I know we're in business day, but I think there's a way in which this question of competition and market concentration is sort of limitedly positioned as a markets issue. I think it's been very clear, particularly in the developments over the last few months, that this problem of concentration of power that at this point is set to be inevitable in the trajectory of AI isn't just a problem for markets. It's a problem for democracy, it's a problem for national security, and it's a problem for sovereignty. And I think once we see that writing on the wall and then act from that, recognizing the kind of long-term implications of this, again, not just as a markets issue, but as a broader challenge for democracy, I think we'll hopefully rev up the momentum that we really need right now.
Okay, and I just want to ask you also quickly, is something we sort of touch up, open source models, are they the way forward?
Quick answer, open source has many pro-competitive efforts and it is not a silver bullet for competition. Open source AI, as Mark Zuckerberg will tell you, is a very, very efficient business model, and it also obscures the fact that there are key parts of the AI supply chain that remain ostensibly closed for all practical purposes.
Solange, I want to ask you, from your point of view, from one of the, not being as big as Google, but what does, for you personally, also being in Europe, what does an optimal AI ecosystem look like? Can it be achieved? And what's the way forward?
Optimal AI ecosystem is first fair competition, means fair price, fair practices, fair access to all the resources that are needed for AI. Open source can be a part of the solution, not the only one, of course, but it can be part of the solution because it can allow to fill the gap in terms of costs for certain aspects of AI. Ideal ecosystem is as well to have the right education. We have talked about education for that, and support to make grow the local and the smaller players on AI. So I'm optimistic. So I think we can reach this ecosystem, but to reach this ecosystem, we need to make efforts. That's why AI needs not only infrastructures, compute, etc., but needs some rules as well to be sure that competition is fair and to be sure that we can ensure the development of AI in Europe and in the entire world.
Okay, well, rules and regulation will be part of the following panel. So obviously you are all key voices here, from big tech, startup to big tech, from the competition, from the European smaller company, and obviously from the think tanks that are kind of outside of everything and can analyze. All key voices here. So thank you so much for your time. Round of applause for the panel.
Thank you very much to our panel. Next, bringing us a government and policy perspective on the issue of competition in AI is Dutch Minister of Foreign Affairs Dirk Beyerts, who was unfortunately unable to make it in person due to last-minute schedule change, but will be sharing his thoughts virtually.
Good morning, all. I've been looking forward to this event for quite some time, and it is a wonderful opportunity to speak with a gathering of innovators like you. And it is a privilege to co-host together with my French and German colleagues, with whom we have a strong cooperation in the digital realm. Sadly, however, our Prime Minister has other obligations, and therefore I have to replace him at the AI Action Summit today. I'm grateful that I'm still able to speak to you today, even if it's on screen. When I visited the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas last month, I experienced firsthand what cutting-edge AI technology looks like. From autonomous robots to AI-powered glasses, CES truly is a place where imagination becomes reality. However, we must recognize that the future of AI depends not just on the breakthroughs we see today, rather the conditions we create to foster its growth are crucial as well. As we just heard in the first panel, we still have some progress to make in that regard. But what about the role of the government? In my view, our role is twofold here. First, we should actively stimulate and promote promising AI technology. This can be done in various ways, from investing in R&D to stimulate data availability or setting up an AI facility. I found my visit to the US inspirational in that sense. To see public and private bodies work hand in hand and embrace a new technology. Together, building an environment that makes AI technology thrive. Second, we have to safeguard effective and fair markets. Competition policy remains of vital importance. Often such policy is seen as a barrier, a hindrance to innovation. But I would like to challenge that perception today. Well-designed competition policy can be a powerful catalyst for innovation. Rather than stifling competition, thoughtful, forward-looking policy can level the playing field. It prevents harmful practices and creates an environment where all players can thrive. In addition, timing is crucial. As we have seen in other digital markets, once we are too late, you are too late. Ladies and gentlemen, today we stand at a critical crossroad that will shape the future of global AI markets. This matters to me because the way we shape these markets also determines how much business, consumers, and society will profit from AI. Governments have an important role to play here, both to nurture the technology and to ensure a level playing field. Let us now move on to the second panel to dive deeper into how we can do this most effectively, with the goal of open, fair, and competitive AI markets in mind. Thank you.
So indeed, we've talked a lot about the state of things, about how accessing the resources that are key to building AI can be constrained for some players compared to others. And we've started to explore a few ways that we can level the playing field. In our next panel, we'll be looking more in depth at one of the key tools at our disposal to enable this fairer spread of resources and to enable healthy competition, and that's regulation. This is where the acronyms that we all know, that we have already talked about today, but that we'll be exploring in more depth, come out, like the DSA and the DMA. We've got a fantastic panel of experts to kind of bring these words into the mainstream for you. Regulating effectively is obviously a delicate balancing act, and it requires taking input from all stakeholders. So for our next panel, we've gathered multiple points of view from startup to corporation, through politician and economist. Please give a warm round of applause to our panelists: Blanche Savary de Beauregard, General Counsel at Mistral AI, Raphaël Offant, the COO of Proton, Stéphanie Courtin, Member of the European Parliament, Max von Thun, Director of Europe and Transatlantic Partnerships at the Open Market Institute, Nick Banasevic, Corporate Vice President and Head of Competition and Regulation for EMEA at Microsoft Corporation. This will be moderated by Ruprecht Potsoen, Professor of Competition Law at Heinrich Heine University of Düsseldorf. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and it's great to be here and to run into this scene with such a music. I feel like Oscars or something like that. That's fantastic. But I have to disappoint you at first. We are the unfashionable panel, because I read this morning that regulation is going out of fashion in Europe, and now we have to talk about regulation. I hope you sort of bear with me and you stay with me. Okay, that's fantastic in the seating order. We have a gap between Microsoft and Open Markets. That's an institute that's, I hope that does. I can move over. No, that's fine, that's fine. I feel safer if there's a sort of empty spot there. You two behave, okay? Great. Let's start this round maybe with a little kickoff, because we're going to talk a lot about regulation today. But first we want to see what these panelists have in stock as their personal AI promises, or what they see as the exciting, thrilling, inspiring things. And maybe I asked all of you sort of a quick question on introducing you by that way, on AI use cases that you find inspiring or that you would want to wish to see in the future, so something that is not yet there, but where the developers, business people in the room or so could work on. Maybe you have an idea what really excited you in the past weeks or so, or what you would want to see in the future. And let me make a start with Stéphanie Yoncourtin, who's a member of the European Parliament, and of course one of the key leaders in European politics on the issues we are discussing today: DMA, DSA, AI Act, everything has her fingerprints on it. So Stéphanie, your AI use case number one.
Good morning, thank you very much for having me. Thanks, Ruprecht. Yeah, well, there are many many users and many great and successes apps, and so it's great to be part of this today. What strikes me the most at the moment is when it comes to cancer detection and cancer treatment. I must say, I've got a very good success story where Normandy, where I'm from, where a researcher has just been awarded a unique cancer award and help, reducing wasting time for patients and for people who have cancer and who need quick and calibrated treatment in radiotherapy. So, I mean, it's just for me very important, and I know that we unfortunately have all have to deal with this cancer and relatives having cancer, and I think this is just for me a very good example of opportunities when it comes to AI as well.
Thank you so much. Max von Thun, he's the director for Europe of the Open Markets Institute. And the Open Markets Institute, as some of you will know, is basically the leader in opposition to traditional monopoly or to new monopolies. And I think Elon Musk has bad dreams about the Open Markets Institute. Is that fair to say? Max, you may comment or not. So a US-based think tank, but you're in the Brussels office, basically leading the Brussels office. Max, what is your sort of AI use case number one?
Well, I hope I give Elon Musk bad dreams. I'm not sure if that's the case yet, hopefully in the future. On use cases, I agree very much with what Stéphanie was saying. For me, I think I'm interested in AI being used in ways that can help us solve, big challenges that are facing humanity and society, and I think healthcare is one of them. So, as Stéphanie mentioned, there's some interesting use cases of AI being used to diagnose diseases, discover new drugs. I think that's really valuable. AI that we can use to, for example, live more sustainable lives, reduce emissions. I mean, I think it's probably going in the opposite direction right now with AI, but I think that would be valuable. And I think I'm less interested in AI that simply replicates, human labor, human creativity, or just makes us more addicted to our phones, things like that. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Next is Raphaël Offon. He's the COO of Proton. You may know Proton as the most secure email provider in the world. This is coming for free, this advertisement. But he's also a serial entrepreneur, a high-tech executive who was in different roles with a couple of well-known companies. And you have a master's in computer science, I remember, so maybe you are the one to program what we are now talking about. So Raphaël, what's your AI dream or your use case number one?
I think the AI dream is to really see the emergence of privacy-preserving AI, because actually in search in the last 20 years, we've we've given to Google, Microsoft, a lot of our secrets when we are searching things. But with AI, especially generative AI, we go one step further. It becomes very intimate. So we give a lot of our intimacy to the AI player. So the key AI use case that I would see is how we can have an emergence of privacy-first, privacy-preserving AI for society across the world.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we've got Blanche Savary de Beauregard, who is the General Counsel of Mistral AI. As you all know, that's the fat cat of French artificial intelligence, right? I would love to ask you what's your AI use case, but maybe I can also ask you another question, and Nick, you can prepare for that one as well. What is your favorite piece of legislation and regulation in the field?
That's a good one. Is there a joker or something? So my favorite use case, maybe to start. So I think AI has a lot of potential into building a lot of use cases. And in general, what we love is seeing AI used for people, by people. So I think we announced a partnership with France Travail, for instance, and that's really one of the use cases I love. But if I speak more personally, there is a lot of potential for legal, and that may be a bridge to your other question. If you think about it, in the Western countries, we've got a lot of delays into legal solving issues. It takes years sometimes, and I guess there is a place here for AI to solve a lot of issues for every companies and every individuals in Western countries, including. So now your question, my favorite piece of legislation, and I'm going to surprise you. It's about privacy. I think there is something strong here in Europe about privacy, and this is something that's challenging for everybody, but that raised a lot of interesting questions and awareness worldwide. So I think if we build from here and make other legislation that can export that way, that would be great.
I see some bonding or some competition building up over there with the two privacy advocates, but okay. Nicholas Banasevic, he's a corporate vice president at Microsoft, and you're the head of competition and regulation in the European Middle East area. Nick, your answer to the questions.
So thank you very much for being for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here with you all. I think health for me is health starts everything. Health is the most important thing. So I think what Stephanie said is the best example of something that's really transformative. Partnerships in the AI space really can transform the health sector, but lots of other sectors as well. So health is my first example. Other things like transport safety, which will really improve human lives in tangible ways, and that we can build everything from there. I'm going to pass on your second question, I think, or shall I? All of them are my favorites, so I'll leave it there.
Okay, that's fantastic. You just embrace everything that's coming from Brussels. That's my understanding.
Roaming. How about that?
Okay, roaming is a good piece. Excellent. We want to talk a bit about fair play in AI, and fair play, sort of, as you all know from football or whatever sports you're practicing, comes with some rules. And maybe first, Blanche, you're in the field. You're still somewhat an underdog if I compare it to some others. I mean, obviously that's hard to say in France, but how would you describe the competitive landscape for you? I mean, in the sense of, is there fair play? Is there enough rules in place, or where do you see the main drivers that hinder you or that block Mistral from becoming ever bigger, better, whatever?
Thank you for the question. Yes, Mistral has been there in the landscape for less than 2 years, and in 2 years, which we've achieved quite a lot, meaning I'm going to forget a lot of things here, but we've raised €1 billion in 100 millions. We've hired 200 people. We've opened several geographies, including in the US, in the UK, in Singapore. And we've launched a lot of models to the world, some best-in-class models, always with a twist, like looking for efficiency with smaller sizes, for instance, looking for specialized models for things that were not yet there at this level. So I'd say, as a first stance, that it would tend to prove that the market is still dynamic and competitive. But on the other side, and it's been proven as well with DeepSeek on this road, which is there is openness in opening the weights. There is some dynamism and some R&D efforts in Europe, in the US, but also in China. And it's still possible to beat the best models. It's still happening. So by opening those things, we're creating some dynamic market, I guess. But then, does that mean that it's so easy? And I'm going to speak about a bit the challenges that we've faced in the past 2 years. And just starting with a fun fact, which is 1 year ago, we were a group of 20-ish, and I was the 22nd employee. So hiring legal as the 22nd employee in a emerging company, I think tells a lot about the challenges we have. What we've had to do is basically unlock some bottlenecks that have been discussed in the previous panel, but I'm gonna just recall very, very fast. But it's difficult to raise funds. You need a lot of funding. It's difficult to get compute power. You need to make a big check to be in the queue, honestly. It's difficult to hire talents, and if you don't have the money, the compute, you may not ever be able to hire those talents because you have to convince them. So there is kind of a virtuous circle to really create, which we managed to do, and this is because our funders had a very strong reputation as very good researchers, and they came from AI companies. So there is kind of magic to create at the beginning to really unlock those. And then you have to build a lot of partnerships. So we've had a partnership with Microsoft, we've had a partnership with GCP, with AWS, and I'm not listing all the partnerships here, but to get those partnerships with very big companies, with a huge legal team, and frankly, only me, or me and a few people on the other side, that's a very strong challenge to get. So I'd say it's open, but it's not easy. And also, when you see the amounts that are put on the table by those partners that also happen to be competitors, you see that, for example, this year, the budget for those 3 giants I've named are in the range of 40 to, I think, 85 billion just to spend on AI. So that also tells a lot about the future challenges that are going to happen, because all these new R&D developments that are now public, and this is great for everyone, we are going to all to compete on the same with means that are different. And I think it's a luck, because it shows that you don't need to have the same means to be very good at R&D, but it's also a challenge, because we've seen what happened in the past year. There are some operations in this market, and some of them are challengeable, and some of them are looked into by competition authorities worldwide with instruments that are not yet, let's say, effective maybe, but question mark. But at least those competition authorities showing interest into this market maybe helps a lot maintain its competitiveness, because everybody is kind of knowing that we are being looked at and we need to behave, let's say.
Raphael, you want to echo that or add to that, or?
I'm going to add to that with a few other points. I mean, what we see is that, below AI, there is the cloud and digital infrastructure. And on that part, the Europe, Switzerland, UK have become colonies of the US. That's for sure. We are colonies. And we can take just one extreme example of that, and because that can be an extreme case. Look at Greenland. Greenland, you heard about Trump trying to get Greenland out of Denmark. If tomorrow Donald Trump signs an executive order to stop AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft from selling cloud services to Denmark, deal is done. There's no more negotiation. Now, here, that's why I'm talking about colonies, because we don't have autonomy on digital. On this underlying layer of cloud infrastructure, which AI sits on top, we don't have this autonomy. So we need to work on how we can gain this digital autonomy. The second point I want to make is that, it comes from our founder is Andy Yen, was born in Taiwan, raised in Taiwan, studied in the US, and started Proton 10 years ago in Switzerland, in the heart of Europe. And so what he sees, and 10 years later, Proton is a 100 million plus accounts, 500 employees, a very high growth company. What he sees is that China has always been China first. US has always been US first. Now the difference is that there is a president that is saying it out loud, very loudly, but it's always been like that. So now Europe, we need to think of Europe first. We need to be making policies that make Europe first, where we can actually, beyond DMA, we'll talk about DMA, beyond regulation on big tech, we probably need to go one step beyond at the national levels to force European companies, European institutions, certain European companies, certain European institutions to buy European. China is not afraid of forcing that. US is not afraid of forcing that. Why don't we do it? Why are we so naive around that? That's the second point I wanted to make. Third point I wanted to make is going back to the point of privacy. Moving forward, gaining autonomy on cloud digital is one thing. Getting more Europeans to buy more European is another thing. But we also need to see the emergence of privacy by design players, not only Proton, but a number of players, so that we can project ourselves in a few years where, yes, there will be some players who will reap your data, like Microsoft and Google and Amazon have done for the last 10 years and have been very successful at that. But we need to have alternative players. So we need to have an ecosystem in Europe that is going to allow these alternative privacy by design players to thrive.
Nick, I guess you want to say something.
Well, I'd like to address the general question about the state of competition. I think
you may also reply to what they've said.
Let me reflect while I'm speaking. I think, but two or three things. It's multifaceted. You know, I have a long experience from being in the public administration, and so
as the European Commission on competition issues, actually.
So I've seen different waves of how to analyze these kinds of markets, and it doesn't seem that new at first blush because you have several layers. You have, I mean, I'm simplifying. You have an infrastructure layer, a model layer, and an app layer. But I think it's more complicated than that. DeepSeek illustrates that it raises the issue of, and there are lots of other questions about DeepSeek, about whether you can't bypass the importance of certain layers. But it does illustrate that it's still almost nascent and vibrant. I share what you said, Blanche, about the proliferation of models. The Director General of DG Competition has said that there's lots of competition out there, and we see lots of competition. We host many models on our platform. I think the question then is, indeed, you can ask, if you adopt this traditional competition analysis of are there potential bottlenecks? And I agree, it's important to avoid those. And so the openness of the platform is important. Again, we have an open platform in terms of public APIs, in terms of hosting any model that's legal. So I think I understand the need to be vigilant, but you really need to look at the specifics of what's happening and the principles that are being applied to do a proper analysis. I think a couple of other things, maybe to indirectly respond. I would say that it's true, Microsoft is one of the companies that is making big investments. Those investments are important, they're global, they're big investments in Europe as well. We regard AI as an enabling technology, and we think that partnerships and open partnerships are important precisely because they will facilitate the diffusion of AI throughout the economy, through all these sectors with transformative benefits. On the cloud infrastructure point, I'm not going to comment specifically on the characterization. I would just say that, I understand the calls, or I hear the calls for closer scrutiny. We have 20% of the cloud market. So that doesn't seem, and the top 3 players have 60% or so, and there are new and growing players. That doesn't sound like a market where there is extreme concentration. I understand that there are general preoccupations, but I think you really need to dive into the specifics of how the market looks, what the players are doing in terms of openness, and we have every interest ourselves in facilitating openness and switching of cloud because we want to win business for our 20%. So I think you really need to look at the specifics more before making characterizations that everything is rotten, because I think the opposite is the case. Competition is actually thriving.
Max, you share that?
I have a slightly different assessment. So look, I think it depends on what you mean when you talk about the AI market. So obviously when we're talking about applications, clearly there's plenty of competition. You know, there's new apps being launched probably every day in AI. So fine, no problem there. If we talk about models, I think there the picture is more mixed. I mean, certainly the big players like Google, Meta are very prominent at the model level, particularly the kind of cutting edge frontier models. But yes, you do have other players kind of separate from big tech. You know, you have Anthropic, although, you know, again, there's a caveat to that. They received $8 billion from Amazon, for example. You have OpenAI, who obviously have a very intricate partnership with Microsoft, Mistral, and so on. But you know, there is more competition, although I'd say it's disappearing over time. And then when you look at the kind of wider stack, and this was talked about quite a lot on the last panel, I think there the picture is very, very concerning, and I don't think it's competitive at all. So when you think about the advanced chips that are needed to train advanced AI models, you know, NVIDIA has a 90% monopoly in terms of designing those. Cloud computing, you know, the kind of 3 top players have about 60. In some markets, it's more like 70, 80% of the market. So for me, that's not particularly competitive. Data, particularly proprietary data, is very much concentrated in the hands of the big players. And then when you look at, and this also came up earlier, you know, the distribution channels that you need to actually reach consumers with your AI, because most people at businesses are not kind of directly using a model. So I'm thinking search engines, browsers, app stores, e-commerce, those are all heavily concentrated, have been for a long time, mostly monopolies or oligopolies. So yeah, you know, I think the picture is one of concentration, not competition. And then the implication for that, you know, if you are a small kind of new AI company, right, you're trying to get a foothold in the market, you're dependent on these bigger players for your inputs. You're dependent on them for distribution. You're dependent on them for money as well. We're seeing that the big tech companies are now kind of pushing out VCs as the main investors in AI. And I think that's quite a dangerous position to be in because, you know, that access is not guaranteed. Those bigger players can cut that off if they want, if you become a competitive threat. I think as a startup, it reduces your incentive to compete directly because you don't want to lose access to that. And I think for the bigger players, it gives them, for me, an outsized influence over the development of the whole AI ecosystem because they can pick winners by deciding who gets cloud computing power, who doesn't through these special partnerships. They can get access to kind of, you know, insights into how these businesses are run and so on. So yeah, I have a lot of concerns there. I think a couple of words on DeepSeek. I think a lot of people have kind of said, oh, DeepSeek shows that there's competition in AI and we can be less worried. I think that's true to an extent. I think clearly there were innovations in how they're doing things that have led to, you know, more efficient kind of AI models, but I think there are a lot of caveats there. You know, we know that they used outputs from OpenAI and Meta models to train, you know, distillation, they call it. They're still dependent on the same distribution channels that I mentioned to reach consumers. And, you know, even if we make AI models more efficient, again, we still have that concentration in cloud computing. And so I think, yeah, I think we have to be cautious there.
Stephanie, you've listened to the panelists. You've heard calls for Europe first. You've heard sort of some mixed signals from Blanche, if I may interpret it like that. You've heard Max and Nick, of course. What do you make out of that? I mean, do we need more regulation, new regulation? We've got the competition law rules. I guess Nick is fine with applying those and sort of looking into the field with a competition lens. But we also have the DMA, which does not specifically target AI, or at least not in the direct sense. What do you make out of this?
Well, I'd like to come back to your first question on fair play, because I think that's essential. And sorry, maybe for being a bit too broad, because I'd like to come back, you know, to the let's say basics or fundamentals on that, and maybe to be a bit more too much politician. But I think fair play is making sure that, and we've already said that in the previous panel, a handful of companies cannot impose their rules to the others, to exclude competitors, whatever the markets are. Before digging into specific markets, I think what we can see is kind of a confiscation of competitive assets in some key markets. And fair play is not charity. Fair play is just the backbone of an open market. And it's something that we need to ensure that we don't have to ask permission to compete. Sometimes I have the impression that, some small companies or companies have to ask permission to compete. And
that's what
you were talking about sport, and that's about the same. I mean, AI without competition is a bit like a rigged soccer match, where you have the same companies controlling the rules, the referee, even the ground, and the team, the ball. And I mean, we can't have an AI ecosystem consisting of closed, soccer league only for the richest, and just sometimes distributing some good points to the smallest, saying, okay, you can be part of the club, but only according to our rules. Where gatekeepers control AI, it's like playing 11 versus 1. 11 versus 1. And no matter good the competition is, you already know the game before the end. And I think this is what AI should be first. I mean, this is the prerequisite, and AI must not become the next playground for the same gatekeepers. Otherwise, we will cement oligopoly. But to the contrary, what we want to do is, of course, regulation, but not regulation to regulate. First, to have a level playing field, this playground where everybody can respect the same rules. And this is the basic. When you hear about what's going on in the other side of the Atlantic, deregulation, which means no rule, or rules only imposed by some tech oligarchs, will prevail. Is it what we want? Not sure. And there's nothing to do against innovation, because, I mean, as I said, it's a prerequisite for innovation.
What if you translate your words into concrete action? What does it mean? I mean, does it mean we will see amendments to the DMA, including AI services?
As you know, and I would echo what Benoit has just said in the previous in the previous panel. Let's now enforce the DMA first. Food of the, putting it in the eating, and let's eat right now. We already have the good ingredients to cook a good cake and make sure that everybody will take its stick and its part. Of course, there will be a revision of the DMA in 2026, so we already have to work on that, and I have some regrets on the fact that maybe we should go further, but first on enforcement. And I'm glad to see our commissioner here saying that Europe has to act on the DMA, but it's not only about DMA, it's also about DSA, it's about AI Act. All these acts should be articulated together. I was talking about a cake. You may like millefeuille. That's the place here in Paris to eat millefeuilles. You've got really nice places. But millefeuille, when it's too heavy, when you have too many, superposition of cream and, you cannot digest it. Even the Commission wouldn't. So the Commission needs to help us to, have a really good millefeuille and be able to, for everybody to get its piece.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what millefeuille makes with our dynamics in movements, but okay. Blanche and Raphael, we've just heard that Hanne Virkkunen is here, our commissioner, and you've spoken earlier about the asymmetry between your companies and other companies. Do you want to say a plea on please hire more people for the commission to enforce, or what is lacking in that regard? Any one of you?
So I like the idea of the millefeuille, and I actually had a bet internally to land that idea and promote this pastry here. So thank you for doing that for us. So I think there is indeed a tension here that is, of course, we want a level playing field. Of course, we want some enforcement here. And of course, I think I agree with that too. I think the DMA is a very interesting instrument, especially when you think about the fact that cloud is at both ends of the value chain in this area, meaning you need compute servicing to make models, and you need compute servicing, not exactly the same, but still compute servicing to reach customers. And those customers are on clouds, and we are speaking here about actors that are directly or indirectly, depending on the stack, but integrated over the value chain. So here there is something I think very interesting with the DMA being able to target cloud efficiently, because in my opinion, it seems to solve a lot of questions. The next question is about AI. Does the DMA need to target AI specifically? I'm not sure about that, because I think the instrument as is with targeting cloud is already probably making the job. But that's an open question. I think the millefeuille question is a real one, which is if you're speaking about competition, you're also speaking about actors that don't have the same mean to apply regulations. And we already have a millefeuille with the AI Act, with some other regulations that are discussed right now on safety, and that's in every continent, because I think in the US, the fact that some regulations are put down currently doesn't mean that on the federal level there will be nothing. So then you have a company like ours with a legal team of literally 5 persons, which is already a lot. Again, I was the 20th employee, which is a first in history of startups. And competing with giants that have teams of, I don't know how many hundreds, honestly, I've not counted. And we need to abide by the same rules that are very complex. The AI Act is a lot of pages. It's still being discussed. There is still some unknowns on how it's going to be applied. It's interesting because we are discussing with a lot of people about this, and each time we're having a meeting about how these regulations should apply, we see different faces from those competing big companies. On our side, it's always the same face. So it's just showing by a very practical example what it means for us to compete also on the regulation part.
Raphael?
Yeah, I would say that DMA is a good step, but the enforcement of DMA ahead of us is even more important. And here, probably the different states across Europe need to support the European Commission in its fight on DMA. Because, I mean, we need to be aware that in Brussels, there are armies of gatekeepers, lobbyists, and lawyers. Sorry, Nick, but it's true. And so basically the gatekeepers are poaching biggest talent in Brussels to fight off the European Commission. So we need to fund the European Commission, or to give resources. Maybe the ministries of different states need to provide resources to the European Commission for DMA to be enforced. And second thing is, beyond the European Commission and DMA, we think that at the different national levels, the antitrust authorities need also to have additional resources. Let's take a step back and let's look at the other side of the Atlantic in the US. There was a very interesting piece of article from Lina Khan, the outgoing FTC commissioner. Basically what she said is from the 70s to the 90s, the antitrust authority in the US was very active and basically fought on AT&T, IBM, the lock-in of, at that time, Microsoft with the browser, Internet Explorer, that was the early days. And fighting this trust of that time allowed basically Silicon Valley to thrive and emerge. We probably would not have Google if IBM, AT&T, and Microsoft were not tackled at that time. Now, from the early 2000s to lately, basically the big US big tech have convinced Trump one, Biden, the different past president that US big tech is very good for the US because it's part of the US influence around the world. Now, fortunately, it's changing in the US, and they are looking at the impact, the negative impact that US big tech, the US big tech monopolies have on innovation. So we need to look closely at what the US is doing. Of course, we cannot break up Google from Europe. It would be difficult, but we can enforce in Europe the breakup of some like exclusive collaborations that are detrimental to innovation, detrimental to competition in Europe.
Nick.
Thanks, Ruprecht. Yeah, just a few things on the DMA and the relation with certain products in that regard. We take DMA compliance very seriously. Where if you look at our compliance reports, that it bears out how seriously we take it. We devote lots of time and people to complying with the DMA, and we're one of the few companies that hasn't actually got any non-compliance investigations against us. I hope the Commissioner isn't here to announce something to the opposite this morning. So that is something that is at the forefront of our compliance minds, if you like. On the specific questions of cloud and AI, a few things. Again, I won't repeat what I said in more detail, but I would just restate that the cloud market constellation, it doesn't even remotely resemble something where there's one essential gateway of 90% plus, as has been in some of the cases that I used to work on when I was at the Commission. So I think it's a much more different and more competitive environment than some of those cases. Mr. Curé as well said that it doesn't really have the characteristics of a intermediary platform, which is where you have intermediation between business users and consumer users. And so I would caution against that. And one last thing that I would say is that you actually have existing regulation in relation to the cloud. You have the Data Act, which is coming into force in September. And again, we take those obligations very seriously. But you have a range of obligations there in relation, which are aimed to facilitate switching, which is again something that we actually have an interest in terms of, you know, you have egress fees, interoperability provisions. So there's a lot there already. So I would give a general caution about that. And then just maybe a last word on AI. I think it was said again by Mr. Curé this morning, and I think you said it, Blanche, as well. The DMA, to the extent that you have integrated functionalities in existing core platform services that are designated, it's covered. And so, again, what's the question that's being asked for what new should be regulated? What product is it that's being asked? And I think if there's a debate to be had, we'll certainly engage with that. But if it's some AI, something separate, standalone models, well, actually, there seems to be a lot of competition in that, as I don't want to speak for others, but there seems to have been some consensus in that regard, even on this panel. So I think, again, we need to look at the specifics before deciding what's appropriate and what's not.
Max, I'm not sure you're an expert in MiFi, but you are in regulation, and I've heard so far from the panel that we need more enforcement, tougher enforcement. Do we also need new laws, or do you join the call for tougher enforcement?
So I'll leave the MiFi discussion to my French co-panelists. On the enforcement side, yeah, I mean, absolutely enforcing the DMA firmly is very important. I think in general, because the DMA isn't the only piece of kind of ex-ante regulation out there, similar rules have been introduced in the UK, in Germany, I think they're on the way in India, and so on. I think they are much more of a solution to promoting competition in AI than kind of traditional antitrust, right? Because as we know, traditional antitrust is slow. You need to prove that competition law has been broken. And it was totally unsuccessful in keeping kind of the Web 2.0 open. So let's use these ex-ante rules. Specifically on the DMA, you know, I agree with those who are suggesting that we need to broaden it out already, particularly to the cloud. I think that the cloud as this key input for developing and distributing AI models, those who own that infrastructure then have a lot of ability, as I mentioned earlier, to kind of shape what happens downstream. And I think we need rules in place to make sure that that access is provided fairly and on equal terms, because I don't really think that's happening at the moment. I think there's a lot of kind of discrimination and inconsistency there. So let's designate the cloud. That can happen pretty quickly. On AI, I think I would agree we probably need to wait a little bit to figure out what the right thing to designate is exactly. I think there is potentially a case to actually designate AI models directly under the DMA, because models are something you can build on, right? As a developer, you can build on top of an open source model. And that then kind of puts potentially the owner of that model in a gatekeeper-like position. And just moving beyond the DMA, I also think merger control is really, really important here. I think one of the big reasons why we have such concentrated, monopolized tech markets is because we were totally kind of unsuccessful in enforcing our merger control rules in the past. Think of big acquisitions like Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube. So I think we need to do better moving forward. I think it is already starting to shift. There have been some pretty big acquisitions that were blocked in the past few years. In relation to AI, I think NVIDIA not being able to buy ARM was a really, really important one. And actually, there was an interview I read yesterday with the CEO of ARM who said, regulators got it right there. Actually, we're glad that we've remained an independent company. We're now doing really well in the AI boom. Their market cap has gone from 40 billion to nearly 200 billion. They're planning to develop a chip to compete with NVIDIA. So I think merger control has gotten a bad rap recently as this kind of anti-innovation thing. But actually, I think if we do it right, it really promotes contestability and openness in markets. But I do think we need to probably update the rules to make sure that we're able to respond to these new kind of arrangements we're seeing, which aren't kind of outright takeovers, but are more complicated, partnerships, acqui-hires, and so on.
Alfred, I want to ask you a question, because you are a business and tech person and the one sort of who's devising strategies for a company that is in this field. What's your perception of regulation coming in? I mean, is that something where you say, okay, we actively wait for what's going on in Brussels, and each night we send prayers to the Commission so that they help us? Or are you sort of inventing around or working around that? Or how do you deal with that in your company?
I mean, the 10 years of growth of Proton, now 200 million accounts worldwide, was without the help of much regulation. So we welcome, of course, the arrival of DMA. We would welcome a stronger enforcement of DMA, because it's not only about the growth of Proton, it's about having a more open ecosystem that allows innovation to thrive. I mean, we don't think it's normal for cloud to be so concentrated. We don't think it's normal for search to be so concentrated between two players. So, and we don't want AI. If we talk about AI today, we don't want AI to be concentrated in between two players 5 years down the road. So for us, we welcome regulation. We think we need to go further in enforcing it. So going back to my point earlier of having at the European Commission additional resources to enforce it, and also beyond that. As Max was mentioning, merger control by the antitrust authorities across Europe is also quite key, because otherwise we won't have any European champion emerging. I would hate for Mistral to be taken over by a gatekeeper in 2 years down the road, because we will lose a chance to have a European champion coming to compete against these gatekeepers.
European champions are the words that sends shivers down the spine of every competition lawyer somehow, because we sometimes think, okay, this means a lot of industrial policy and maybe some sort of cooperation that we rather do not wish to see. I mean, we've seen the EU AI Champions Initiative being built these days. Is that something where competition law and competition rules stand in the way of promoting Europe? I mean, any one of you, any views on that? Is there... Do we fear that our strict competition, we want competition approach, sort of could hinder European firms to grow? Stephanie, you?
Yeah, well, I think now, I mean, the debate is not opposing, competition to industrial policy. I think there was a major shift in 2019, you know, when it comes to accepting European champions. It used to be a bad word, you know, to speak about European champions or leaders. But now, I mean, we can feel that industrial policy and competition together are the same, you know, the two coins of the two faces of the same coin, I would say, when it comes to competitiveness and so on. And I think, in addition to the regulation, which I think is key, DMA should be strongly and in an agile way enforced with key resources. I think this also lacks, and we had a very interesting point from the Federal Secretary mentioning the monetary fines that could be imposed on to the gatekeepers to help, you know, recruiting. And I think that would be a key point to avoid, you know, David versus Goliath adventure. At the same time, we also need political will. We also need a European incarnation. Do you remember Kissinger saying, "I'd like to call Europe, but who? Which phone number?" And I really urge the Commission to, you know, don't hide away, and to do not accept blackmail listing at any conditions. It's hard time to wake up. And I mean, there needs to be a political will, a political action first. And then, of course, at the same time, you know, tough applications of the rules. I was maybe too French or too European when I talked about millefeuille. The same could be for you if I take the example of a burger. You know, because then burger, we were talking about AI Act, DMA, DSA, Data Act. I mean, the good thing of this in the burger is that now we have a unique set of rules for the 27 member states. We used to have a variety of different, you know, ingredients. Now we have only one European digital burger. Now the thing is, if you want to digest it, you know, the best possible way, you need to make sure that all these different pieces interact with each other when it comes to enforcement. That's a very big and important issue.
We're already running to the final question, and I want to have a two-words answer by you, if possible, for the final question, and that is, what is the concrete next step that you would love to see from regulators, lawmakers, or other people who shape your business environment? Nick, you may also say nothing. That's one word. That's even better than two words. But maybe you have another answer.
Well, I'd like to be positive, as I hopefully have been throughout. I'm encouraged by the Draghi report, the Competitiveness Compass, because it stresses that through partnerships, through the fact that AI is a key enabling technology, it can be win-win for Europe's economy as well as the world's. Of course, it's transformative in all sectors. So,
for lawmakers or regulators, what would that mean for enforcers?
For enforcers, well, that depends on what you. I think it's creating a policy environment where these partnerships can flourish, so that the benefits of AI can be diffused throughout the economy.
I don't get you to say, oh, we want to pay monitoring fees so that the Commission can hire more people. That's not what you have on your...
I don't think I said that, no.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, Max, what do you think, the next concrete steps that you would wish to...
So I mentioned a couple of them already, but I think certainly we should take an overall preventative approach. So we shouldn't just let markets become concentrated and then afterwards say, oops, and try and fix the problem. I think let's use the DMA, let's use merger control. Let's also, I think we should consider things like structural remedies, breakups, you know, to directly disperse the concentrated power that we see in the tech sector. But yeah, overall, use our existing tools, but in a more proactive way.
Including divestiture, structural separations?
Yes, I think we're seeing now a growing willingness to use them. So you have the Google ad tech case where both the EU and the US look like they're going to pursue a breakup of Google's kind of monopoly in the ad tech sector. The US, at least under President Biden, was looking to force Google potentially to sell off the Chrome browser. But I think that's a tool that we should be using kind of generally across the whole stack. So.
Stephanie, short answer.
Money. I think regulation is a first step. And I would, again, echo what Benoit said. I mean, we definitely need fresh money in addition to public money, which is rare. And that's why we, together with the Commission, which is supposed to propose something on the market unions or savings and investment union, the possibility to direct, money from savings to invest into the real economy and kind of help having a real union, a market union here in Europe, which will be key to help and to facilitate investment and champions in Europe.
Raphael, quick answer.
Yep. So if we want to safeguard our values, I mean freedom, democracy, our pillars of democracy in Europe, we will need to have additional resources, the European Commission and in antitrust authorities to fight off abuse of power. So that's the first thing. Second thing, and I mentioned it earlier, there needs to be additional policies, maybe at a national level or European, for European companies to buy European.
So I would say, of course, public investment, but more than that, some subtlety into regulation and enforcement. And by that, I mean, I believe that the job that is today the most difficult in this realm is certainly being a regulator, because regulators have to adapt fast in a very fast evolving environment without, let's say, proper risk and opportunities assessment. And this is because of lack of time and being able to have a bigger picture. And in that, I think the most difficult job is to make regulations with all those good intentions that we've discussed a lot here, without creating side effects that would effectively be deterrent to the intentions. So that would be my last call.
I think that's a lot of food for thought, if I may say so, be it millefeuille or burger, at least food. But before you turn to the food court, we will hear the European Commissioner to see what she takes from this, from our discussion. And before that, I wish to join me in a round of applause for these fantastic panelists.
Thank you, Rupert. To close this morning's first part, as you were mentioning, we're going to hear more about the EU's take on competition law and policy and how it affects innovation. Please join me in welcoming on stage Executive Vice President for Tech Sovereignty, Security and Democracy at the European Commission, Henna Virkunen.
Hello, good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here today in this business day. And I have to say that it has been very, I think, encouraging and inspiring to spend these 2 days in Paris in AI Summit and also meet a lot of our industries and stakeholders, our startups, SMEs, and researchers who are working especially on the field of AI. I will use this opportunity for the closing remarks just to focus on those two areas that was mentioned, especially the regulatory part was discussed here earlier. And of course, when we as decision makers, what we can do, what we have in our toolbox, it's very much the regulation, and then of course also the financing and funding part. With those elements, we can support our businesses in the European Union. And I think that it's very much our role as decision makers really to create that kind of framework and environment that encourages investments and innovations. And especially now when it comes to AI, we have to, in the European Union, we have to build to our own strengths, and we have many strengths when you are looking AI. Especially regulation was just discussed here, and there we have important principle that we want to have digital environment that is fair and safe and democratic. And it's very much the cornerstone of all our digital legislations, especially now when we speak about AI. Of course, AI Act is a very crucial part of that, but also Digital Service Act and Digital Markets Act. So these are like the main regulations in this field. And also it's important that in the same time when we are keeping these principles that we want to have fair and safe and democratic environment, I think it's also very important that we are looking that we have environment that encourages innovations and investments. And we have to take it now very seriously that we have faced a lot of criticism from our startups and from our SMEs, from our industries, that we have too much bureaucracy and administrative burden in the European Union. Also, we have two fragmented markets, so we haven't achieved the single market yet. So we really have to work in this sector now. And as you know, the European Commission is very committed to simplify the processes and cut bureaucracy and red tape. During the last autumn, it was already stated that we want to cut reporting obligations of our industry 25% and 35% of our SMEs. But now in our competitiveness compass, we upgraded this ambition, and now it's said that we will cut the administrative costs of administrative burden 35% from our SMEs and 25% from all the industries. So all the costs which are coming from the administrative burden. So this means that now we have to take this very seriously and really look from where we can cut our red tape and bureaucracy and how we can simplify the processes. In the same time, we are also working with our single market. Letter report was mentioned here earlier, and he was especially underlining the role of financial markets, energy, and also telecom markets when it comes to single market. And when it comes to financing, we know that we still have many obstacles, especially for our startups to get venture capital and really funding, especially private funding from the European markets. And this is also certainly an area where we are now working. In a few weeks' time, Commission will propose our strategy for our banking and saving and investments union. But in the same time, we are also building our partnerships on the private and public sector. AI is needing our special focus in the coming months, and that's why President von der Leyen was just launching our Invest AI Fund. And the aim is now to mobilize investments by 200 billion to AI with this fund. The cornerstone of those investments will be our AI factories. You know very well that we have very good startups and SMEs and research community in the European Union. It's our strength when we look AI. We have thousands of startups which are working on AI. We have thousands of researchers, but often they are lacking access to computing capacity. And that's why we have decided to invest to our supercomputers in Europe to build up their computing capacity and open this capacity for our startups and researchers that they can train AI. This work is already ongoing, and in 1 year's time, we will have 5 times more computing capacity in our supercomputers than we have today. And this is one of the main tools for how we want to accelerate now the investments and innovations on AI. But also here, we upgraded our ambition in our competitiveness compass 2 weeks ago, and we also launched that we want to have also gigafactories in the European Union in the coming years. And gigafactory, it means that it's 4 or 5 times more computing power than our current supercomputers are having. And this, of course, needs investments. So we are investing 10 billion to these supercomputers and to our gigafactories in the coming years. And really, this is the part of our Invest AI Fund, which is aiming to accelerate now and mobilize the investments by 200 billion to AI in the European Union. So we are very seriously that we want to now close the innovation gap we are having. So these are the 2 most important parts. We want to cut red tape and regulatory burden from our industries, make sure that we have one single market. And second part is very much the funding part. We want to make sure that our businesses, they have access to venture capital, and we have also very strong public-private partnerships, and we are working very closely with the European Investment Bank and with the member states really to mobilize investment to AI. Now we are also currently implementing our cornerstone here when it comes to Regulation AI Act. And I'm very committed to that we are now implementing this important piece of legislation in a very innovation-friendly manner. We are currently working with a code of practice with our stakeholders, and we have to look now that this code of practice, it will give really the guideline for our SMEs and for our industries how to comply with our AI Act. So we don't want to set any extra burden or obstacles for the innovations. We want to support our industries and SMEs, and also with this AI Act, because we want to have a trustworthy environment also when it comes to AI, because we see that it's very important. In the same time, when we are encouraging innovations, we have to be also aware of the risks, and that's why we have this risk-based approach in our AI Act. And we are also now preparing our AI office for that we will also open a service desk for our SMEs who will help our SMEs in the European Union when they have challenges with the AI and if they don't know how to comply with the AI Act. So we want to give all the support and guidance for our for our industries and SMEs and startups when it comes to AI. And then very last word, when I'm speaking about regulation, we want to have innovation-friendly regulatory framework. We want to also encourage investments in this field, and we will support it with our public funding. And now we are also working very closely with the private sector to also have partnerships here and to mobilize 200 billion of investments to AI. But then the very important part, of course, for us, it's all the time the skills. Because in the same time, when we are now expecting, some experts are saying that in 2 years' time, AI can do everything better than we as a human beings. But it doesn't mean that we should stop to invest in education and science. So I think it's very much cornerstone of our competitiveness that we are investing to education, the skills of the people. We are also very much focusing to that we want to have ICT experts in Europe more than we have today. So this is certainly a field to where we have to focus. But we want to be also an attractive place for people from all over the world to come and start their businesses here. So talented workforce, skills and education, science and research, it's very much basis for all our competitiveness. So this is very important third pillar when we speak about our AI continent. And of course then, as a last piece, I want to mention also one important part of our strengths. We have very strong industrial bases in the European Union. And now the next very important step after that, when we have been investing to our supercomputers, to our computing capacity, when we are opening this capacity for our researchers and startups, is really to bring together our traditional industry, who is not using, only 13% is using AI, to also make sure that they are applying these new technologies to be competitive and also more productive in the future. So that's why we are working with our Apply AI strategy now to make sure that our SMEs and industry, they can benefit of these two new technologies. And there we can be very successful in the future. So we very much see that Europe can be AI continent in the future, and we are building to our own strengths, to our values, to our own very strong research, to our open innovations, to our open source model, because we want to collaborate and work together and pool our resources together. And we are also very willing to work with all the like-minded countries all over the world, because we are very open for business. So thank you for all of you for gathering here today, and I'm very much looking forward to continue very close collaboration with you, because your feedback is very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The first part of our morning, which was focusing on competition and innovation, is now drawing to a close. So let me thank the partners that have made this really great session possible. The DGE, the Directorate General for Enterprises, Station F, of course, BPI France, France Digital, Numéum. I think I've got them all, yes. We're now kicking off the second part of the morning, and it's a jam-packed one. Let me introduce this by saying that when we talk about AI, I think we maybe have a tendency to only think about the companies that are building AI models. But as most of you probably know, we're already seeing a whole value chain developing around AI. We're seeing companies developing technologies to make AI better, more efficient, more useful, more sovereign. And the companies that are working within that value chain are set to become industrial leaders. Here in France, some of these players are emerging with big plans to become critical players in the field. I'm talking, of course, about high-profile companies developing foundational models that we all know, but also those building data centers, designing GPUs, or finding solutions to reduce AI's huge carbon footprint. France has a thriving AI ecosystem. It's a topic that I personally report on every single day. And in the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to give you a glimpse into that ecosystem. We've invited 6 French AI companies to come on stage with a challenge. They're all working at different parts of the AI value chain, and we've given them a few minutes to pitch to us how exactly they're changing the game for AI. To kick us off, we'll be hearing from a duo and a key partner in organizing this morning's session. Julie will be in conversation with Jonathan Cherki, the CEO of Content Square. Content Square is a French unicorn and a leader in its field, which has developed AI tools to carry out digital analytics and improve insights into customer behavior. This should be an interesting one. Let's welcome Jonathan and Julie.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you today. I would like first to thank you, researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, and policy makers for being here today. Today is a big day. Our entire AI community is in the room. AI is transforming the world, and it's happening right now. And all together, as a united ecosystem, we are using AI to make the world a better place. AI will save lives, discover medicines, improve processes, and transform our daily lives. And to do so, France is fully committed to driving this revolution through a powerful AI ecosystem. We already have 1,000 startups, AI startups. They have raised 30 billion euros. They already has created 50,000 jobs everywhere in France, and this number keeps growing. We have 16 unicorns, AI unicorns, such as Miracle, Mistral, or Content Square. But AI is also about talent. It's about knowledge. And France is a global AI search leader. We rank third at the Stanford AI Vibrancy ranking. We have top institutions such as CNRS, CEA, Paris-Saclay. Every year, 40,000 people train in AI in France, and this number will reach 100,000 people per year by 2030. And innovation is everywhere. 9 AI clusters are growing across France, bringing all this talent, all this knowledge beyond Paris, everywhere in France. AI is shaping every sector, from health tech to biotech, from deep tech to industry to retail. At Mission French Tech, we help all these startups to grow in France and abroad. We support AI startups at every stage, ensuring sovereignty on key topics. And to do so, we have some programs such as French Tech 2030, French Tech 120, or Next 40. And today, you will discover some of our top companies working across the entire AI chain value. And now, I'm very happy to welcome Jonathan Cherki, one of these amazing startups. So he's the founder and CEO of Content Square. Content Square has millions users everywhere, has millions websites everywhere. It's one of our AI unicorns, so it's a true honor to welcome Jonathan. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Julie. So I moved to New York several years ago, and I have been in Paris for about 2 days. And I can feel already something special in the air. A winning energy, a lot of positivity, AI energy power in the French ecosystem. At Content Square, we are building global analytics leader, a one-stop shop experience analytics platform to improve websites and mobile app. And we have about 600 people working in R&D, and we are doubling down in AI by announcing a new AI accelerator. So what is it? It's a pool of AI talent working on the experience and product of tomorrow. It's cross-border between Paris and New York. We are multiplying by 5 our investment in AI, and they will release first product in May 2025. So what's the vision of Content Square for AI? First, your AI will be as good as your data sets. And for companies like Content Square, we are speaking about billions of interaction on over 1 million websites analyzed every day. We have a 3-step strategy for AI. Step 1, AI assistant. With Copilot, you ask questions, you have the answer, session summary, AI alert, many other use cases to go faster. It's available now. Step 2, AI agent. This is the new era coming. AI agent will provide insight, prediction, and action automatically. No need to pull information, is now push. They are experts per vertical, they are trained by industry, by persona, and can speak together. Timing, 1 to 2 years. Step 3 of AI, segment of 1. AI model plus real-time intention will allow to have a personalized experience, hyper-personalized experience. Content, visual, text, journey will be personalized for every user. From a software as a service model to a site as a service model, one website per user, per visit. 2 to 3 years when the ecosystem will be fully connected. And with a clear AI strategy, you can really focus in adoption. And let me add something, Julie. I am very proud to be a French entrepreneur. And I would say even according to Le Chat, mon chat, France has all the ingredients to win the AI race. So go big, go AI, go France, and never forget that where there is a will, there is a way.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is developing a technology that is tackling one of the major challenges that is holding back AI today. That's improving the speed of communication between GPs, the speed and the quality as well. To do so, this company are using light, which enables faster data transfer with less energy consumption. Please welcome on stage Pascal Langlois, the founder of silicon photonic circuit startup Scintille Photonics.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Delighted to be here with all the colleagues here. I'm Pascal Langlois, co-founder and chairman of the board of Saint-Hill Photonics, a company I co-founded with Sylvie Melezzo, my colleague, and we founded the company in Grenoble. We're at an inflection point in the history of artificial intelligence. AI models are doubling in size every 2 months, and cloud bandwidth demand is doubling every 2 years. This explosive growth is reshaping not just how we interact with technology, but the way the communication infrastructure is done to support this. Let me paint you a picture of the challenge we are facing. Modern AI systems require millions of GPU working in perfect harmony. This system needs to communicate vast amounts of data with incredibly low latency. It's like trying to have millions of people have simultaneous conversation in a crowded room without any delay or confusion. And this is where at Saint-Hill Photonics we come in. We have developed a breakthrough technology that's fundamentally changing how data centers communicate. Think of this as creating new lanes on information superhighways, but instead of copper and wires, we are using light itself by integrating laser and silicon photonics together. Our Leaf Light product is the world's first single-chip DWDM laser source specifically designed for AI data center and GPU-like interconnect. You don't want to understand the technical details. What matters is that this innovation allows us to send more data faster and with less energy consumption than ever before, which is so important in these days. Let me share some numbers that highlight the scale of the opportunity we are addressing. By 2030, we are looking at more than $2 billion serviceable market. Our technology can handle up to 1.6 trillion bits per second of data and more in future. We have partnership with 2 AI major processor leaders and more coming. And we have secured, since we created the company, over 100 patents, which are very important to defend our technology. We have already attracted significant interest from industry leaders. The 2 customers I mentioned are working closely with us with a potential annual revenue of more than $100 million each. And this is not just a validation of our technology. That's a clear signal that the industry recognizes the critical need of our solution. Our roadmap is pretty clear. In 2025, we'll complete the qualification and deliver production-ready silicon. In 26-27, we'll ramp up our production. We are backed by top investors, including Robert Bosch Venture, Applied Materials, BPI France, Supernova, Innovacom, and EIB, who share our vision of transforming communication infrastructure. Our team combines deep expertise in integrated photonics with proven experience in scaling technology companies. We are currently running our B funding round and look forward for some discussion with investors here. The AI revolution isn't just about algorithms and models. It's about optical communication infrastructure that makes the system possible and sending more data faster with less energy consumption than ever before. At Saint-Hill, we are creating that foundation, enabling next generation of systems. Thanks for your attention.
So let's stay on the topic of data centers and take a look at yet another challenge, how to manage, reduce their carbon footprint, even as they keep getting bigger and more numerous. I think we've all been aware of the announcements that have been made this week. So this is not a problem that is going away. It's only becoming even more relevant. We're going to be hearing from Stéphane Tanguy, who is coming from major French electricity provider EDF. Stéphane is the CIO and CTO at EDF Labs, where he leads R&D programs for IT. Over to you, Stéphane.
Good morning. So I was expecting some slide, but no slide today. Happy to be here. I wanted to basically pitch you around a key topic for the French AI and IT ecosystem, which is basically the localization of data center on the French territory. You probably heard yesterday there was a flurry of announcement from President Macron, but as well our president at EDF, basically essentially giving the good rationale why French is a good choice. Before joining the French electricity champion, I spent 25 years in the tech industry. And during my tenure, I would say electric supplies never been an issue. And in fact, until 2018, basically the DC consumption was almost flat, meaning that the DC efficiency basically were making strong progress, and they were able to cope with the growth of the IT usage. Since 2018, that wasn't true anymore. With the large usage, massive usage of GPU, we saw basically the consumption of DC in the world, especially in the US, basically climbing up. If we look at the forecast in 2030, the forecast of the DC consumption in electricity will be between 1,000 terawatt hours and 1,500 terawatt hours. Not sure if you're, to give you an idea, what does it mean? That's basically between 2 and 3 times the total French consumption of electricity. So that means between 100 and 150 nuclear reactor. So that might be a challenge in certain localizations and countries, but we believe we can cope with that in France. Why? Because first, as you mentioned, we do have decarbonated electricity, 97%. So this is low carbon footprint, and that's very important. Secondly, we do have an excess of electricity, and last year we exported 90 terawatt-hours of electricity to our neighbors. So this electricity, there's no competition with this surplus of electricity between the traditional usage, such as traditional industry, aluminum foundry, heating and cooling, and this new industry of data centers. Third, we do have also a number of industrial sites where we could connect relatively rapidly those new data centers. And for AI, what we would need is a data center that could go up to 1 gigawatt. And so essentially the announcement that was made yesterday by our president was around that. We offering a portfolio of sites that will be ready basically to embark new data centers with all the electricity supply to be able to climb up to this gigawatt data center in the coming years, and will be equipped with all the environmental conditions in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we'll be talking about cloud sovereignty and about how to enable organizations to have full control over the deployment of their AI tools and workloads without compromising on performance. Please welcome to the stage Alban Bruyas, the COO of leading European cloud provider Scaleway.
Looks more like me. Hello, everyone. As you know, DeepSeek is the hottest news in tech right now. But for us, US and Chinese domination is nothing new. 70% of the cloud market is detained by 3 US companies and 1 Chinese. What does that mean? That means that at Scaleway, we are used to be David versus Goliath. In such a position, you have to find the perfect slingshot to stand apart. And our conviction is that for this, you have to be autonomous and to rely on open source. So I'm Alban Bruyas, I'm the CEO of Scaleway, and I'm going to tell you today how we have managed to stand apart in a digital world dominated by non-European cloud providers, and how you can take control of your AI journey. I'm a logistic expert. When we talk about value chain, I know what this means. And what I think is that the key is to master inbound, production, and outbound. What is inbound for cloud? It's data centers and hardware. Scaleway has developed its purpose at data centers since years. This means that we have an expertise that allows us to save 30 to 40% power less and 100 times less water than our competitors, meaning that we can offer a cloud which is economically and environmentally frugal. Then there is hardware. Again, we are in a market where US and Asian manufacturers for chips are dominating, but we have developed since years again our proper solutions of hardware. And what does that help to? That means that we have a mastery of hardware that enables us today to be the cloud provider the most experienced in Europe when it comes to NVIDIA GPUs. This means that we have managed to install more than 5,000 NVIDIA GPUs H100. And despite their price, their variety, their rapid obsolescence, we are achieving high profitability. And thanks to what? Thanks to a good optimization of hardware components. This is inbound. Then there is production. Production for cloud would be software. Software at Scaleway is always done in-house, based on open source standards. What is important in this is that we are not locked with proprietary system. We are not locked, nor our clients. And this is a key. And we are doing exactly the same with AI. We have created a tool which is called Generative API. I will talk to you afterwards, and is based on open source and giving you a full autonomy. Then there is outbound. Outbound for cloud is network. Scaleway is in the Iliad group, one of the biggest telco group. This means that we can offer a service which is secure, sovereign, and with high quality to all our clients. So this is the way we have managed to take control. The question is how you take control in your AI journey. My recommendation, inbound, production, and outbound. What is inbound for an AI journey? It's data and it's tools. Even though we know it, it's important to say, in Europe, we have a treasure, which is data. We are the third largest market in the world. We have a cultural wealth, which is a strength when it comes to AI and to training. And we have to protect this data, making sure it's on a sovereign infrastructure. And then there is the tool. It's a crucial step to choose the right tool, the right model. And this is when I talk to you about Generative API. Generative API is the tool that enables you to build on a full sovereign infrastructure the model and choose the model that you want between the best LLM capacities. Is it Mistral? Is it Moshi? Is it GPT? Is it Llama? Choose the one that you want. The tool gives you the ability to, by just changing one line of code, to install the right model for your business case. So this is inbound. Then there is production. Depending on your business, I don't know what you are doing all here, it would be RAG, it would be training. Anyways, you have to build your workloads on an infrastructure which is sovereign. Why? Because now we are talking about your expertise and your knowledge. You do not want to have your expertise and knowledge training US or Chinese models. You want to keep it. And this is where you have to pay attention for how it is used and how it is trained. And how Stéphane just said before, the good news is if you use a sovereign European data center and a French one, for example, you have access to low carbon energy, which means it's like around 12 times less energy emissions than you would have in the US. And then there is outbound. Outbound would be inference. Inference is not no more your knowledge, it's your client's data. It's the ultimate risk, why they will be confident in your business or not. So again, you have to protect this data. You have to make sure it relies on infrastructure where only GDPR will apply and no extraterritorial laws. So this would be your value chain in AI journey. And for this, you need to have a cloud provider which is capable to accompany you for all the value chain, making sure that you can leverage the power of AI and making sure you can concentrate on your core business. So take control on your AI journey. And good news, you have a cloud provider, which in French and European, which has the ability to propose you cloud and AI training and inference on a full sovereign infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Elben. It would be hard to talk about the AI value chain without mentioning, or more than mentioning actually, what's on everyone's minds, LLMs. Our next company has been bringing LLMs into the world of enterprise since 2020, way before ChatGPT came to the world and opened everyone's minds to what generative AI actually was. Let's hear more from Lighton co-founder Laurent Daudet.
Hello, everyone. Delighted to be here today. Well, I'm afraid I'm the only one having slides here in this session. First, I would like to start with some self-congratulation. We are the first Gen AI company in Europe that has gone public. We did our IPO two and a half months ago, and I think this is something we can be proud of. We can raise money in Europe. And if anyone wants to know what it's like to go public, don't hesitate to come and chat with me. So what do we do at Lighton? Our mission is to take this amazing technology that's Gen AI, LLM, and so on, and to turn that into an enterprise-ready solution. So we've built LLM. We've built a dozen of LLM amongst the largest. We've built LLM from scratch, over 150 billion parameters. We've built also small language models. Like a month ago, we released Modern Bird, which has been already downloaded 10 million times on Hugging Face. But what we build on top of that is everything that you need in order to have this generative AI for the enterprise that is both safe, customizable, reliable, and compliant. So we have this platform called Paradigm, and Paradigm addresses all these requirements. Safety, of course, you want your model to be to have auditing, to preserve the access role for all the users. You want it to be customizable. Customizable means it's plugged on your data source. We have this enhanced RAG pipeline that allows you to upload multimodal documents with graphs and tables on all these type of documents. It's customizable as well with the API, like all the Paradigm platform can be accessed through the user interface that we have developed, but also through an API, so you can really integrate it into your own software. The third requirement is that it's reliable, and reliability comes from the deployment. It's one thing to develop an LLM and to have 10 users, but how about scaling that to 100, 1,000, 10,000 users? And this is something that we do for our companies. We install very often on-premises or on private clouds, even air-gapped system for very sensitive information. Yeah, and that's one of the key requirements for reliability. And finally, we look into the future. We develop workflows and agents. Agents allow you to automate complex workflows. So this is just one screenshot of Paradigm where you can see a multimodal document that's being ingested, and that you can ask questions on everything that you can ask from a RAG system. The reliability also comes from the fact that it's when the system provides you an answer, it also gives you it highlights the PDF, the excerpt from the PDF where it has taken the answer from. And finally, about agent, we have this system where you can build your own tool. For us, an agent is it's a system, it's an AI system that automates the use of successive tools to do a complex workflow. And we have this system that allows you to very easily build your own tool and integrate that into your workflows. And that's it. I think that this is my concluding slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurent. Last but not least, we're going to delve into the mysterious world of quantum computing. Why quantum computing at an AI conference, you may ask? Well, we're talking about two critical technologies, and in more ways than you'd think, they are expected to work in tandem on various different levels. Let's warmly welcome to the stage Georges-Olivier Raymond, the CEO of French quantum computing startup Pascal.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and for the invitation to be part of this event. As it was mentioned, Pascal is not an AI company. We are building hardware and quantum computers. And I think it's important to explain why I'm sitting here today. And my talk will focus mostly on quantum computing first, and also talking about hardware. As of today, AI is a lot about software, but actually, this is the emerging tip of the iceberg. The larger part is the hardware. And I really want to put the emphasis on that in this technology battle. Hardware is the essence, hardware is everything. So what is quantum computing? It's a new way of doing high-performance computing that traditional processors, both CPUs and GPUs, cannot address. And it's a question, of mathematical complexity. So there are evidence of that. So today you are using CPUs and a classical algorithm for your calculation. You are now leveraging CPUs and GenAI to boost this approach. And now you also have access to QPU, quantum processing unit, that are working with quantum algorithm. So again, the three pillars are addressing different mathematical problems. A quantum computer can address a computational challenge that GPUs and CPUs cannot address. So all of these, they are all complementary. They will work together. It will be hybrid solutions that will work at the end of the day. The great thing with quantum computing is the fact that they are very low energy intensive. And when I mean very low, it's a couple of kilowatts, the equivalent of 5 hair dryers, to power a quantum computers, compared to the megawatt it takes to run a traditional supercomputers. Quantum computing will help, let's say, to make AI and CPUs more sustainable for the future. So this is why at Pascal, we like to be a pioneer and invest in the next technological frontier to be ready for the near future. We have a great technology, I will come back later in my speech, which is called neutral atom, which is unique, born in France. And with that, we are building an industrial project. We are taking the technology out of the lab and put this tech where it belongs, in the hands of problem solver. The more they tinker, the faster we will see a real breakthroughs. That's the reason why we are manufacturing these new tools, these quantum computers at scale, in order to grant access to the community. We are also developing the software on top in order to abstract completely the quantum complexity and to lower the entry barrier for this technology. And today, trying and testing quantum computers is, I think, less complex than you may think. We are currently organizing a hackathon, the second hackathon, to promote the use of quantum computing for goods. And we have more than 800 participants to this hackathon. Traditional data scientists, developing already more than 100 projects using our tool, our solution. And I'm saying that just to show that, traditional data scientist students can do that. So you can also do that in your industry and get ready for the next disruption in quantum computing. The topic is, let's say, the supply chain. So let me say a few words about that. I'm talking about hardware. So of course, behind hardware, there is a supply chain. To control our atoms, we need lasers, we need hardware, which creates a full ecosystem. That's the software, again, is the tip of the iceberg. You have the hardware and all the supply chain below. And it's also a way of building our own sovereignty because most of our supply chain is based in Europe. We are also working towards securing a scalable quantum European value chain, aiming to create a strong and resilient quantum industrial base at scale, composed of 37 partners from 12 EU member states, Belgium, Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Austria, Poland, and Germany. It takes a village to build a quantum computers, and we have this village in Europe, and it will be at the heart of our, let's say, sovereignty for the future. And this effort will bring industrial-scale production capacities to Europe to manufacture both quantum hardware infrastructure and the necessary applications needed to serve industrial and societal needs. As one of the leading European quantum full-stack provider, Pascal already delivered 2 quantum processors in Germany and France, contributing to the development of a European quantum hardware value chain in light of a European HPC-QS program. And I would like to seize the opportunity to thank my partner who trusted us since the beginning, EuroHPC, the European company which basically issued the tender, GENCI in France, the CEA, both associated to operate the French hardware, and Jülich in Germany, for the German part. And I would like also to thank one of our very first customer, which is EDF, and Stefan was talking just before me. We are also working with utilities, with big corporates, to identify and create the first use cases. And final word, back to the tech and back to the science, because I think this is where everything begins. If Pascal was created, it's thanks to decades of work in the academia. I did myself a PhD 20 years ago on this technology. So we have startups thanks to this academic research. But the creation of a startup is not the end of a journey, actually. We still need academic research to develop even further our technology. This is important. This is essential. We need academic research. And it took us 20 years from the breakthrough to the product. Believe me, it is super hard to copy that. If you don't have the ecosystem, if you don't have the researchers, it will take ages. And this is a great asset to have because it's a huge protection against copy or breakthrough that could happen suddenly. That may happen, as an example, with software. So again, hardware for me is essential. This is where the value is. It's well protected, and we need academic research to that. And I think I will conclude on that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Georges Olivier. I think it's fair to say that this was a real show of the excellence of the French tech ecosystem and of the growing and significant contribution that it's making to the AI value chain. I'd like to thank the French Tech Mission for helping set up this exceptional session and helping us gather such a great group of experts. And I'd also like to thank some of our partners that have made this morning possible. BP France, France Digital, Station F, of course, and Numéum, as well as the DGE, the Directorate General for Enterprises, and Business France. We're going to take a short break now, just under 10 minutes, before we make our way into this morning's third and final part, which will be all about AI and industry. So make sure you stay tuned, go grab a coffee, and we'll see you in just under 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're now entering this morning's third and final part. Thanks to everyone who has joined us, and welcome. Before we do so, let me remind you that if you need at any point real-time translation for what's going on stage, you can flash this QR code, which will do exactly that. In the next round of keynotes and panel discussions, we'll be zooming in on the impact of AI for industry. The potential that AI tools have to revolutionize industries is huge, from drawing insights from heaps and heaps of data that are produced daily, to automating tasks, to increasing productivity. But there's obviously a particular set of challenge, not the least because some of these industries which are poised to be most transformed by AI are also those that are least digitalized or least digital native. In France, industrial companies are actively seeking out how to make the most of the tech, how to tap the potential of AI. In fact, it's become an imperative to stay ahead in the race against the US and China. To give us initial insights on this, we're going to welcome Thomas Courbe, the Director General of the DGE, the Directorate General for Enterprises, which sits within the Ministry of the Economy, Finance and Industrial and Digital Sovereignty, and in short, pilots and manages everything AI in the economy. In other words, he keeps at all time a pulse on the French economy and on the French industry, and has immediate insights into how these sectors are being affected by AI. Please welcome to the stage, Thomas Courbe.
Hello, everyone. I'm really delighted to open this session on AI for industries. You may have seen that this morning we have disclosed 111 solutions, AI solutions that are demonstrated, that are already implemented, some of them in the industry, and that show that today we already have on the market mature solutions that bring productivity gains to companies, including in the industry. So this is one way to illustrate that the question for industry is not whether AI will have an impact, but who will be the first to adopt AI solutions to improve competitiveness and productivity. We know that today's figures in Europe and in France in particular of AI adoption are quite low, in average below 10%. In the industry, 7.4%, so a very, very low adoption rate. Obviously, there are some sectors that have adopted at a higher rate AI, but for industry it remains mainly ahead of us. It is true that implementation of AI in the industry is more difficult than in other sectors. The replicability is relative. If you take the main use cases, predictive maintenance, quality control, or logistics optimization, you see that the replicability is more limited than in services sector. You can also see that a lot of solutions will depend on the production side of the equipments that will be used. Second, the reliability requirements for AI in the industry is higher, which poses another challenge. And third, the question of data is probably more complex. You usually have to get data directly on the equipments, which is more complicated than in other, sectors, and raises other issues to collect this data and then use it with AI. So there are challenges for industry to adopt AI, but on the other hand, we are here in one of the largest tech ecosystem and AI ecosystem in Europe, certainly, and in the world. And there are players who can be mobilized to serve industry, and this is one of our focus for the coming panel. We have seen in the 111 solutions we have disclosed today that a lot of them are dedicated to industry. We have seen examples with Renault on industrial processes, Air Liquide on optimization of logistics, on Eramet on predictive maintenance, and there will be others that will be presented to you in a few minutes. And to help industry adopt AI, the government commitment is very strong, and we are trying to act on every element of the value chain. We have announced last summer 9 AI clusters to increase from 40,000 today to 100,000 by 2030, the number of students that are trained in AI, and 20,000 in professional training. Since 2018, we have supported some technologies, in particular as regard industry. We have supported a lot edge AI semiconductors and edge AI software, which is a very important element for AI in the industry. You have seen yesterday that we have announced 109 billion euros of investments in data centers, private investments in data centers, both French investments and foreign investments, to provide what industry and other companies will need for inference of the AI system that we'll implement. We are also working with some flagship demonstrator solutions that we are currently selecting, that we will finance to accelerate their development, their go-to-market, so as to provide very replicable solutions, AI solutions, that of which we will finance acceleration and then put on the market and help companies seize as adequate solutions for their use cases. We are also working on adoption with our program. We had last year AI Booster, which in particular helped 300 SMEs have a diagnostic of AI possibilities, but up to implementation, detailed implementation of AI solutions. We did that with these companies, and we want to continue to sensibilize and accompany SMEs in their adoption of AI. And last but not least, we have our I Choose French Tech initiative, in which we, together with big corporates and public organizations, we incite these buyers to go to startup solutions, French startup solutions, in particular in AI. And so I expect some of the large companies that will be present in this panel to continue to commit on partnerships with AI startups. And you may know that currently 20 public organizations are currently in the process of adopting turnkey solutions from proposed by AI startups. So I want to thank again our guests. We will share in a few moments their views and proposition on this key challenge of AI for industry. I hope I have convinced you that the government is fully committed on this challenge, and I wish you a very good panel. Thank you.
So our next two speakers combined represent the voices of hundreds of thousands of companies in France. We're going to be hearing from Patrick Martin, the president of the MEDEF, the largest employer federation in France. The MEDEF represents the interests of 200,000 companies of all sizes across the country. He'll be joined on stage by Valérie Torner, the president of Numéum, which is the union that represents 2,500 companies that make up the digital ecosystem in France. Together, the MEDEF and Numéum recently organized the Tour de France of AI across the country, where they went to meet entrepreneurs and companies to get a better understanding of their expectations and the challenges they were meeting when it comes to deploying AI. So we'll be starting this session with Patrick Martin, who will be telling us more about whether enterprises are fully grasping the potential of AI today. Please welcome him to the stage. Valérie, if you would like to come and join the stage as well. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Bien, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Ça vient d'être dit, hein, le MEDEF donc, représente 200 000 entreprises employant un peu plus de 10 millions de salariés. Pourquoi je vous dis ça? Parce que notre objectif, j'allais dire notre souci, mais non, notre objectif partagé, c'est d'éveiller les consciences, c'est de susciter l'intérêt et ensuite l'action de toutes ces entreprises. Pour bien situer les choses, c'est tous les secteurs d'activité, de l'industrie bien sûr, mais du commerce, des services et de la construction, et à toutes les tailles d'entreprise. Quand je vous dis 200 000 adhérents, entreprises adhérentes et 10 millions de salariés, mais ça fait un effectif moyen de l'ordre de 50 salariés. Alors bien sûr, on a dans nos rangs les très grands groupes, hein, je parle d'Airbus, je parle de Stellantis, je parle de Carrefour, mais évidemment beaucoup de petites et de moyennes entreprises. Et puis d'être au plus près des territoires en capitalisant sur les 119 implantations départementales et régionales que compte le MEDEF, en France métropolitaine, dans les territoires ultramarins. Et donc on a lancé à l'initiative de Véronique, ce Tour de France de l'intelligence artificielle, pour bien situer notre souci de toucher absolument toutes les populations d'entreprises. On a commencé par l'île de la Réunion, tu y étais, il y avait plus de 350 entrepreneurs présents. Et donc, au bout du compte, c'est plus de 3000 entrepreneurs qui se sont intéressés au sujet. Et je finis là-dessus en disant que je crois qu'on doit partager cet objectif, que cet enjeu évidemment ultra positif de l'intelligence artificielle ne reste pas l'apanage, ne reste pas la propriété en quelque sorte des seuls initiés. Bien sûr qu'on a besoin à haute dose, si je puis dire, de capitaux. Bravo pour ce qui a été annoncé hier, les 109 milliards d'euros d'investissements étrangers et français sur notre territoire national. Bien sûr, on a besoin d'intelligence et d'une intelligence particulièrement élevée s'agissant d'intelligence artificielle. Mais après, l'enjeu, c'est que chacun s'approprie à titre personnel, à titre professionnel, de cette intelligence artificielle dont je redis que nous sommes convaincus que ça va être un levier extraordinaire à tous égards pour la croissance, pour la compétitivité, pour la souveraineté, pour la qualité de vie au travail, qui est à mon avis une dimension qui n'est pas suffisamment soulignée. On appréhende ce sujet du travail d'une manière un peu anxiogène, ça va détruire des emplois. Non, notre conviction, c'est que ça va transformer beaucoup d'emplois. Voilà, donc on a tous une mission, en tout cas le MEDEF considère avoir une mission particulière, qui est d'implémenter l'intelligence artificielle le plus vite possible, dans le plus grand nombre possible, je vais dire dans toutes les entreprises, de sorte que ce soit une grande réussite collective. En tout cas, nous on y croit beaucoup, et puis Numéum, si on avait le moindre doute, nous convainc chaque jour un peu plus que c'est effectivement un enjeu positif. Véronique.
Déjà, merci beaucoup pour nous donner la parole. Moi, je suis vraiment contente d'être là. Et je crois que Patrick, toi, tu as dû remarquer en entrant toute cette énergie positive que ça dégage. Et on en avait vraiment besoin. Donc ça, c'est vraiment très chouette d'avoir toute cette énergie, de revoir en fait l'ensemble des entrepreneurs avec le sourire et la pêche. Ça, je pense que c'est très chouette. Peut-être revenir en fait sur ce Tour de France de l'IA qu'on a fait ensemble. Pourquoi déjà on l'a fait ensemble? Pourquoi on a fait ce regard croisé? Parce que c'est vrai que Numéum, nous on représente l'industrie du numérique en France. C'est 2500 entreprises. On pèse 85% du chiffre d'affaires du secteur. C'est un secteur qui pèse à peu près 70 milliards d'euros de chiffre d'affaires en France. Et Numéum, finalement, notre industrie, c'est aussi une industrie qui est transversale par rapport aux autres industries parce que, évidemment, nous sommes ceux qui accompagnent la transformation numérique de tous les secteurs. Et évidemment, nous sommes les acteurs qui transforment aussi l'accompagnement dans l'adoption de l'intelligence artificielle. Alors, pourquoi on a fait ça ensemble? C'est l'été dernier, on a eu cette idée ensemble. Pourquoi? Parce qu'en fait, aujourd'hui, le constat, c'est que la France, elle est en retard, en fait, dans l'adoption de l'intelligence artificielle. Nos entreprises sont en retard. Il y a pas mal d'études qui sont sorties. Et même, je dirais qu'on n'est pas un bon élève puisqu'on est presque le dernier de la classe en termes d'usage. Seulement 10% de nos entreprises aujourd'hui utilisent l'intelligence artificielle. Le meilleur de la classe, c'est le Danemark. Ils en sont aujourd'hui à pas loin de 40%. Alors, il y a des granularités entre les petites entreprises, les ETI, les grands groupes. Mais globalement, sur ces trois segments, la France, on est avant-dernier en fait en Europe. Sur les 27 pays d'Europe, on est avant-dernier. Et là, ce sommet, qu'est-ce qu'il montre? Il montre que tout peut changer. Parce qu'on a vu là
tous les secteurs d'activité qui sont venus se réunir pour ce sommet, pour venir en fait, et ça on l'a vu tout au long du Tour de France, 20 étapes en tout en fait, qui nous ont permis en fait d'aller à la rencontre de tous les secteurs d'activité. Il y a eu un engouement de dingue sur ces 20 étapes. On a commencé à La Réunion, on a fini à Paris ensemble il y a une semaine. Ça nous a montré en fait à quel point il y avait un engouement pour l'intelligence artificielle. Mais il y avait aussi pas mal d'interrogations. Et ce Tour de France, il a préparé ce sommet, en quelque sorte, en répondant à un certain nombre de questions sur quelles solutions utiliser en termes d'intelligence artificielle, quels sont les cas d'usage. Beaucoup de questions sur les cas d'usage, ceux qui me permettent de m'accélérer, d'être plus efficient. Et puis des cas d'usage aussi, et c'est ça aussi qui est important, c'est ceux qui vont être des game changers, les cas d'usage qui vont créer de nouvelles opportunités business. Donc ça, on a pu échanger tout au long du Tour de France. On a pu partager, et je crois que c'était important aussi, parce que ce sommet, il se passe à Paris, mais les territoires, les régions sont les forces vives de la France, et donc c'était important d'aller dans les territoires. On a pu partager plein de cas d'usage, qui sont des cas d'usage soit pour regagner en fait de la compétitivité, soit des cas d'usage qui permettent vraiment de transformer des modèles économiques et devenir des leaders dans des secteurs.
Oui, alors moi je voudrais ajouter, d'abord on est entrepreneur, il se trouve qu'on est à la tête d'organisations patronales, et on le fait avec beaucoup de conviction, j'allais dire beaucoup d'enthousiasme, mais nous sommes, et toi et moi, des entrepreneurs avant toute chose. Et tu as raison de souligner qu'il y a un impératif en définitive de démystification du sujet et de présenter des cas d'usage. Moi, dans ma propre entreprise, qui est une ETI, un peu plus de 3000 salariés, dans un secteur d'activité qui passe pour assez traditionnel, je suis absolument convaincu que l'intelligence artificielle va positivement révolutionner nos fonctionnements en étant beaucoup plus pertinent, beaucoup plus réactif, beaucoup plus pointu sur beaucoup de compartiments du jeu, de la supply chain au marketing, au RH également. Et donc on a également un enjeu auprès de nos équipes, de nos salariés, de notre encadrement en particulier, qui comme toujours, quand il y a une innovation, peut initialement en tout cas exprimer une forme de réticence, parce qu'on est tous très demandeurs du changement, mais finalement quand le changement arrive, un petit peu conservateur. Et donc, c'est là que je voulais en venir. Moi, dans mes fonctions de président du MEDEF, je m'applique à avoir, d'une manière générale, une bonne qualité de relation avec les organisations syndicales. On a des points de divergence objectifs tout à fait profonds, mais pas que des points de divergence. Et on partage cette conscience qu'il y a un effort de sensibilisation, de pédagogie, de démystification, je reprends l'expression, auprès des dirigeants eux-mêmes. Et là, on a bien cheminé et on va encore accélérer avec vous tous, bien sûr, mais également auprès des équipes et, je le redis, singulièrement auprès de l'encadrement et de l'encadrement intermédiaire. Parce que tu rappelais ce chiffre qui, effectivement, qu'on va corriger très vite, c'est-à-dire d'un faible taux d'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle en France, par comparaison, en tout cas avec nos voisins et amis européens. Mais dans le même temps, je voyais ça tout à l'heure, 46% de nos salariés utilisent l'intelligence artificielle. Moi, je trouve ça très sain, c'est-à-dire que de l'intérieur, parce que nos salariés, à juste titre, ne comprendraient pas que dans leur vie personnelle, finalement, ils soient très consommateurs de l'intelligence artificielle, leur employeur, leur entreprise elle-même ne s'empare pas de ce sujet-là avec toutes les facilités que ça va apporter dans la vie professionnelle comme dans la vie personnelle. Voilà, donc moi je suis très confiant parce que je pense qu'on a en France, en Europe, beaucoup des ingrédients qui permettront la réussite sur l'intelligence artificielle. Je crois qu'il ne faut pas appréhender ce sujet uniquement d'une manière défensive en se disant les Américains font ceci, les Chinois font cela. Non, il faut au contraire positiver ce sujet-là parce que donc à partir des atouts dont on dispose, encore plus depuis hier avec ces annonces d'investissement massifs, mais je dirais une prédisposition qu'ont les Français, en tout cas un certain nombre d'entre eux, pas moi pour te dire, en matière de mathématiques, l'agilité dont on sait faire preuve, et puis donc tout cet écosystème, l'accès à une énergie abondante et décarbonée, qui va être un facteur très discriminant en termes de puissance, mais en termes de RSE également, tout ça mis bout à bout, qui fait qu'on est tous convaincus qu'il faut plus encore qu'on l'a fait jusque-là, s'emparer du sujet, et je le redis avec beaucoup d'insistance, le positiver, parce qu'il faut comment dire, se départir de cette espèce d'appréhension en disant l'intelligence artificielle, c'est la fin de l'homme, etc. Non, moi, je pense que c'est l'homme augmenté, l'intelligence artificielle.
Peut-être, parce que je ne sais pas combien de temps on a en fait, mais peut-être Alors, juste peut-être pour conclure, finalement, qu'est-ce qu'on attend de ce sommet et qu'est-ce qu'on formule comme vœu en fait pour cet après-sommet? Déjà, moi je pense qu'il y aura un avant et un après ce sommet et que les 10 et 11 vont marquer en fait vraiment un point d'inflexion dans la trajectoire de l'IA pour la France. Ça, je pense que le premier vœu, c'est de souhaiter que justement il y ait un avant et après et qu'il y ait une forte accélération et qu'on se rapproche de l'ambition européenne des 75% de taux d'usage pour nos entreprises. Ça, c'est le premier vœu. Deuxième vœu, c'est que quand même cette accélération, elle se fasse en partie avec des solutions françaises et européennes et pas qu'avec des solutions extra-européennes. Je pense que ça, c'est le deuxième vœu et je pense qu'on sera d'accord tous les deux. Et le troisième vœu, c'est aussi qu'on projette une vision sur l'innovation qui soit responsable. Et on parle beaucoup d'IA responsable. Je crois que c'est la voie que doit emprunter l'Europe. C'est quoi une IA responsable, hein? C'est finalement une IA à impact positif sur le plan évidemment du business, sur le plan économique, mais également social, sur le plan de l'emploi, sociétal, sur les sujets d'éthique et sur le sujet environnemental, à la fois que ça soit respectueux de l'environnement et en soutien de la transition environnementale. Voilà ce qu'on peut peut-être, je dirais, formuler comme vœu pour ce sommet. C'est une accélération, des usages aussi qui sont orientés vers des entreprises françaises et européennes, et puis une IA responsable.
Voilà, puis comme nous sommes des entrepreneurs, j'ai dit tout à l'heure, on a produit 10 propositions que je ne vais pas détailler ici, d'autant qu'on a déjà dépassé le temps imparti, mais en vous disant ou en vous confirmant, parce que c'est presque une évidence, qu'on a fait un très 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 gros focus sur la formation des utilisateurs, la formation des chercheurs, avec le souhait partagé, celui-ci aussi, qu'en particulier, il y ait beaucoup plus de jeunes femmes qui s'orientent vers les disciplines scientifiques, parce que c'est une perte d'opportunité pour elles, je pense, mais en tout cas pour le pays, qu'on ait en France singulièrement pas suffisamment de femmes qui s'engagent dans ces formations et ensuite dans ces emplois. On en a bigrement besoin. Merci.
Merci à tous les deux. Thank you very much. We're going to get one step further and closer to the ground now, and our next intervention is actually doubling as an exclusive announcement. French telecoms group Bouygues Telecom will be lifting the veil on a brand new and very exciting partnership with a leading generative AI player in the US. So Bouygues Telecom CEO Benoît Tortolin will be taking the stage for a fireside chat with a soon-to-be-revealed mystery guest to talk us through the how and the why of this new partnership. This will be moderated by Dema Saman, public affairs lawyer and president of the European Network for Women in Leadership. Please give them a warm welcome.
So, thank you very much. I'm very proud to be at this table to announce, to unveil the partnership between Bouygues Telecom and Perplexity. I'm here with Arvin Srivina, sorry for my French, and Benoît Tortolin. Yeah? Torlotin. Ah, I knew I was going to make it. Both respectively the CEO of Perplexity and Bouygues Telecom. So let me start with you, Arvin. I hope I don't misspell your name. You are an engineer per training. You've been trained in the Institute of Technology in India and then in Berkeley. You have been working for OpenAI before moving to Google and deciding to launch your own startup, your own company before the age of 30. And you are now the CEO of Perplexity. So can you tell us more about Perplexity? We are a bit perplexed. Sorry, it was an easy one. What does it do? What is the difference with the search engine we are used to?
Yeah, first of all, it's a great honor to be here and very excited about our announcement today. And Perplexity is an AI answer engine. You go to Perplexity, you can ask any question about whatever you want, any topic, and it'll give you an instant answer, but most importantly, it'll tell you where it's pulling the information from, with relevant sources right at the top and at the end of every sentence. And this is very essential in a world where AI is going to be increasingly part of all our lives, where a lot of us are going to keep interacting with AIs on a daily basis. And it's very important to know if AI is telling us something real or fake. And if there's any mistake on the AI's part, allowing us to still stay in charge, still stay in power, and going and fact check the sources. And it lets you chat and converse and ask follow-ups. It lets you converse in voice, and it does reasoning and answers all sorts of complicated questions, all in one app, essentially making the transition for us to move from a world of consuming information through 10 blue links for the last 2 decades to a world where we can just go and ask the question directly and get the information. A lot more efficient, saving you hours and hours of daily search time and allowing you to find more time, more productivity, and like essentially just get more work done in a shorter period of time.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us why did you choose Bouygues Telecom? Why a partnership with this company?
So we like innovation. We were the first ever to bring AI answer engine. And so we want to work with people who are pioneers and innovators. So Bouygues Telecom was the first carrier service that had the innovation to bring in streaming services as part of carrier billing with their innovation back in 2013 or 14, I think, with Netflix. 2015, sorry. And then they integrated it in the TV box, and then they also had Spotify as part of the carrier billing. So AI is going to be the next big thing that's part of our daily lives, just like Netflix and Spotify were a decade ago. And just similarly to how they were the first to do it here in France 1 decade earlier, they're continuing in that spirit and like being the first mobile service provider to offer AI premium subscription plans to all their subscribers for free. That's a very unique package, and like we want to work with the best and most innovative partner in every country. And so we're very excited to be working with Bouygues Telecom here.
Thank you very much. So Benoît, can I ask, you're the CEO of a prominent, well-known telecom operator in France. Why this partnership with Perplexity? What do you expect from it? What are you going to offer to your customer with it?
Thank you, Tema. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today with Aravind to announce these partnerships. Well, you know, in Bouygues Telecom, we have a tradition of innovation for 30 years almost now, because we were born 30 years ago about. But in our innovation strategy, we have 3 rules. First, we want useful innovation. Really innovation useful to our customers, not use innovation for innovation, not technology for technology. What is really useful to customers? Then, when we find something useful to customers and which is new, we want to democratize the service among all our customers as rapidly as possible. As Aravind said, we were the first carrier in France to introduce Netflix on our set-top box. We were the first to introduce Spotify in our mobile plan. We were the first to introduce some new technologies to democratize it. So we want to democratize, to make access to everybody as fast as possible. And third rule, we don't hesitate to make it with partners. We don't do everything by ourselves, you know this. We must find the best partners in each category to democratize what is a useful innovation. And so when we come to AI and generative AI, I think everybody in this room considers that the next big thing is AI for everybody. Everybody will have to learn how to use AI to be at the good level tomorrow. So we have to find a good partner, and we made this partnership with Perplexity, which we think is the best service in AI today, because Aravind will explain it further. Perplexity is a kind of, let's say, meta model, I think, because it uses all different models, all different large models in the market, all the best models. So it's over the models. It's better than any models because it uses all the models. And so we are going to offer Perplexity Pro for 1 year to all our customers. in the consumer, in the mobile, the broadband consumers, and also the enterprises, customers of Bouygues Telecom. For 1 year, they will have free access to Perplexity Pro, which is the best product. And it's a real gift, because after 1 year, they will not be invoiced automatically. It will stop, and they will choose or not to continue, but I'm sure that the service is so amazing that you will continue and subscribe to the Perplexity Pro, because again, tomorrow, everybody must learn to use this new technology. It's like the PC in the 80s. If you don't know how to use a PC today, you are not relevant in your job, in your life. It will be the same for the AI and Gen AI tomorrow.
Thank you very much. You have heard the previous speakers and their concern that the French companies do not adopt AI at the speed of the rest of Europe, that it needs to be done. So maybe you could be a best practice, but explaining that how, beside your partnership with Perplexity, you use AI within Bouygues Telecom.
Yes, in Bouygues Telecom, in fact, we practice AIs for a long time, about for 2017, let's say classical AI, especially for our customer service. And we help our customer agents, people to better answer our customer thanks to AI. So we had this. We had also some development in AI to help our field services, in the fiber. We're connected dozens of thousands of customers to fiber every month. And so we have an AI technology with a company named Diplomatic, when we can take photos, analyze automatically the photos, and look if the connection is good or not, and solve anomalies. Again, in the customer service, to help our customer solve the problems they can have on their routers, on the broadband. We have some kind of automatic diagnosis thanks to AI, and chatbot, vocal bot, and automatic diagnosis and automatic correction of anomaly. And thanks to this, our customer can have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week access to functions that can solve the problem on the box. And for example, today, half of the problems of our customers are automatically solved by this kind of function. So that was traditional AI. And of course, with the beginning of generative AI 2 years ago, we began to make a wider program on this to look at use cases. Use cases for our employees, so that our employees can better make their job in all the departments. I will come back. And use cases for our customers, because also it brings services to our customers, like what we are unveiling today. But for our employees, we have launched internal AI factory with all the departments, technical departments, but also all the other departments, marketing, legal, HR, finance, because really AI, Gen AI can bring value to all people, all employees. But we have to find the good use cases and to make them upscale. Not only to find, but then to find the good use case to make them at scales. And with, of course, return on investment. That's what we are doing. And so we have some use case already in production. For example, since end of 2023 already, in our customer service relationship, all the conversations between a customer and a sales and an agent are then summarized. You have the sense to Gen AI, we make a summarize of the conversation that has been made between a customer and an agent. And so if the customer call back a little later, it's very efficient for the employee to look what happened in the first conversation, to be more efficient to answer again. So that's widely now in production. Another example, we have launched sales assistant on our website to help customer in their when they choose mobile in our sites. So we have a Gen AI sales assistant in that part. Another example, for employees, when we launched some new offers end of last year, the big offers, new offers for family, we had to train our sales agents in the shops or our sales representatives, or our customer representatives in the customer service, because it was a completely new approach, this kind of offer, to be able to speak about the family, offers about the family, and so on. And to train them, we make a deal with a small company, much better, with an AI coach, in fact. We made a training for the sales agent and for the customer service. When an AI in fact, imitates a customer at the sales, at the shop, or at the sales service. And so we could train, really training our sales representatives and our customer service in these new offers. So that was also what we made. And finally, and I stop this, no, use cases are not the only thing to do. You also have to of course, to train, to make awareness among all the employees. So we're making lots of webinars, training, so that employees just try, and be comfortable tomorrow with all these new tools.
So that was going to be my next question, but you already answered that. But just maybe in a few minutes, did you have to face some reluctance from your employees, from your teams? And how did you circumvent that? Did you? And if yes, how did you circumvent that? Because we can see that this is one of the main issues in adopting AI practice.
You have to make many internal communication, awareness raising, training, just to, I don't know if people don't hesitate, people just don't know. At the beginning, people don't know how much this new technology can bring. So everybody have to try by themselves. Not only to look at videos, or not, to try by themselves. Because when you try, you can imagine, you discover, so I could make this for my job with this. So really, you have to make all what is necessary so that all the employees can try it. Just try it, discover, and that's the first step. Because then when they discover, they go further and further and further, and the thing is done.
Okay, so it's a journey. Aravin, can I ask you, we are all very curious how we have a lot of offer, a lot of noise, a lot of great stories, but how do you interface with the other LLM players, and how does it work?
Yeah, so our philosophy is that your model is not the customer's concern. When somebody opens your app, like no one is thinking about like which model is actually running under the hood. As long as the answer is accurate, very well formatted, easy to digest, super fast app, works reliably all the time, doesn't crash. These are the main things like on the people's minds, right? It doesn't matter if the answer came from GPT or Claude or Llama or Mistral or Gemini or DeepSeek, like none of these things matter. So we have the default mode on Perplexity is called the auto mode. And the auto mode will always like know what model to use for which type of query, where it tries to optimize for cost and make it as fast as possible. For the simple queries and for the harder queries, it tries to use like more sophisticated models. And but at the same time, just you want to give users a choice. Customer selection is very important. So on the Pro plan, you get all the models I said in one single product. That's what Benoit also said as a meta LLM, in the sense if you do have an affinity to certain models, if you do think certain models are kind of cool and like they have a personality about them, or they tend to be more accurate than others, you can go and pick that as your default model and just use it. That way, like our product is essentially packaging all these in one service. So you don't have to get individual subscription plans for each of the other model apps. You can just access all of them in one app called Perplexity. So that's very powerful in the Pro plan. And that's the plan that's being given to you for free, essentially, if you're a subscriber of Bouygues Telecom. And our goal is that like we essentially build the best user experience, because some models are going to be good for certain types of questions. And like we know that. You don't have to worry about that as a user, and you can just focus on asking the question.
And the good news is that you can have the experience in the booth, in the Bouygues and Perplexity booth, which is at just at the entry of the Station F. So feel free to have some fun during the day. Let me ask a last question to you two. First, Benoît, maybe what were you expecting from this summit, and what do you think of it?
Well, really, I'm very proud that in France we can have made this summit with all the brilliant people coming here. Very, very proud of this. And it shows that, as Thomas Cope said before, in France we have all the assets to really make AI a success, an opportunity. We have the talents, we have the energy, we have the willing. So we have all together, and this shows. And now what we have to do together is that people in the streets, not only people in Station F today, but all the people, all the consumers in France, all the employees in France, take advantage of this opportunity, because it's really like it's an industrial revolution, like in the century before, like electricity or the PC. We have to catch this opportunity to be really efficient, to be at the center of the game and as the ecosystem tomorrow.
Great pledge. Avarin, would you agree?
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think AI is the future. I think we're all going to have personal assistants that just do a lot of work for us, do our research for us, plan our trips, book our flights, book reservations, play our favorite songs, everything, like truly understand us. Something that's been the dream for so many years, and it's finally nearing the horizon of possibility. And Perplexity is at the forefront of making this happen. And our goal is to keep innovating on the Pro plan and keep offering that to you in a way where at the end of a year, you're like, oh wait, I started with an app that looks so different from what it is today. It's just gotten so much better. And it's great to see France super excited about AI. I've gotten a chance to meet really great people as part of these 2 days in the summit. And I think the more you use AIs, the better you understand it. I think whenever there's a new paradigm shift, just like the internet happened, the mobile happened, everyone's always talking about what's the future. But the best way to understand and think for yourself and answer these questions for yourself is to start using them. And then the more you use them, the more you understand. You don't have to just go by what you read in the news. You can actually think for yourself. So try out our app, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great conclusion, and we are just in time. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Our next panel is where the word industry takes on quite a literal physical meaning. I'm talking about heavy industries, physical infrastructure, manufacturing facilities, etc. So worlds that we may see less on a day-to-day basis than, say, health or energy, but still make up the basis of a lot of our economy. These are sectors that are poised to be transformed by AI, but they're facing a very particular set of challenges. So to discuss this, we've gathered some big hitters, including Doris Birkhofer, the president of Siemens France, Esther Finidori, the VP of Schneider Electric France, François Lavernos, the CIO of Renault France, and this will be moderated by Cédric Olliac, the head of AI program at CEA and the representative of Alliance Industrie du Futur.
Thank you very much, Daphne. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to share this panel with these distinguished speakers. So let's get into it. First, to set the stage, I would like to discuss the specificities of the manufacturing industries when it comes to AI. So maybe starting with you, Doris, why do you think AI is so important for the industry? And why do you think its adoption might be so impactful for the manufacturing industry?
Well, let's start with a positive message. I think we have a very strong industrial base in Europe, and that industrial base has been built over the last 2 centuries, based on innovations which actually are largely European innovations. So now we are sort of at the crossroads, and we need to make sure not to miss the train. And the train is the one that is basically accelerating AI. We think that AI can bring tremendous value to the industry because over the last years we have seen that productivity is decreasing. So AI can help us overcome this challenge. What we believe at Siemens is there is a strong value added in creating an industrial metaverse. An industrial metaverse is sort of a virtual representation of industrial activities of your product, of your machine, of your production flow, of your manufacturing site. And once you have this digital twin, you can use it to do very complex simulations, and you can enrich it by using AI in order to make it more accurate, because you basically inject real data. And this is the big issue, because right now only 20% of data existing in plants is really used. You know, every second plant in France is equipped with Siemens automation. So we are sitting on a huge treasure, actually, and the treasure is not really completely leveraged because it's in 3D prints, it's on paper, it's in Excel files, and it's in ERPs, but right now we do not really structure the data in a way that AI can leverage it. So this will be the big challenge, basically leveraging the data in order to take the full benefit out of all those activities around the industrial metaverse, and that will allow us to increase productivity, to optimize material use, to decarbonize, all the virtues that we are looking for.
Thank you, Doris. Esther, I would like to follow up on the topic of industrial assets and data. What do you think are the key challenges the manufacturing industry face with this respect?
So maybe let me underline 2 specificities of the industry with AI that I don't think are as true in other domains. First specificity, our industrial footprint is rather scattered. Let's take Schneider Electric as an example. We, as a manufacturer, we have 200 factories around the world, close to 100 distribution centers. So it is a scattered industrial footprint. And in order to make value from that data, that treasure that Doris was talking about, you need first to have the right data model. Within your factory, data is there, but it's siloed per machine, per process. You need the right data model that you will be able to replicate, to scale across your industrial base, and to bring to the cloud so that you can benefit from AI technology. Second thing that you will need is to have really a robust, what we call the edge to cloud strategy. You need to know what data you want to locate where, because you need computing power close to the machine to run the models, but you also need some of the data on the cloud for oversight, and you need to train your models on the cloud. So you need to refine the data model of your factory so that you can scale, put the data into a historian, it's the data lake for industrial data, and you need to have a very robust edge to cloud strategy so that you know which data should be located where in order to be efficient and to be able to have the right usage for your data with the right computing power at the right place. And I think this is quite specific to the industry, this local to cloud thinking process and scalability that you need to have in the way you define your data model. Second, I think specificity about the industry is the people factor. In the industry, the data scientist will have to be in the shop floor. The data scientist won't be able to stay in the office to run the models. Why? Because in order to get value from AI, you need to ask the right question.
And then you need to feed the right data, right? The model is not going to work if you don't formulate the right question and if you don't feed the right data. And this intelligence on what's the right question to solve, what's the problem at stake with that machine, with that process, and where's the right data to train your model, that answer is with the process engineers, the quality engineers, with the maintenance responsible of the factory, etc. So that knowledge is within the shop floor. So one of the specificities of industry is that you'll have to bring the AI world industry in the shop floor to be able to solve industrial problems.
Thank you, very interesting. Now I would like to focus on the automotive industry. François, could you please help to understand what are the key challenges of your sector with respect to AI adoption?
Yes, sure. You know, one of the specificities of our industry and the automotive one is the DNA is lean management and the continuous improvement. So it means that it is a linear way to deliver the productivity and the competitivity over the decade. But today, what we are facing is a massive and disruptive transition coming from the electrification first, electric car. The second one is probably not well known as the electric car, is the way we redesign the software architecture of the car, which is a major and massive also disruption in the way we produce the car. On the top of those, we have for sure, and specifically on European, the regulation that push us to deliver as quick as possible, I would say, some constraints. The third, probably also massive disruption is related to the energy consumption. As we want to be net zero carbon for our industrial footprint, it's also, I would say, a way for us to disrupt the way we are working. And probably the last, and the major one, is today we are facing on our market on the different players coming from east and west, where they are starting with greenfield. They don't have, I would say, the strong asset we have for years and years and the diversity linked to this asset. So that's why we have to reinvent ourselves. We have to find, I would say, a disruptive way to cope with those transitions and deliver the productivity and the competitivity. And this is exactly what the tech, and especially the AI, is there. In fact, this is the accelerator, or I can say the turbo, that we put in our process in order to deliver those value and the productivity and the competitivity of our industry. We had the strong conviction from a few years now that the disruption will come on our capabilities to, as has been said, to deliver the data at scale, at speed. That's why we have developed, I would say, one of our core foundation, the core asset, which is the connectivity of the equipment. Today, as of today, and it's a never-ending story for sure, but we have 15,000 of equipment connected. We enrich the footprint by 12,000 of sensors to enrich the footprint of the data. It means that every day, each day, we collect 3 billion of data that are stored in a unique location in order to manage them. And as had been said, we also take the advantage to disrupt the way we store the data. So the idea was to have, I would say, a true replica, a real-time replica for the physical asset through the twin. So this is what has been also said previously. And this is the foundation of the disruptive way we want to manage, and we had already managed, I would say, the transformation of the industry.
Okay. Thank you very much, François. Now, let's talk about the main opportunities that AI brings to the industry. And Esther, I would like to have Schneider's view with respect to joint benefits of AI adoption and digital transformation for the industry, because we mentioned AI, of course, but as well digital twins, communication. It's a whole process. So please, could you please elaborate on this?
So maybe I'm going to be somewhat of a party pooper here with my message, but in the industry, AI is of course holding a lot of promises for the competitiveness of our industry. But the truth is, right now, our European industry is rather old, with suboptimal footprints, because it's just our story. It's ancient, an ancient industrial footprint, and it's not data ready. And in order to drive all the benefits of productivity, sustainability that we know are the promise of AI, you need a data ready industry. And our European industry is not data ready, because it has an old history. It's even less data ready today than that of our main competitors, which are the US and China in terms of global economies. So in order to benefit from those promises, we first need to accelerate the digital transformation of our industry, which means creating those data models I was talking about, cleaning up the data that's available, putting some context around it, then be able to store it properly in historians, so that then it's available to be fed into AI model. And this holds the most interesting promise of competitiveness for our industry, because it's something where Europe can go big at scale and leverage on its strengths, which are, of course, competencies in the engineering field. And you know, it's not too late, but it's definitely a transformation that the industry has to embrace right now if we want to deliver on the competitiveness and the sustainability promises that AI holds for the industry.
Not a party pooper. It's a reality, you have to emphasize this. François, you mentioned the specific challenges of the automotive industry, so maybe now you could walk us through the opportunities as well for your sector, please?
Yeah, so back to my point, which is the disruptive way to produce the competitivity. So once you have the foundation, and this is exactly what we did the past year, the topics now is to catch the value, and the value is not in the data itself. So this is what has been done the past year, and we'll continue to do so. Just to give you figures, today, the last 18 months, we have been able to deliver 300 million euros of savings, fixed and variable cost, by pushing all the AI transformation. But by AI, for sure, you need to understand that classical AI could be chatbot, could be machine learning, and from a few months now, Gen AI. But some example on those steps we did. Energy consumption, for example. With the data collected at the level of the plant, we are able today to optimize, to benchmark plant by plant the way we consume electric, gas, or water consumption, and then to push, I would say, some simulation to our plant in order to make those optimization. For example, today, for the supply chain management at plant level, they are able to combine the complexity and the combinatory data to manage a trade-off between the volume they have to produce and the weather condition. And probably sometimes they push from 1 or 2 days the volume in order, due to the weather, to reduce, I would say, the impact on the electricity. So that's exactly the example we want to push. Other example of maintenance, we have many use cases on AI on predictive maintenance, but the ability to catch all the data, the acoustic data, for example, which was not a data, a classical one we collect, we have been able to simulate potential failure on our, I would say, core processes, and then to simulate and to optimize the time frame for the maintenance task in order to reduce the impact on the production. Quality is a very good example also on what has been done. We have multiplied the number of hardware like camera on our line, on the shop floor, just to make visual inspection. And this is where also the machine learning and today the Gen AI in helping us, for example, to optimize our core processing on stamping, for example, on welding. So many use cases today roll out everywhere, all over, I would say, the world in the different plants. And probably the last item, which is maybe the most important for us, and specifically in order to cut those philosophy of the linear improvement, which is the ability with the electrification. You can imagine that today we have 100 years of producing thermic car. Electric car is probably maybe 100 of different new processes that we have to put in place in our plant. So we have been able, through the data, through the AI, to optimize by 40% the ramp-up of those new technology. Could be battery assembly or could be electric motor setup. So that's also another example where we broadcast everywhere, all along the organization. So I would say positive disruption coming from the tech, the data, and the AI.
So basically, it's a very optimistic message. I mean, when you do the investment, you can reap up some pretty good benefits.
I don't know if that's an optimistic message. It's an activist message. I'm not pessimistic or optimistic. I'm an activist message.
That's perfect. It's factual. I like it. Doris, we mentioned people in the previous question. It seems another challenge faced by the industry is its capability to recruit and train talented individuals in a fast-paced environment. How do you think AI may help to this respect?
This is actually a very interesting question because there are a lot of concerns that AI will destroy employment. And it is certainly true that in certain areas, some jobs will not exist anymore or the number of people will be reduced. However, in industry, I think it's a tremendous opportunity because we are lacking skilled labor in industry. I think the last numbers in France are around 200,000 or 300,000. If you look on European level, we are talking about millions. And also, we are lacking engineers, software developers. For the moment, some of them still prefer to work for AI startups and not for large industrial companies such ours. So that's also sort of an image change that we need to go through. So AI can help us actually in doing some of the work that for which we are lacking the people. I give you some examples. I mean, we have developed together with Microsoft the Industrial Copilot, which is really there to support workers on the shop floor and making their job also more interesting. So, for example, codes were in the past programmed by engineers and the operators were operating the machine. Now, the operator can, with a chatbot, interact in his natural language with the machine and ask the machine to code. Another example is around maintenance. I mean, you were talking about preventive maintenance, but also in corrective maintenance, the operator can now interact with the machine by asking questions. AI will help to figure out where the problem is and then make the correction very quickly. And right now, with many of our customers, we are developing many use cases that will help them address the labor shortage, but also make the job for the people that are working on the shop floor more interesting. So people can really focus on, what humans we are made of being creative, of human interaction, and really refocusing the way how they work.
Thank you, Doris. Now, for the third part, I would like to discuss what needs to be done to seize the opportunities you mentioned previously. And maybe starting once again with the people, which are central to get a digitized and AI-friendly industry. François, could you please explain what was the strategy of Renault with this matter, with this topic, please?
Also another conviction we had earlier in the stage and in the journey is a winning combo of those transformation is both the data, I guess you understood, and the second one is people, is the resources. The human factor in the way we deal with AI is crucial. And the fact is today, the lean management, which is again the DNA, is globally in the philosophy, put the human factor at the heart of those transformations. So we rely on this existing way of working in the plant to take the opportunity to push in the same way for the AI. So it means that through the data, we have been able to break the silos. So we don't have in one way the maintenance guy, the quality guy, the supply chain guy. Are they sharing also the data, the model, and so on and so on? They are discussing. Another example is from the beginning between IT and automatism, what we call the OT. We have also make all these people in the same organization working in order to collect the data. So we are pushing the human factor at the heart of those transformations. And this is exactly what has been said, I guess, previously. But we don't speak about artificial intelligence today. We speak about augmented intelligence because the purpose is to give, I would say, a better understanding or a knowledgeable understanding of the perimeter that from the operator, the manager, take the appropriate decision through simulation, for real-time data. This is exactly what we are doing. And in addition of that, because today we push, I would say, new competency and new skills, but we have also to rely on the existing, I would say, resources. We have set up, I would say, with the HR community, a long list of training sessions, and as of today, more than 9,000 of people at the industry level, wherever they are, were trained to the AI and the data management.
Okay, thank you, François. Now, Esther, going back to the question of data, what do you think would be a good course of action in order to exploit, to leverage the data that remain untapped in the industrial sector?
So on that question, I can testify from our own activity. We do have a consulting activity where we help industrial companies digitize their manufacturing footprints and leverage AI. I think here there are two lessons learned that are critical for success. The first one is, don't embrace this digital and AI transformation journey if you're not super mature in terms of lean manufacturing. Kind of back to the basics. A robust digital industrial strategy relies on an optimal manufacturing organization. And it's only when you've mastered properly the lean setup of your industrial process that you'll be able to digitize intelligently. Otherwise, your data is going to be a mess because your shop floor is a mess. It's as simple, but that's the truth. So that's really lesson number one. Lesson number two is don't go for the not invented here syndrome. What we see is that those who succeed have around them a very robust ecosystem of partners, system integrators, software developers. These solutions you want to buy, you don't want to build, and you want to leverage the best. Using your robust data set, you want to leverage the best application that's available for your own need. And there is a vibrant ecosystem of players out there. And you really want to be very open to that ecosystem to succeed. Go away from pilots, proof of concepts. You will never be able to scale. Shoot from the start for scalability and mass impact. Maybe last comment, but it's more of a, let's say, call to action if we have public officials in the room. What we see with our own customers is that it's a complicated transformation. It takes years to lead the digital transformation of your industry. And it's not something really easy to invest in, because when you're an industrial company, of course, top of your priorities are your R&D investment, regulatory-driven investment, and your shop floor can tend to be last in line. So in terms of supporting our industry to embrace this digital transformation and get the competitiveness promise of AI, we do need, I believe, support from public authorities to help our industries to initiate, but as well carry through during 3, 4, 5 years their transformation through continued support to accelerate this digital transformation.
Okay, very clear. And hard to achieve, very clear. And my last question will be for you, Doris. What do you think should be the role of Europe in order to support our industries in this journey?
Siemens is one of the about 50 companies that has signed yesterday the EU AI Champions Initiative. It was announced at the Grand Palais. For us, this seems to be a very important initiative because we need to collaborate across Europe, and there are several elements to it, and I'm pointing out some of them. First is really a competitive and a strong infrastructure. Strong infrastructure means we need to have powerful data centers. We need to be able to connect them. That's why the president yesterday was referring to plug, baby, plug. Very important topic. We need to be able to connect those data centers. We need to have semiconductor factories that create the high-performance chips. And we need to do this in Europe and not only rely on those technologies coming in from outside of our continent. The second important topic is regulation. I mean, there is a lot of regulation out, and we need to stop adding additional regulations. So we are really calling for a moratorium and say, okay, let's put a stop on it. Let's give industry the time to adopt it, and perhaps take more time to or to simplify some of the regulations that are currently hindering us to do the innovation that we need to do and spend the money not on becoming compliant with regulation, but on really developing new stuff. We were talking about talents. That's obviously a big topic, and there we need to collaborate with basically university schools and the whole ecosystem. Yeah, and the last topic, and this is coming back what you said, it's data sharing. I mean, we said we are sitting on a gold mine of data, and there are ways of sharing data in a protected manner, without revealing your company's secrets. But the more we share data across Europe, the better the AI models that we want to train, can help us really become as performant as we want to.
Thank you very much. I do hope you will be heard, because our companies, the large ones, but the SMEs also desperately need some help to achieve this long and fruitful journey. So I think we came to an end. So I would like to thank warmly our distinguished speakers for this panel. Thank you very much. And I leave the floor to Daphne.
Thanks very much. I guess with these wise words, it's a wrap for the morning. Thank you so much for joining us as we explored all of the weird and wonderful ways that AI is revolutionizing businesses. Thanks again to the partners who've made this morning possible: Stationef, BPI France, France Digital, Numéum, the General Directorate for Enterprises and the French Tech Mission, as well as Business France. It's been a fantastic few hours. We've heard from some of the smartest brains in the field, but it's only the beginning. We're taking a short break now, and we're coming back soon to get down to business again. If you're keen to see more real-life applications of AI as well, make sure you pop by the central rooms, where we're exploring how AI is serving healthcare, finance, cybersecurity, the workplace, and so on. It's been an absolute pleasure to host this morning. My name is Daphne Le Prince-Ringuet. I'm reporting for Sifted, and I'm always open for a chat, so feel free to come and grab me later today. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to welcome you for this afternoon of important and very strategical talks that we have at the Business Day here. So I'm Frédéric Mazzella. I'm a co-president of France Digital Entrepreneur, and I'm with Benoît.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Benoît Grossman, one of the two co-presidents of France Digital, along with Frédéric Mazzella. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Business Day at Station F with the AI Summit. So as you have noticed, this event is quite oversubscribed. About like 4,000 to 5,000 people are attending today. And I understood also that there is like a waiting list of up to 6,000 people. So this event is definitely oversubscribed, a little bit like when we do raise fund at Eurozero, we are oversubscribed. There is big line with LPs. The same with entrepreneurs. No, I'm joking, unfortunately. So this Business Day is definitely like a good opportunity to shine the spotlight in our AI French startup. You know that there is about like 750 AI startups in France, and we are very proud for them. Some of them are present today. Some of them are exhibiting, so I strongly recommend you to work around the Station F and to meet with a super company.
Yeah, so you know we have 750 French AI startups that we have counted with France Digital. It ranges from everything, so all the value chain is covered, from the chipset to the infrastructures, the models to the applications. We have startups in AI for every taste, really. And you know there's been a lot of investment as well declared recently, both in the US and in Europe and in France. The 109 billion will be talking about that as well. And so now everything is ready for everybody to be plugged in the system, as you know, and to really use all the startups we have who are ready to deliver the services. So many of them are exhibiting today their products, and you can stroll around and discover them. You'll find, so just to name a few, Shark Robotics with a robot that assists firefighters, 22 with their computer vision tool, Inarix with their application for farmers to analyze their seeds. So AI can do just about everything. And the challenges of the AI revolution is that we now have to grasp it to make sure we make something out of it. You know, there's been a revolution called internet 30 years ago, and now there's a revolution called AI today, and we really have to seize it in Europe. You'll have the opportunity to listen to renowned speakers who will attempt to answer the fundamental questions you may have about the AI revolution. So how is AI transforming the economy and organizations? How do we build a trustworthy AI, which is very, very important. You'll have fascinating debates in presence of Meredith Whittaker from Signal, Aaron Harris from Jonas Andrudis, and Florian Duetto from Dataiku as well this afternoon on this very stage. So you're very lucky and you're in the right spot, so you have to stay here. And Benoît, I want to give you the mic for...
Yes. And if this day is called a business day, it's for you to meet with other people. You know, about like 4,000 people showed up today. Corporate, VC, entrepreneurs. So I strongly encourage you to meet with a lot of these people. And basically, at the end of the day, we were very proud at France Digital of organizing this nice event. And I wish you like a very nice day. And then I'll let the mic to Fred, who is going to do like an interview. So
yes, we will begin.
I will vanish discreetly from the scenery. So the floor is yours, Fred, with your guest.
Thank you. We will begin right away welcoming our national and international star from Orange, the CEO of Orange, Christelle Heidemann, whom we can call today Christelle AI the Man, and for whom we have some questions.
Ça marche. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, Christelle, for having accepted this interview. So maybe before we start, you just made a big announcement. Maybe you want to give a few words around that. The announcement you just announced actually 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. And see, we are very up to date.
I think it was more than an hour ago.
I know AI moves very fast, so we have to adjust. No, but seriously, I mean, it's the announcement, but of course it's something we've been working on for quite some time. We all know AI is really a revolution, a disruption, but also full of opportunities. And I will use the words of Ursula von der Leyen this morning, because I think it's super important that we put ourselves in the context of where Europe stands. And she said, we want Europe to be an AI continent, and the race for AI is far from being over, because it's true that we tend to be sometimes pessimistic or thinking that things happen, probably not here in Station F, we know a lot happens in France and in Europe, but we tend to look at the big amounts flying around, and it's true that of course, China and the US occupy the space. So what do we do at Orange? Of course, we are very committed to having a very solid and strong European ecosystem for AI. And so we've just announced a partnership with Mistral, not just a commercial partnership, actually, a research partnership. Because what's important for us, we invest and we run networks across the globe. We know AI will have impact on those networks. Actually, it's going to be an enabler for us to run efficiently our networks. But it's also important for us to design, to think about what's going to be the best networks for AI tomorrow. And there's only one way for us. We know how networks work, but our networks have been designed for the past 10 years to really get used to video streaming. I mean, 20 years ago, it was mobile revolution for us. 10 years ago, it was the video streaming when Netflix and everything arrived. And now we know it's going to be a new wave of innovation. And so we need to partner with a European champion, and that's Mistral, to really learn about what they're observing when AI scales in terms of usage, and share the know-how between the best experts that we have, our research experts on networks, combining with the experts of Mistral and sharing use cases, sharing data to be at the forefront of what's going to be needed tomorrow. So that's the partnership. And of course, on top of that, we will use Mistral in our networks, and we will also, very important, enable our professional enterprise customers, thanks to Mistral, for them to adopt AI. So that's the partnership we announced.
Congratulations for this. And what are the particularities on the assets you think of Europe, and specifically maybe France, in order to tackle those challenges and make sure that we can compete in a good way with the other platforms, the other models which are emerging in the US and China, for example? So what are our assets?
I think the conversation would be very different if we did not have the DeepSeek announcement 2 weeks ago. And I think that was a defining moment, not just for people and of course for the teams at Mistral and many researchers. We know that AI is really what's fascinating with AI is that the time between research and application is so quick. Because of what? Because of open source. And that's what the founders of Mistral and the team have been saying for a long time. But DeepSeek has demonstrated it to the world. And of course, we see the big numbers. But it's true that open source really changes the game. What do we have in Europe? We have talents, that's for sure. Many of them do not work anymore in Europe, but we know we have great schools, great talent, not just in France, by the way. You go to Germany, you go to the UK as well. We have talents. We have champions. We tend to think about the digital world, thinking about the consumer revolution, the internet revolution. And of course, as a telecom operator, we know consumers, this is where we have the millions, the hundreds of millions of customers. But in Europe, we have really industrial champions. Think about healthcare. Think about manufacturing. Think about energy. And AI will really deeply transform the world when it's adopted in these use cases. And we have European champions who really master the know-how, the processes. And so that's the opportunity that we have to really use AI and tomorrow AI agents in the processes that we really master in Europe. Now, we also have to make it clear that unless we change a few things in Europe, we will continue to actually try to do a marathon with a big, heavy backpack of regulation and national regulation, vertical regulation, horizontal regulation. So that's also something that we're trying to tackle, because we have to unleash the potential. I'm not saying we don't want any regulation, especially in AI, we need some. But there's really, when we see the amazing things that European companies do, given all the things that we have to do, and the fact that we're not one continent in Europe, one country, we are 27 member states, this is something that we have to address as well.
So you have 300 million customers worldwide. You are the first voice and data network in the world. How many countries are you in today, roughly?
We are a telecom operator in 25 countries.
25.
In Europe and Africa, but of course we operate around the globe, and we have submarine cables because of course we serve the needs of global enterprise companies around the globe.
This is a strength for you, because you're used to expand internationally in new countries and make sure that you are compatible with any country you find. So maybe it can allow you as well to be more resilient. But still, you say there are a lot of things which needs to be made lighter in regulations. Can you be maybe a bit more specific or on those topics? What do you think? So
I have been
entering in a
very specific
in a 15
with,
minutes.
I'll take 3 examples. You take data protection. Everyone knows GDPR. But in telecoms, we have what is the vertical regulation, electronic communication, e-privacy, even more restrictive than GDPR. So I'm not asking for no regulation, I'm asking for one. And then, of course, not only it's one, so European, but every country in Europe tends to do a different flavor of the GDPR, because we have different agencies in every country, and they have their own way of assessing what should be done or not. So that's data protection, data privacy. You take security. I mean, security is not a European matter. Every member state is in charge of security. I'm not asking for the same security rules in every country, because I'm asking for quick decision, but at least if we could harmonize the reporting needs. So there are a number of things that we need to do so that we at least simplify the reporting,
okay, so
make it easier take a consumer contract. Any startups who starts in France, if you want to do the same business in any country elsewhere in Europe, and we know that, we have millions of customers across Europe, you cannot copy-paste a customer contract. Because the payment, the customer protection, consumer protection rules, there's many things that make it complex for one company starting somewhere in Europe to expand across Europe. Of course, and we don't have the same languages, so you can say AI is going to fix that. Yes, that's an opportunity. But this is where we start with a disadvantage compared to the US or China.
So you're not specifically asking for less regulation or changing the regulations, but you're asking for unified.
I'm asking for less. I don't want 2 regulations to tackle the same topic, but I'm asking for at least unified or harmonized regulation.
Okay. My last question will be around energy and data centers. We all know that this is central to AI. A significant part of the announced 500 billion budget of the US Stargate project and of the 109 billion euros budget of the French state will be dedicated to building physical infrastructures able to support the next generation of AI. Since before becoming the CEO of Orange, you spent 7 years at Schneider Electric as executive VP for Europe. I'll ask you to comment President Macron's speech, who responded yesterday to US President's drill, baby drill, quote, with the now famous plug, baby plug, punchline to invite the whole world to come to France to plug their services. I'd like to ask you what assets you know Europe has in these fields, energy and data centers, and what you think should be built in the coming months in order to compete internationally, and why should everyone come to France to plug, baby, plug?
So I'm not going to comment what President Macron said, but we know in Europe, we have actually pretty good infrastructures. We are now building massively renewable energy production. And of course, in France, we have low carbon thanks to nuclear. And it's true that data centers and AI factories, as we call them now, consume electricity. And we still have to think about, we don't live in a world of unlimited resources. This is why, by the way, I mean, we're convinced, at least at Orange, that frugal AI will be the way to go. There is no way we think about AI at scale for the planet, because it cannot be just for the happy few, sitting in huge data centers. That does not work for resources. So yes, data centers consume energy. We have low carbon energy in Europe. We are adding more renewable capacity. Now, you need the grid to connect to the data centers, and then you need a lot of things in the data centers. But we have champions. Who are the leaders to build those technologies? They are called, of course, Schneider Electric, Siemens, ABB, 3 European companies.
Why is it important that we have the data centers and all this infrastructure in Europe where you could think that you can rent it out from anywhere if you need for your AI services? Is it a question of distance still? Because we think that we live in a world where instant communication is a reality, but instant communication is actually sometimes more, I mean, it takes more time than we think. So is it because the latency will be an issue as well for AI services, and it's better to have the service data centers here than on another continent? Or why is it so important that we have all this infrastructure here in Europe?
Well, I think, I mean, first of all, there's a number of sovereignty challenges, because we know that we don't live in a world where nobody is naive anymore. So there are many industries, and telco is one, where you have to run your data locally. So that's a starting point. Then, of course, I mean, there's all type of data centers, because we think we know there's the hyperscalers data centers. So these are huge factories, and this is the public cloud infrastructure. But most companies, they still have servers, and they're migrating to the cloud. And in the end, it's not much about the data center. It's more what type of data, what critical applications do you run. And so you need the partners and the ability to control. And by the way, we are strongly convinced that connectivity and computing, actually, we've been talking about cloud computing for a long time. I think we're moving to a world of earth computing, which means that resources, infrastructure really matters. And it's true that we tend to think about the internet was built on this concept of, best effort. When you run a critical application, best effort it's not enough. And a number of use cases that we think, because of sovereignty or even defense, healthcare, I mean, privacy is so important that you really need to control. So there's no doubt that you need some infrastructure. You need a network of infrastructure for resiliency. And then we will also need computing at the edge, because a car is not always connected. A plane, despite Elon Musk and Starlink, is not always connected, and you want actually the ability to control your system. So there's going to be all type of infrastructure, and compute at the edge exists already. I mean, this type of device is very powerful. It's more powerful than the laptop we used to have a few years ago. So,
thank you very much, Christelle. And we will build the best for France and Europe, and we count on Orange to help us on this way. Thank you very much.
Count on the ecosystem, not just Orange.
And now is the panel, how is AI transforming the economy and organizations? And we are lucky because everybody is right on time, and I handle the mic to Charlie Perrault to animate this new panel. Thank you, Charlie, and thank you to everyone on the panel.
Thank you, Frédéric. Oh. No. Okay, maybe I'm not in the wrong seat. Okay. Well, thank you very much for being with us today. So we're going to talk about how is AI transforming the economy and organization. It's a large topic, but we're going to focus on a few points, of course. I'm happy to have with me today Ludovic Quesnel. You're the Group VP Digital Transformation and Solutions at ENGIE. Anne-Charlotte Filbert, Managing Director at Euraseo, and Aaron Harris, CTO of Sage. I wanted to begin with a study that I read, I think it was 2 days ago. It's a study from OpinionWay and Salesforce. It says that 94% of executives at French companies with over 50 employees claim to have initiated AI projects, but more than half of them remain at the exploration stage, and 30% say they have set up pilot projects, and only 8% have moved onto deployment at scale, if we may say that. So my question is simple: are you surprised by that?
I'm happy to start. So I'm not surprised. And I think today what's happening on the market is that we are seeing AI with two speeds. On the consumer side, obviously, you have a huge adoption with ChatGPT, Le Chat that was launched by Mistral a few days ago, so happy for the French tech. And what you said about the stats here, I'm not surprised, because I went through a BCG report that was saying that only 20% of the AI projects were going beyond the proof of concept. So what is the bottleneck here, right? I don't believe it's AI itself. My belief is that it's the pace at which organization can adopt the technology. And you can have the best AI models, you can have the best AI strategy. If you don't drive change management within your organization, you will have low adoption by your employees and so low impact. There is a great example of Google. Google, of course, is one of the most advanced companies in AI. And today, Google automates 25% of its software thanks to AI. It means that 1/4 of the developer works is today automated, which is pretty huge. But it raises a bigger question, right, which is about reskilling and the future of work for these developers. So the former CEO of IBM said recently, if I remember well, that the thing is that AI will create a lot of new jobs. This is for sure. But you cannot take the current workforce you have today within your organization and drop them into these new AI jobs without training. So the real challenge for me, and the transition that we'll have to go through, is about retraining and reskilling these employees so that they can actually thrive in this new AI world. And just to finish on a more positive note, AI is it's not just about cost cutting. We talked about productivity gains here, but for me, it's only the visible part of the iceberg. AI is much more about value creation. So in the long term, I expect much more jobs creation thanks to AI than what we just talked about.
Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that you said. We talk to small and medium-sized businesses about AI and the attitudes of these businesses towards AI and their adoption of AI every year. And we just completed another survey of around 6,000 businesses across Europe. And we noticed a real sea change in attitude towards AI. What we noticed was these businesses had gone from a belief and a hope that AI could come in and help them to solve problems and to automate, to really an expectation, right? And so what's been holding them back historically had been fears around data privacy and sort of the ethical issues of AI, and there's the obvious issues with skills. But what we learned this year is that those are no longer enough to prevent them from actually attempting to roll out AI. And there's all the obvious reasons that we've talked about that are blocking them. You know, we like to talk about trust a lot as the biggest barrier to adoption. But I think something that we need to recognize as the software developers and the AI developers of the world is that for small and mid-sized businesses, we need to give them solutions, not tools, right? They need to be able to implement AI in a way that doesn't require them to have a big army of IT or consultants or to go through massive retraining if it's simply automating the workflows that they already do on a day-to-day basis. So I think that evolution in the industry of building AI as we move more towards solutions atop the tools that we're already getting really, really good at, we'll see that adoption among SMBs start to really accelerate.
Yeah, maybe from an NG standpoint, NG is quite a big company. And we can observe a bit your ratio within NG in different businesses. And for me, two elements maybe to complement. First, you need good data and really data quality. And it's difficult to get really good data at scale. So for a POC, it's easy. But when you go to pilot or you want to grow really and to scale, it's difficult and it goes to adoption. We need to convince our employees that data is a capital, it's a lot of value, and they have to work on it. So for me, it's one of the key topics from POC to scale. We have a lot of topics regarding data. And the second one, at least in NG, maybe at the beginning we tried to do too much. So we try to have something that replace existing code or that are fully reliable. And it was too hard. If you enter in a logic where you say, okay, what I want to do is to give a copilot or to give an help to my teams, then it's much easier because you have the control of a human behind and you create a loop. When it's wrong, you can say, okay, with this data, it's wrong, and then you can really, with agility, build your product. If you try to do perfect in one shot, then you stop at the POC level.
And so you are in different industries. So can you just tell me maybe first, Anne-Charlotte, how does AI have an impact on the way you do your job as an investor?
Yes, great question. So as an investor, what I can tell you is that I'm hearing about AI about 100 times a day. It's the main topic of discussion for every investor in the venture capital industry right now. And the CEO of NVIDIA said something that I think states I would say, how the industry should think about it. AI will be the most transformative technology of the 21st century. It will affect every industry and every aspect of our lives. And as venture capital investors, our job is to invest in technology. So we are at the forefront of what's happening in AI, and we need to be aware of where to invest, where not to invest, and make choices about investment decisions. So every day I'm asking myself, where should I spend my time on? Where should I spend my money on? And there are a lot of things that we can do. We can invest in infrastructure layer of AI, we can invest in AI applications, and we can still maybe invest in traditional software companies. So while I don't have all the answers to these questions today, because I cannot tell you in 5 years from now we'll do this or that, I can tell you that today we have a few beliefs as growth investor at Eurazeo. So first, we won't invest in the infrastructure layer. Why so? Because we believe it will become a commodity, a bit like cloud computing became in the past. And I'm very happy to see Mistral and DeepSeek with this open source approach. I think it's very interesting in this market. Second, we are huge believers in the AI application layer. Why so? Because as we said, sorry, it's you, Harry, who said that, companies need solution. AI is a technology, it's not a product. So most companies don't know how to scale AI in a way that is cost efficient and secure for their organization. So recently we invested in a company called Cognigy that automates customer support for large enterprises. So for example, they automated 70% of the conversations of Lufthansa, so all their customer support, with a great accuracy. So this is a great example. And I would like to finish with a bit of a controversial point within the investor community. A lot of VCs right now are saying, you're not an AI company, I won't invest in you. I disagree. I still believe that there are a lot of great businesses that have built strong moats over time that will not only help them to survive the AI wave, but also thrive. These companies might have proprietary database or network that are very valuable in the AI era. And an example about that is EcoVadis. It's one of our latest portfolio companies. EcoVadis is the largest ESG rating company worldwide, so they rate basically your supply chain. And they created a very large network of suppliers. So for any new customers that want to rate their suppliers, it's much easier to work with EcoVadis than with any other competitor. This network is very difficult to replicate for any new entrant. But for EcoVadis to implement AI within their product is just another feature, right? So my conclusion would be that AI for me is a necessity in the current environment to be able to compete, right? To become more efficient, reinvest into growth, and etc. However, it's not enough to win the market. The companies that will continue to thrive and win are those that have created network and ecosystem around them that cannot be replicated by AI.
Thank you. Yeah.
I love that you took that talk track. I'm here to talk about AI today, but when I talk about sort of the technologies that are going to drive, future digitization of business, it's AI and networks. And they often work together, so thank you very much for bringing that up. And these two things work together in accounting workflows that every small and medium business has to do. And today those workflows they're almost always very manual and very repetitive and a bit soul-sucking, if you will. Every business has to pay their vendors, right? For example, they get invoices in. It takes them, a week or more to get through a stack of invoices, and then they pay them a couple weeks later. We think about 3 areas of innovation with AI in that workflow. So the first is continuous accounting, essentially where we can use AI to capture all business activity in real time. In the case of processing a bill from a vendor, our customers are saving 1/2 to 2/3 of the time that it takes just by applying AI to the problem. The second area is continuous assurance, and that's essentially pairing confidence and trust with that automation. And in the area, again, of paying vendors, small and medium businesses lose up to 1.5% of revenue to invoice problems, whether it's fraud, whether it's duplicate invoices, whether it's getting overcharged on something. And so it's an excellent use case for AI, especially when applied over a network where it can learn from millions of businesses to identify these problems at scale. When an invoice pretends to be from a large supplier but is actually a fraudulent invoice. And then the last area is what we call continuous insights. So you have a foundation of real-time reliable data now. We can use AI to discover the opportunities and the risks in that data far beyond what traditional technology can do, but also because we freed up the time from the workers who were doing that repetitive work. That's where they want to spend their energy now anyway.
For you, Ludovic, I'm sure you have a lot of use cases at ENGIE.
Yeah,
but if you can just tell maybe 1 or 2 that helps, improve your productivity.
Okay, so one is I'm working in ENGIE, but I am as well a tech guy. So of course we have all the productivities that we target on development, on software development with tools like GitHub Copilot. And it's a good way for the change management to operate because it allows to the team as well to learn from the tech team to learn what it means to be disrupted by AI, because you need to integrate that in your work. And then when you work after with technicians, etc., you understand better as well what they want to, what can be their feeling of potentially losing their job, etc. And on the field, we have a project, Augmented Technicians. So the objective is to have a co-pilot for the technicians that go on site and that have maintenance intervention. So first of all, when a technician goes on site, in a client site, his objective is not only to perform all the maintenance, but is as well to have some business development to try to see what else ENGIE can do for this client. So we try to minimize the time required for the maintenance. And we have an agent for that looks after what is the type of heaters, what are the procedures that people have to apply. And the agent gives directly to the technician the procedures that he has to apply. And it avoids to have people that think that they know, what they should do, and then you have accident. So from a health and safety perspective, people are much safer thanks to that.
Okay. Now I wanted to talk about the impact of jobs, because I'm sure you read a lot of studies that show that AI will destroy a lot of jobs, and I'm sure you also read studies that say it won't destroy so much jobs. So what's the reality for you? What will be the reality, Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be disingenuous to sit here and say that AI is only going to create jobs. I think it's inevitable that some jobs will be impacted. But on balance, our view is that AI fundamentally makes today's workers more productive, and it enables them to work on more strategic things. If you take the accounting industry as an example, if you go back through the years in each sort of major evolution of technology, it's actually only served to make the industry stronger and bigger. And part of this, and this is getting really, really philosophical for a minute, but part of this is that the accounting industry exists to create trust in our markets, right? They audit the public companies, they help small and mid-sized companies be compliant. They provide information to lenders for credit decisions. This industry exists to create trust. The more we automate, the more trust that has a human behind it becomes valuable, right? And so my belief is that the more we depend on AI, which is inherently non-deterministic and sometimes unpredictable, the more we're going to value the humans that stand behind that and put their stamp on. What we like to say is AI is not going to be signing audit reports. That's going to be done by a human. So we genuinely believe the industry will get larger as a result of AI and the new values, the new services that accountants can bring to it.
And Charlotte?
Yes, so just to complement what you've said, I won't repeat a lot of good things that you said just right now. From a venture capital perspective, what we see is that AI is an enabler for any new founder to launch faster and better companies. So what we've seen over the past few months, and it has been really amazing to see that, is companies that have launched businesses with only like a few people, 5 to 10 people, and reaching very quickly 10 million, 20, 30 million of revenue. Why so? Because AI for them is a great tool to innovate and launch product faster. If you take like 10 years ago, if you wanted to launch a software business, you needed basically a bunch of developers that you needed to pay quite expensively because they are rare. And then you needed like marketing people, sales people, and etc. What AI does first, it's automating software development pretty well. So you can launch a software product with only a few people in your team. You can automate marketing campaigns. You can automate most of the sales job. So for me, it's also a great source of innovation for these new companies that will want to come to the market. And so I'm pretty optimistic to see all of these great businesses that come to the market and that will raise, I hope, with us in the coming years.
Yeah, maybe with a different angle. In ENGIE, we are working a lot on decarbonation. And we have we used to have in countries big central power plant and clients that were not really active. They were consuming the power, the electricity. Today already, but in 10 years, you will have thousands of wind farms in France or solar site. You have a client with batteries at their home, solar panel on the rooftop, etc. Without AI, you can just not operate the power, the electrical power network. So, and you can put 2,000 people, they won't be able to do it. So it's as well opportunities. The level of service that AI brings allows you, in fact, to grow in terms of level of service that you deliver to your customer. When IT, the technology, the expensive people, 20 or 30 years ago, the throughput or what a developer was able to deliver was tiny. Now we consider that it's important, but with AI, they can do even more and more and more. All the services that you get are much higher level. So I really think that we will continue to deliver higher quality, higher services. Potentially some job will move, will change, and we have a role to play on upskilling people to be able to continue to operate that services.
May I also add something that is a bit controversial versus what you said? Because yes, we are talking a lot about AI, replacing jobs, automating tasks, and etc. But the truth is that in some industries, such as healthcare, we have a scarcity of doctors, right? So if I take a step back, the healthcare systems have been struggling to keep up with the growing demand from, growing population, aging population. There is a study that shows that by 2030, we will face a shortage of 18 million healthcare workers worldwide. And here, AI can help. Obviously, it might not be on the creation of new jobs, but it might be by helping doctors being more efficient, spending more time with patients, such as Dr. Lib is doing today by providing AI features to doctors. It can be also by shifting medicine from treatment to prevention, or even accelerating the drug discovery process. So I think there is not an answer for every industry, but AI can also bring a lot of positive for some of the industries that have faced some challenges over the past few years.
And one last question about Europe, because it's the International Summit of AI. I wanted to ask you, do you think AI will have if I can say, a good impact on Europe? Will Europe finally wake up thanks to AI? Harold?
Well, I would say Europe's already awake. I have this bit of a thing with Europe and the UK. I'm obviously American by my accent, and I grew my career in Silicon Valley. And it always awes me and inspires me the level of talent that is here in Europe. There's a reason why, as a global company, we consciously decide to hire data scientists and AI engineers here in Europe and in the UK. So I really just a plea to Europe to be a bit more confident about your future, because you have no reason not to be. There are two things in particular that I don't think are talked about very much that actually enable you to succeed where perhaps the West will be slower. So the first is your governments are pushing digitization, whether it's e-invoicing here in France or making tax digital in the UK. AI works on digital technologies, and you're pushing small businesses and medium businesses to digitize. The second is you're pushing standards that matter, like open banking and open finance. Those are creating the means for technology to work much more effectively and consistently across accounting and finance workflows, whether it's with banks or payment processors. And I know I said two, but there's a third, which is that you still care about governance and responsible corporate governance. And knowing that trust is the biggest barrier, especially trust among the workforce to adopting AI, Europe is laying the right foundations to secure that trust. And so I would also plead with you to continue on the path that you're on, where you have this commitment to responsible governance.
Thank you.
So just one point on my side that I would like to add. We also have incredible talents in Europe. We conducted a study for our fund, and actually 50% of the computer scientists and data scientists are coming from Europe. So we have some of the best schools. Myself, I started studying AI and NLP about 12 years ago. So, it's not a new technology. All of us, I think, should learn about it today because it's a big topic. But we shouldn't shy away from the US. All of them say, hey, the best engineers are in the US. I don't believe that at all. And the second point is that because we have great engineers that also have this European mindset of creating not only just like the biggest, the largest models, throwing capital at these models so that they can become, like the monopoly in the market, we are thinking smarter. We are thinking, okay, how can I optimize the architecture of my model so that it's consuming less energy and is much more sustainable for the future? And I think Angie will complement my point about renewable energies, but it's also something that is very important in Europe and that other markets in the world don't have, or at least not at the same scale.
Yeah, and I fully agree. And one point is that in Europe, we don't have Google, Microsoft, Facebook, etc. But on industrial part, you have SAP, you have Aveva, you have Dassault Systèmes, which are very big software vendors where with a very deep knowledge of the various technology. And okay, it's less well known by everybody, but it's clearly area of expertise where we see already some big software vendor from Europe growing on that area of AI. Where we need to grow, for me, in Europe, it's on the cloud topic, because the cloud is really the operating system to run AI to scale. And if we don't have a big, a very industrial approach on cloud, it will be difficult. But from a software perspective, we have, for instance, Hugging Face, which is a very good company. They did not need 100 billions to be able to capture almost all the market on model for AI. So we can be smart and use less money, less energy, and do good things.
Well, thank you very much, the three of you, for taking the time. Thank you. Thank you.
Where do you want me? Front and center. Well, we can do this order. All right, and that's here. There you go. Exactly. All right, there you go. We made it. You guys need to get to know the most important thing, the most difficult. Yeah, getting through the. Exactly. That was like a road. Grabbing the right seats.
You starting? I'm not sure. Maybe we should go ahead and start. Thank you all for coming. We are having this beautiful panel today to discuss business models in the times of AI. Next to me are Jonas Androlis, who is the founder and CEO of Aleph Alpha, Yann Lechel, who is the CEO of Probab, and Meredith Whittaker, who is the president of Signal. To start, I think it could be a good idea to get back to a moment that has marked the past weeks in AI, which is the DeepSeek's rise. And as you know, it has shaken Wall Street and all its US competitors. And everyone has started to wonder if AI valuations were too inflated.
And I want to ask you all what you think of that and what we learn from this whole moment and what it means for AI companies.
Happy to start. So for us, it was a victory lap. So for us, it was perfect. It was basically, what happened was what we've been expecting for years, what we've been positioning ourselves for. And so our investors are all like full of joy for that. And of course, this doesn't mean that there aren't challenges ahead. But generally speaking, that we positioned ourselves years ago with the realization that general purpose LLMs are not a working business model. And this is a market distorted by geopolitical interests, by like tech giants with monopoly chains, right? So this is not a working market where you can succeed with the economies of return on investment and all that. And the good thing for our customers is that these open source models are pretty cool, and you can use them, you can combine them with our own innovation. So for us, it's perfect. I would believe that it's substantially different, as we've seen on the stock market for some other companies.
Yeah, well, building on that, I think it proved that there are ways to gain a lot of efficiency. I think we also need to be a bit sober about it. If we look back over the decade-plus history of this current moment in deep learning, what you actually see is a number of the key inflection points were efficiency gains. So AlexNet in 2012 showed that instead of 16,000 CPUs, you could use 5 GPUs daisy-chained together in a Stanford dorm and get the same performance. But that didn't mean that the companies started spending less money to build the same thing. They started spending the same amount of money to build something much, much bigger, because those efficiency gains were seen as something that could supercharge development, supercharge this bigger is better paradigm, similar with the transformer model in 2017, huge efficiency gains in model architectures. But that didn't lead to smaller models or to spending less money on the same size. It led to a supercharging again these large models. So there's a term for this J-Bones paradox, or the rebound effect, where efficiency gains don't often lead to more resource use as people look to build bigger is better. And because of this, these monopoly structures and the incentive that the dominant players, the hyperscalers in AI, have to keep their monopoly on this, I would not anticipate DeepSeek and the gains made there leading to a leveling out of the AI playing field. I think there's going to be a lot of using those efficiency gains to more cheaply build bigger models, and we'll need other levers to, I think, bring the market to heel.
What's also interesting is I spoke to a lot of brilliant researchers in large labs, and they basically all gave me the same answer, saying that, yeah, this is not new, right? We basically have the same efficiency. We just don't market it that way. And when you look at the numbers we know of the DeepSeek team, they have about 100 times the GPUs we have. And when you look at the paper, it has more than 100 authors. So this is not like a small and scrappy team of 2 people in the garage and all that, right?
So what I find interesting here is that we have basically game theory and math at play and massive optimization, as you said. It's basically how things are going to go forward. We reached a point of maybe stability where models as an object is a sort of a commodity in a way, and every nation also has to own their own model because there are cultural elements, biases. So every nation, possibly every company, will have its own model. So given the cost, the initial cost, and we talk about capital that has been incinerated, which is not too different from the capital that was incinerated 25 years ago for 3G. Right? 3G came 10 years after with the iPhone, where we started to use a lot of video bandwidth. So there's a lot of capital incinerated to trigger this momentum. And the DeepSeek moment is a way to say, open always wins. And this is what happens. And China, whether it was intended or not, understands this very well. You can weaponize open. And open always wins, because concentration is something which is undesirable at some point. So big tech, of course, wants to protect that by design, but they will struggle because at some point someone will say, oh, I actually can do this. This is just science. I can do better. I can cycle through.
I think we do have to push on what open here means, because as someone who came up in the open source world, back in the day, when I started seeing the term open source applied to AI, I was actually confused because I don't know whom among you are from this particular corner of tech, but open source people are incredibly specific. They're incredibly pedantic. You'll have 200 people replying to a thread about a detail in GPL license, and they will be fighting it out until that detail is resolved or until they're enemies. So I was like, okay, well, what are the details of what open source AI is? And I think it does trouble the idea that anyone can just pluck the open apple off the tree and equally enjoy it, right? We are still talking about massive concentrations of compute, and DeepSeek was built on prior art. It was not, it did not spin up it relied on that, and that prior art relied on huge amounts of data that, again, each country doesn't have its own fungible data set. We have a history here in which the commercial internet developed largely in the US, largely in English, largely among a very particular set of people who deposit, the 14-year-olds who edit Reddit, the 22-year-olds who post on Wikipedia or vice versa, right? You have a very particular cultural paradigm that created a lot of this data. A lot of the other data is created effectively to answer the questions that are interesting to advertising companies about all of us, so you can better target ads. That's not a fungible representation of our dynamic reality or each country's culture or each sector's culture. That is something that is very culturally specific, very historically contingent. And again, it's not in the possession of each company or country. It's something that is largely, we have a finite amount of it, and we can reach for synthetic data. We can try to create a bit more, but that's actually not a solved problem. So here is where it doesn't just become easy for everyone once we open up the frameworks or call our API open or whatever. It's something, even with open weights and a more maximal version, we still need to recognize there is a concentration of power and a historical contingency around who has access to these resources that is going to shape ultimately who they serve and how they look.
And I did use the term open, not to say open source or open weights, because open is a concept that also includes open science, open standards. So some of these things will trigger a level playing field sort of dynamic, which is the reverse of, if you look at LLMs, the worst thing that could happen to us as a society, as a species, is knowledge as a service. In other words, capturing all that amount of humanitarian or whatever humanity has produced as content without asking for permission. The danger is for that to be fully captured and we all become renter of that property.
Well, then there's also this famous Silicon Valley saying, if you're not paying for it, you're the product, right? So if somebody is providing you a free product that they spend 100 times the compute we have on, why are they doing that, right? Are there maybe, and then to your point, Meredith, we have clear indications that there's laws be broken, there are laws broken along the way. And we don't seem to care too much. We are applauding for the cool tech, and the copyright infringement is basically a side note.
Yeah. Have you heard of disruption, Jonas? That's what that's called.
Just to rebound on that, Jonas, you said that large language models cannot be profitable. Also, can you elaborate on that? And also, can we imagine an AI that respects copyright and still?
Sure, we can. I mean, so to be very specific, what I'm saying is general purpose LLMs cannot be profitable. Another thing we've learned with DeepSeek and Llama and basically all other cool models is that they don't seem to generalize out of distribution. So these models are learning more and more data, and there's a reason why companies like Scale AI do $1 billion in revenue. Just think about it. It's $1 billion US paid for people sitting in front of computers, typing the right answers to questions for the models to memorize. So that's like a big part of what makes these models so powerful. And the answers they're typing are largely informed by the needs of like the general user. So things like write a poem for my mother's birthday, or I want an email reply to this invitation, whatever, right? So these kind of things. And what we are seeing is for our customers that are in manufacturing and compliance and government and security, these models are about as useless as they were years ago, because the very specific things that they need to know to solve these problems are still not in there. But of course, for general purpose use, for what we can all use, if we want a poem for our mother's birthday, they're phenomenal.
And I think this gets to some of the, what I would call the pathologies of the tech investment cycle and the tech business model. You know, the first is that if we're being real, a lot of things don't have to be profitable for investors to profit. People have to believe they are useful, believe that they work for long enough to IPO or get an acquisition, right? And I came up in this industry, y'all. That is simply the facts, and that means there's an incentive to maintain certain hype cycles, a disincentive for rigorous research and empiricism, testing, benchmarks that accurately assess, performance in context. And I think we can also get back to this, if you're the paradigm that is now accepted as common sense around how tech works, if you're not paying, you're the product. And that's very literally why Signal needs to be a nonprofit, because no one pays for a messenger. How do you finance a messenger? You collect a bunch of data, you build models that you then sell access to advertisers to target you all, or you train an AI model with that data if it's somehow specialized, and then you sell access to the model in some way. But of course, with the rigorous privacy bar Signal has, where we've very literally reinvented whole parts of the stack, so to speak, in order to do privately what is just commonly assumed to be done, collecting all that data, because that's the business model. There's no real way to monetize that without a very real risk that you have a board member who comes back from some exciting AI conference and starts pushing you to prioritize revenue. Because the network effect has already saturated the ecosystem with messaging, right? And no one buys the first telephone. And because, the nonprofit structure is the way to support privacy. Now, that is, incredibly wild if you think about Signal as this is the nervous system of military, government, human rights, journalistic communications across the globe. There isn't another thing that does that. And we're, relying on donations, and there are a lot of people who believe in our mission. We have donations. But then you can see a company like white labeling some AWS API and getting billion-dollar valuations as like the new defense tech, right? So it's, there's something very, very broken in the way that the incentives are structured around tech, which, ultimately has to do with some, history around the surveillance business model and the way that the US pushed a very particular neoliberal agenda in the 90s, which I talk about in other research. But, I think we need to, that is the root of so many of the problems that we are now exploring here.
Well, there's also the interesting new business model of large asset aggregators, investors, that don't really care about returns because they earn so much in management fees that they deploy billions, right? So they don't care, right? They just have billions they need to deploy. So actually, the bigger the money is you're asking for, the more likely you'll get a deal. And to your other point, we saw this on our last funding round where we had, so from the very beginning, we were very adamant about opening our research. So all our papers are open source, open code, open method. We don't leave out any crucial details and all that. And we've had investors coming to us and kind of, this needs to stop. Like, we're happy to invest, but we have this side letters that you can only be on this cloud, or this kind of openness needs to stop. You need to be more protective of your IP. And so we were in a lucky position to find our customers as investors. So now we have complete alignment between the interests of our customers and board, but this is far from the rule.
All of you have talked in a way on how big tech companies have distorted the market. Is there, in your opinion, a way out of it? Or?
Well, so I talked about open as a vector, openness as a way to rebalance things as a level playing field. Again, China is very well aware of that, but if you look at big tech, they've adopted open source to undermine their competitors, right? So they use that frequently. So perhaps we can adopt this as a European construct, rewrite the software by saying, look, we believe that things should be more open to enable a lot more entrepreneurial activity to some degree. So open science does that, but also open source typically, right? If you see open source technology, and not talking about open models specifically, but AI is a lot of artifacts created from open source and sometimes open data that is possible. So all of that will be available to entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs will then create companies that will create proprietary models or other things. So the point is to stimulate local endeavors that will compete with these things. And the case for probable is interesting because earlier we talked about governance. To me, the key for, to solve the equation is also to look at governance and how we, unfortunately right now, with the Trump administration going backwards in terms of the environment, right, we are likely to see companies recede in focusing in extra financial dividends. And the company that we've created with Probable is a company that focuses both on extra financial dividends and financial dividends. In other words, we need the drive of financial dividends to be competitive and generate growth or margin, but at the same time, through open source, we believe that we provide non-financial dividends, societal dividends. And so, to me, that equation is also solved at the governance level, which talks about society as a whole.
I think on this question, I would have a really fun conversation over coffee. We do need to look at the concentration of infrastructure and the concentration of data as key ingredients for the thing we're calling AI right now. And of course, there are many versions of AI, but right now we are talking about these very large-scale models and this bigger is better approach that I know Jonas and I agree is not necessarily the best along all axes. But one element of that concentration of power, infrastructure, data, that we don't always hear talked about is also market access. Because these infrastructure providers are hyperscalers because they have servers across the globe. That's not something that one jurisdiction itself can replicate, and you're talking about sort of cross-subsidized economies of scale with marketplaces and search engines and what have you subsidizing those as well. And ultimately, I know your business model is sort of an enterprise first. It's slightly different, but you also license through cloud servers. People can access your models through the cloud.
Well, actually, it's enterprise and government, and our customers, of course, they use hyperscalers, and they can deploy our tech there, but we are not like an integral part. They can always move it out. So if you're an enterprise and you're with AWS, and you don't like the price increase and you want to move everything on-prem, you can do it.
And I think the issue there being that you're still dependent on hyperscaler infrastructure, and a lot of the business models are simply licensing through hyperscaler infrastructure in many cases, right? And you can do on-prem if you're large enough, but that's still not solving the question of how do we distribute this to a market? How do we build a consumer product out of that? How do we do something that isn't just, sort of centralized to our business? And then the other one is these platforms, right? You integrate, Meta and PyTorch. Everyone builds in PyTorch. Meta has a huge hand in PyTorch. That means that what is built snaps right in like a Lego into Meta's systems. They can deploy that for their ad targeting and Optima-seeking behavior generally. But that market access is something that I think we also need to take seriously when we talk about competition and the opportunity for sort of entrepreneurs and new entrants to truly disrupt this market.
You talk about PyTorch, and so I don't know if you've looked at Probable, but we are the so-called scikit-learn company. Scikit-learn is basically frugal, doesn't require GPUs, so it's all about tabular data and quantitative modeling and detecting fraud typically or recommendation engines. So it is in the greater family of AI. We're not in the Gen AI realm by default, but we are very much about the tool chain, the tools that you require to start doing AI, and that's fully distributed in the traditional open source way. So that is the model that also needs to be looked at, because very often we talk about the models, we talk about the data, but we forget about the middleware. And the middleware is critical, especially now as we enter into the agent category of AI. So agentic AI will use models, but also software. So again, we need to look at the components, each of them, and you're fully right. We need to look at where it's concentrated and distributed, because if we end up distributing AI through the same usual suspects, then we do not distribute the value of AI to the rest of the world.
This is actually like an interesting point, and one of our investors and partners is the Schwartz Group. They're building this sovereign cloud that's based on open technology, where there's no kind of strategic interest. They don't want to sell your data. They don't want to kind of show you ads and stuff like that. And I've had one conversation with like a large financial institution, and basically they said they were kind of already defeated and coming in like, yeah, we know we have to eventually move everything to the cloud. We are in the process of getting, and I told them, you don't have to, like with our tech, you really don't have to. You can always move back and forth. So I think it's up onto us to offer alternatives. And as a society, we have to think about strategic externalities. Like, what is, so we as Europe, maybe, we are making this mistake of always looking super short term. What's the cheapest option? But there are choices we make that put us in a strong or weak position 5 years down the road. And these carry real cost.
We've seen over the past few days and also the past few weeks that countries are in a race to attract investments in AI. And this summit in particular is much more focused on this than on the safety issues that were at the core of the UK summit. Do you think it's a win for AI companies, or will these questions get back on the table at some point, in your opinion?
So I was CEO at Scaleway, which is a cloud operator, so the cloud talks to me in some ways. I find that Europe is playing catch up, basically. So we are laying the foundation for data centers. The question, and back to your point, Meredith, is, you know, what are we going to put inside those data centers? Is it the hyperscalers who are going to be, you know, coming here and take over these data centers that we're building for them with cheap energy, cheap and clean energy? Or are we properly addressing the full stack? And the full stack is ground, energy, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. And all of that, if everything is as a service with the same usual suspects, again, we're back to square one. So to me, the danger is everything as a service.
Maybe, sorry, wait, want to go first?
I'll speak after you.
Okay. Maybe, Jan, to your point, I'm always a little bit irritated by these announcements for the infrastructure investments, because these GPUs depreciate super fast, right? So we can build like a large data center. This will generate 80% margin for a chip manufacturer, which, yay for them, yeah? They build great chips. But this will not create any value. Right? So what we need is sustainable value creation. We need innovation. And once we set this up, once we have AI innovation, the infrastructure will come by itself. Right? We do have local providers. We do have local companies, like our partner Stackit. If you call them and tell them, I need 10,000 GPUs, they'll provide it. Right? So as soon as we have the need, as soon as we have the innovation and the sustainable value creation, infrastructure will solve itself. But it's not the other way around. If we just build infrastructure, there's no value creation. Like in the worst case scenario, these data centers are idling or are badly used by people that don't really know how to scale large compute.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would turn the conversation a little bit to talk about, you know, where are the opportunities here, right? And I don't think it's in, you know, licensing a partnership with a large hyperscaler to build a, you know, easily deprecated, data center. I do think, you know, issues like security and privacy are pressing. There are currently, you know, just unremediated vulnerabilities in large-scale AI systems. There are supply chain attacks that can, you know, poison data. So if you've seen the Manchurian Candidate, sort of like a wake word that makes it behave poorly when you know, or dangerously when you do a certain thing. Once it's operationalized during inference, there are data exfiltration attacks that can expose incredibly sensitive data. And there's the fact that, you know, let's be real about what AI is. it does a lot of very, very cool things, but it's hardware, it's software libraries, and it's a lot of data. It's nothing new paradigmatically when it comes to tech. And a lot of times you wrap AI around this system that is familiar and it defamiliarizes it, and we're seeing things like rigorous security engineering not being applied to AI, even though we know that's necessary to secure these hardware and software if we're integrating them into things like military systems or high-stakes systems like healthcare. We're seeing, sort of corner cutting and cost cutting around security, around QA, and around building infrastructures like secure supply chains, like rigorous security engineering that would formally verify these systems, these things that are pretty standard in things like nuclear assurance that really need to be applied to these systems. And I would say AI doesn't know anything, intelligent or otherwise, without access to your data, whether that's a prompt you type in and it gives you some access, or it's access to your entire photo album so it can find different landmarks and tell you who's whom, or access to your biometrics, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing AI can do for you, an agent running around your entire operating system sort of doing tasks for you without access to that data. And that's a huge privacy concern, particularly for Signal. So, we run on these operating systems. We cannot poison the nervous system of military communication by having some agent designed by some product team who's racing to meet an OKR, devouring that data and storing it unsafely. So I think there are, those to me, yes, they're framed as problems, but those are opportunities to actually batten the hatches and address real concerns that are going to blow up in the future. And in that future, there will be prior art, there will be models created responsibly, and there will be privacy-preserving systems that recognize, we're risking human rights if we moved forward with this sort of hype-fueled AI paradigm and don't address these issues. So I open that opportunity to you all in the room.
Thanks everyone for this conversation, and thank you for joining. We'll leave the ground now. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Good. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Anik Bose, the moderator. I'm also managing partner of BGV. It's an early-stage venture fund with an office here in Paris and also in Silicon Valley.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Perryman. I am the head of AI policy and fairness at Uber, based out of Washington, D.C.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Professor Leon Duchinsky, and I work with safety and security at NVIDIA.
Hi, everyone. I'm Natasha Crenton. I'm Microsoft's Chief Responsible AI Officer.
Hi, my name is Joanna Bryson. I'm Professor of Ethics and Technology at the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin.
Hi, I'm Nathalie Bellet. I'm the CEO of NAIA. It's a platform risk and compliance management.
Great. The topic of this panel discussion is building trustworthy AI. And we're going to try and focus on the interplay of innovation, responsibility, and democratization. Why is this an important topic? Because without trustworthy AI, we will not have adoption of AI. And without adoption of AI, we will not have the benefits that everybody is promising that AI can bring for the world. So, what I'd like to do is maybe just set some context for you as part of this conversation. So if you look at the pace of technology development, whether it's been GPUs or whether it's been LLMs, it's been dizzying. I think the number of floating point operations per dollar has doubled literally every 2.5 years. What's been also interesting is we've seen and we've heard at various sessions here that you have the larger models, language models, larger data centers, more energy, bigger is better. But what's been interesting is while technology has moved rapidly, there's been a lag in what I would call the human-centric and data-centric guardrails. These are things like privacy, bias, data quality, compliance, security, and so on and so forth. And what's been also interesting and timely is until the launch of DeepSeek, the belief that bigger is better and that resource-intensive AI models shape the innovation landscape, that narrative has started changing, where it was a shot across the bow where everybody would think, well, unless you're a well-capitalized big tech company out of the US, you have little shot at trying to basically win in this space. So what we're going to basically do today is start with a couple of questions around AI's current trajectory. So maybe I'll start with you, Leon, talking a little bit about what do you see as some of the risks of AI value creation when you think about potentially the landscape being dominated by a few big tech players?
I mean, so AI's got to work for everyone, right? And I think it's really important for people to have access to the resources that they need in order to develop and deploy AI. I think there was a big risk kind of moment, it seemed in early 2023, where it wasn't certain if we would be looking at a few major players concentrating advances or this being more broad. And how that played out was answered really quickly, actually, right? I think when you look at Spring 23 and the flourishing of models and the science being conducted really openly, as it had been beforehand, and we saw kind of massive differentiation and realized that actually it's a little bit easier to enter the game, right? And we keep seeing this with scientific advances being made openly and a lot of open source development, or even, we were talking earlier, right, about how there often is parallel discovery, and this, privately, but this only ever affords a temporary advantage. And these kind of ways of accessing advances tend to become open. So, yeah, I think there's a low risk, but I think one has to make sure that people have access to the resources that they need in order to leverage those advances, both resources in terms of humans with the right skills, and in terms of data and algorithms, and also in terms of places to go and do that research and run that AI.
Natasha?
So I think when we think about the sort of significant advances that we've seen in the ecosystem, even in recent weeks and months. I think it's really key that we understand that there are really sort of three key essential elements that we need to remain focused on as we continue to scale up. The first is that we must maintain a strong foundation of trust. Trust is not given, it is earned, and we need to do that every step of the way. And it is the case that this is both about upholding timeless values like commitments to privacy and security, reliability and safety, fairness and inclusiveness. But it's also about making sure that we are working in line with user expectations. And I think as a group of startups and founders yourself, you know that user expectations are changing as well. The second piece of it that I think is really important is that we have to keep advancing not just the capabilities of the technology, but also the safety practices need to keep pace. And there's actually a huge number of sort of unanswered questions that are still really research questions as to more sort of advanced modes of safety, which we need to continue to focus on. And then third, I'd just point to one of Leon's comments here about the need for skilling. When we think about AI technology at Microsoft, we really think about AI as being the next great general purpose technology, much like electricity. And so if we look back at history and learn what it took in order to be able to safely but broadly adopt a technology like electricity, it turns out that skilling in all of its forms was actually very important to that. And so that is both skilling in the nature of, continuing to build our population of builders and founders, but it's also broad-based skilling for the whole population as well.
Makes sense. Maybe a question for you, Sean. When you think about it, are there any factors that are being overlooked in the race to scale AI solutions?
Are there any factors
that are being overlooked?
Yeah, and I think this goes. I think this goes back to your original question, right? Like the risk here is that there's uneven development. We've seen that with all sorts of technology, whether it's the way that surveillance is used in certain communities and not others, the way that biometrics is deployed for people who can afford the technology. We want this to be something that provides benefits to all and is not used unevenly, or the gains are not distributed unevenly. So when I look at what has been sort of overlooked, two things I would call out. One, I don't know if I agree with your initial point that without trust, people won't adopt the technology. People will adopt the technology. It's just that we won't be able to ensure that everyone is getting it safely, that certain people won't be exploited by it. So I think, I believe that it's our responsibility, both in the private sector and the public sector, to have that framework for how do we make sure that people are using this and deploying it in a responsible way. Because it will be deployed regardless. As long as there's profit to be made, people will deploy technology. It's how do we insert some sort of accountability and responsibility. So I think that hasn't gone overlooked, but it's definitely something that we are all struggling to figure out the best way to achieve while balancing innovation as we do on this, as we talk about on this panel. And then the second point that I would make as far as things that have been overlooked is just the rapid development that's been happening with a handful of players in one country, one or two countries, compared to everyone else. And so I've heard time and time again this weekend and today, just how everyone wants to be a part of this. If this is I think all of us can agree, this technology is going to change the world, period. It's not different in a sense of paradigm for technology we've been seeing before, but the scale, the advancements we've seen is going to change the world. And what we're discussing here at this conference is it going to be a positive or negative change, and how we can shape that in some way. So those were what I would say.
Joanna?
Yeah, first of all, when we talk about, I broadly agree with what's said before, but I want to reframe it a little bit, right? If we look at things, if we don't just look at the largest possible companies, if we look at things like who's defending AI patents in the WIPO database, then you actually find that that Europe is actually on par with China in terms of the amount of IP that's being produced and the market capitalizations of the companies holding that IP. And actually, you also see the rest of the world, excluding the US, has aggregate more than China and the EU combined. So the digital is a great leveler. And I think some of these questions about scaling, first of all, I do think exactly as was said in the previous panel, it was a lot of hype, it was a lot of attempt at geopolitics, exaggerations of the importance of scale. But in fact, I used to be standing on stages in the EU saying, you don't need, it's basic statistics, you don't need redundant data, if someone says they need all the data in the world, all they care about surveillance, right? Now, so it didn't turn out to be entirely, there did turn out to be some other things we could do. But anyway, I want to get back to the point. The point is that when there are things that really need scale, then we tend to call those things utilities. So in antitrust theory, you say, okay, there are some things that really have to operate at large scale, and they're not going to have a huge number of providers. And so those things need extra regulation, and they still need to have multiple providers so that we have resilience. So GPS is a great example. In theory, we only need one set of satellites, but because of geopolitics, because the world is not perfect, even technologically we make mistakes, even if all the countries are reliable, we have like 4 or 5 sets of GPS, and still some people are finding ways to block that, right? So I think that to the extent we will have to have this kind of compute, we need a model where we go back to actually enforcing the antitrust regulations that ironically the United States innovated, and taking away the things that can be businesses that can actually be managed by competition more than by governance. And having those spun out and actually running in ordinary markets and not being parts of things that are actually critical infrastructure. And the critical infrastructure then becomes more boring, the kinds of things that retired people invest in, with reliable returns. And that's what happens. Once you've become something that everybody depends on, you don't get to be radical anymore. And the radical, exciting innovation and stuff, that's stuff that's out in the market, and that should be regulated separately, in fact, by competition.
Very well said. Maybe turning to you, Natalie, a question for you is trusted. We talked about trust in AI. How can guardrails help create more trusted and reliable AI solutions?
Okay, as Natasha said already, trustworthy is like a to be or not to be question for AI, actually. It's not an option, it's a sole condition of the sustainable innovation and adoption. So how we in a global point of view, not in EU point of view, but because I will not talk about the AI Act now, but in a global point of view, how we do need framework, and perhaps we can say that the 4 golden rules of framework will be a risk-based approach with a real case use-centric, first of all, to commit all the stakeholders to respect the framework, the one who develops, the one who sold, the ones who use. Also a life cycle approach for embedding security and quality. And on the top, when we have authority, the authority have to be a sort of innovation companion and to be very close to the civil society and to the tech innovation, to understand the need, for sure to be strict because it's the role of the authority, but not to cut the link between innovation and regulation, because as we know all here, the debate, the historic debate is regulation against innovation, but here it's not possible because the trustworthy have to be framed, and if the red line is crossed by some player, we have to find solution to prevent and to protect the value, the golden value.
Can you add something to that, Sean?
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, I agree with much that what was said. And when I think about that framework, I think of AI governance, right? That's governance that we're talking about in so many ways. Recently at Uber, we've gone through this exercise, right? Because it's not enough to say, well, trust us. You know, you need to have that framework in place, whether that's leaders at the top doing this day-to-day, people. And what we'll find, especially as we scale AI governance, is that it's going to take both the people and machines working together in some way to do it correctly. But we recently went through a assessment with Kathy O'Neill from Orca. And what we did, the way we approached it is first defining risk. You have to define what is risk, how risky things are, categories of risk, and then how do you have accountability and then assert accountability into the way that you are deploying those AI systems. But to your point, again, it cannot be a trust us model. You have to also have your stakeholders at the table as well. Here in France is actually a good example. We've used the social dialogue system with unions before to sit down and say, you know, algorithms are deciding deactivations at times, right? How do we have a human in the loop to make sure that those decisions are right? Because that is affecting someone's day-to-day life. So it's really context specific, but if you have the governance in place, you can deploy these things in a way that makes sense for the way you're deploying the systems.
Got it. Joanna, you want to talk about the role of governments in this?
Well, I wanted to come back in on the innovation supposed trade-off of regulation. I just want to amplify what was said earlier this morning by a gentleman from Proton. I've forgotten his name. But he was anyway amplifying Lena Khan, I can remember her name, in pointing out that all these companies that are now the current giants, they are there because of the antitrust regulation was still being applied in the mid-20th century. So for example, AT&T was sort of a national champion, but people were worried about how much power it had. So all of its IP was just liberated. And so that's why the United States is so dominant in transistors, right? I mean, I know obviously there's a lot happening in other countries too, but there's still a very key part of that value chain. And so, you know, basically there wouldn't have been a room, an opening for Google and Microsoft, as large of a, I mean, you came in early, but as large of a hole as there was, if it hadn't been for the fact that AT&T and IBM had long antitrust settlements. So actually, history has shown over and over, and my colleague James Besson from Boston University has written a beautiful book called The New Goliaths, showing that in every sector, not just AI, that the use of software is allowing people to solve the problems of logistics. You get this enormous growth of whoever invests the most and basically becomes a natural monopoly, and then you see a slowing down of innovation in that sector. And this is China. China is actually doing a good job of addressing this problem right now.
Great, great. Let's turn to the topic I think some of you brought up about democratizing AI innovation. And when you think about, you know, the best way, as you said, you know, to kind of drive democratization is to have more startups that are innovating at the application layer on top of the infrastructure that's being built by big tech. What steps are needed to ensure startups have access to cutting-edge AI tools and data that are not prohibitively expensive? Maybe Natasha, you can share your perspective on that. I know Microsoft is doing a lot of things in that area.
Sure. So I think, you know, the way that we should think about this whole unit is that it's an ecosystem, and an ecosystem needs to be diverse to be a healthy ecosystem. And in fact, the diversity of ecosystems is typically their strength. And we see this in nature, but this is also true in the tech world as well. So, you know, of course, a company like Microsoft really provides, you know, broad infrastructure as well as, you know, many different types of finished products. But fundamentally, we've been a platform company from the very beginning, which means it's not about just our own success. We can't be successful unless our customers and their end users are ultimately successful. You know, you might have heard our CEO, Satya Nadella, famously say, you know, if you want to be cool, you can go and work at various other places, but if you want to make other people cool, you should come and work at Microsoft. And this is, in fact, how it's been in my own experience. So let me just give you one example of how I see, a really healthy ecosystem coming together that combines big tech and little tech and VCs and academia. And it's just a really recent example that some of you might have come across this week. It was just announced a couple of days ago. So there's a new initiative called Roost, which is all about robust, open, online safety tools. What's so great about this initiative, where they're essentially bringing together a whole collaborative of different players to contribute, is that everybody's had a contribution there, and the benefits are broad and wide. So there are big tech players in this collaboration, and what are they doing? They're doing things like contributing the in-house safety tools that we have built ourselves to help, manage takedown requests or process different types of security incidents in a way that can be managed at scale. So they're contributing tooling. From Microsoft, we have both, Azure credits as well as we've got GitHub contributing a survey of all of the tools that have come together. There are academic partners. VCs are in there incentivizing their startups to benefit from this. So I think I use that example to say there's ways in which we've got to be able to contribute from our unique points of strength, but also to lift up the whole as well, because fundamentally, as I said at the beginning, I think a diverse ecosystem is a healthy ecosystem, and there are places for everybody in this.
Great. Sean, maybe a question for you. What do you see as the role of open source in the AI supply chain?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that could be an answer to both your questions, right? Open source is one way that we can support the ecosystem and innovation. But I view open source, when we look at traditional software, it's estimated somewhere between 70 to 90% of that software is open source, is innovated through open source. So I view this as an access point. I view that as key to democratization. And I know that we are having this conversation about AI, and in the background of that, it's always the debate between, especially the most sophisticated models, whether they should be open or closed source. But I think if we're thinking about the ecosystem and we're thinking about how to democratize the gains, we have to be talking about open source. We have to be talking about providing access. When I look at Uber and how we contribute to the various different ecosystems we're in the UK, we have investments and partnerships with companies like Wave, who are doing autonomous vehicles. We recently had a partnership with NVIDIA, right? When you look at autonomous vehicles and the way that our data, we're on roads across the world, how can that help with starting up a new ecosystem like with AVs? So these are some of the ways that you can contribute, but it's got to be geared towards innovation and sharing and with that sort of mindset.
Other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think to echo a lot of the points there, from where we're standing, I think open source is this undeniably critical part of access to AI, right? We're building on open science. Lots of these advances that we all rely on are either already published, maybe even peer-reviewed if we're lucky, or published shortly after they're used. So this is kind of, for me, this is the first layer of open source, right? And then we have open source software, and there are these wonderful stacks people are building. European companies like Hugging Face built their entire system in open source to do open source things, and it's been a wonderful accelerator, right? It's been fantastic for innovation. We really appreciate it. It's great stuff. And all the code used to do this is also open source. I mean, the projects we have where we're looking at especially safety and security, again, these are things that we develop open source because it's the best way, I think, to ensure like accelerated innovation and also to increase trust in AI, make it easier to find out where the weaknesses are, where the crinkles are, and go and iron them out. The traditional cybersecurity learned this lesson kind of a while ago. If you keep things really closed, you end up building a weaker and less trustworthy ecosystem. And I think that's something we should, and I hope have taken to heart with AI.
Yeah, so maybe a follow-up question to that. What was interesting for me is when DeepSeek came out, what is defined as open source, right? That's a very important question. And they were the first guys to say, here are the weights, here are the training loops, and even Llama they don't publish any of their stuff. So if anybody wants to build on it, it's really not open. I mean, it's a pricing model as opposed to kind of what does open source mean. So I'd love to have your perspectives on that.
I am the same age and kind of background as Meredith Whittaker. So for those of you who were here before, she just said, like, we don't think something is open source. My idea of open source is I can download it, I can run it on my own machine, I can see how everything works, and I can then know that for a fact. So I often do this as a scientist, right, to verify whether or not a simulation actually worked the way people presented it or something like that. So it's a little weird when a lot of people are calling things open source that are actually sort of APIs. And then that's not really open, because then if that company shuts down the back-end server, then you're stuck. And this comes back to the point before about having essential infrastructure has to have extra oversight so that we can guarantee that that doesn't happen except in exceptional situations. And I do hope that Europe will think hard about that. But I wanted to actually go a slightly different direction, which was that she said then, therefore, because of the nature of what Signal does, where she's working, and the value of data and the fact that they refuse that, they have to be a nonprofit. But then they're in this weird situation that everybody knows they have the best product and they're using them for like the military. And then somebody else comes up with some fly-by-night thing they call AI, and then they make billions of dollars off of this product that's less reliable, right? And so I think one of the really interesting challenges of our era, and this is true for the future of work in general, is what is a reasonable way to handle redistribution? What is reasonable wages? How do we actually get the, obviously Uber has this problem in spades, what is the right amount of money to pay the drivers and all that kind of thing. And I actually think this is one of the places Europe has a real edge, because there is really strong social reasoning, strong civil society, and it's going to require, again, a lot of innovation. Governance is innovation too. I can sell something. Come to Heritage School and help us invent the future, but the future through governance, right? A lot of these challenges, but I think we are in a good place to integrate all these kinds of challenges and to try to make sure that our societies are sustainable and secure and happy, flourishing.
Thank you. Building a responsible, inclusive AI future, I think, Natasha, you talked about a healthy, thriving ecosystem has to be diverse, right? So this is a question for all of you, and please feel free to jump in. What are some of the first actionable steps to create a more balanced and trustworthy AI ecosystem?
I'll jump in to begin with. Look, I think if you're a founder or you've got an established business, I would say that, not only is it important to sort of build in responsible practices by design, but there's actually a huge number of resources available publicly, freely today to help you do that. Whether it's, some of the open source safety tooling that exists already, there's evaluation suites that are available through organizations like ML Commons. There are practices that you can borrow from many organizations. Of course, I'm familiar with Microsoft, but there are very many other guides and frameworks that you can borrow to, do an impact assessment, really think about what good documentation looks like. So I would say leverage all of those resources that are available out there already. And then in return, I would say contribute what you learn. I think we're all better together when it comes to trustworthy practices, and thinking about how you can take what you learn in your businesses, in your organizations, and find ways to, return the favor to the open source ecosystem, find a way to publish your lessons, find a way to share your experiences with your peers and others that are on this journey with you. I do think it is really a collective effort, and it's one of these efforts where a rising tide lifts all boats.
Other thoughts on that?
I actually have a question to ask back to you. Do you see the AI Act, since it has a lot of opportunities for transparency, as an opportunity to establish trust, to show, hey, we're a European AI Act compliant or Digital Services Act compliant organization? Do any of you guys look at that as an opportunity?
Yes, I mean, for my part, I think of transparency as one of the most foundational principles in this space, and in many ways, transparency is enabling of other ends that you want to meet. So, for example, you know, if you want to do well at upholding privacy commitments, then you should be clear and straightforward about how you use people's data. If you want to do well in building a system that serves many different people well on the fairness front, then you should also be transparent about the types of testing that you have done. So I do think, you know, transparency is a matter of good business practice and as a matter of law these days in the European Union. So we do need to do more work, to be clear, on developing standardized formats so that there can be shared expectations across the ecosystem of what good practice looks like. I think for Microsoft, we're both focused on making sure that when we make available, you know, our services that founders and startups and other businesses are building on top of, we want everyone to have a clear understanding of what the capabilities and the limitations of our technology building blocks are. But there's a different type of transparency that's needed when you're using, for example, a finished application. And so I think the EU Act implementation, as well as many other laws around the world, will provide an opportunity to actually specify what those practices look like in more detail.
Yeah. Yeah, I think to your question of how we go about doing this, repetition doesn't spoil the prayer. I'll say it again. Like, I think you have to first define what is risk, and you have to really think about the context that you're operating in. And then from there, you know, you also have to think about who you're deploying to, who's your audience here, right? Because when we talk about transparency and explainability, if you are deploying to an engineer who's going to use it, it's very different than us deploying to a driver and how we explain things and how we make that tangible to them. So I think that all is part of your considerations. But to your point, the EU AI Act was absolutely critical to how we think about defining risk. I would also say the NIST risk management framework in the US, we use that very much when we think about model impact assessments and how we go about answering those questions. Because while us in the room may be thinking about governance and AI in every day, even the folks using the technology, they're not necessarily thinking about it in the same terms. So it does give you a framework for how to translate within a company, translate to different audiences, and how to conceptualize both risk and accountability.
Nathan, go ahead.
Yes, I think it's important also to tell that it's not only AI Act in the world, AI regulation, because many countries actually have a regulation in progress, perhaps 60. Some are already out, like in South Korea or in China, for big law around AI and other countries. So we are not alone in Europe to build a regulation framework. Saying that, aside from regulation, a company may have difficulty to understand how to convert obligation into action. And that's why we talk many about which framework, how we can do, how we can operate the obligation. So for sure, technical standards, as for example here, and I mentioned it, ISO 42001, is actually a standard who may help all size of companies, the small, the middle, and the big, to play in the same league, because it's quality and security standard and a management system. So sure, the main tool to obtain the same or quite the similar, and to interoperate products that no one is domestic, all product actually is global. For sure, standards will be the right tools.
Great. So maybe one last question, which is, you know, what does a truly democratized AI future look like? We have heard it doesn't mean it's one country and 3 companies. It has to benefit all, it has to be a diverse ecosystem. So I'd love for each of you to kind of share, what's your vision? What does that look like? Anyone wants to get first?
I'm happy to talk about this. I actually have a problem because people have used the word democratization to mean decentralized. Now, when you can be decentralized, that's really useful. It's great when like a household has like, its own electricity, and especially if they're being attacked by Russia or something, it's nice to have the solar panels on the roof there. But actually, democracy to me is a representative thing. It's, and literally, I have been in the rooms with people saying, if only we could know, if we had some way of finding out, like representing the people in the room, so we could have this argument between industry and government. It's like, well, first of all, government is trying to support industry. We want to have a flourishing economy that actually, that's actually what we do. We actually make regulations that make it likely that we're going to have more industry. But secondly, that way that we represent the people, it's called democracy, and that's what the government is. Why are you portraying them as like some weird alien force that landed in a spaceship, right? So, I mean, I could see that for some governments right now, but, in general, what we need to be working on is trying to keep our governments representing the interests of their people, including the minorities.
Other thoughts on that?
What will be great is AI for everyone everywhere, but it's a utopic things actually. So perhaps the right way is literacy, how to use, how to understand, how to measure, how to evaluate. And in fact, it's the first big step of democratization. It's literacy at every stage of the value chain, in fact. So again, the one who develops, the one who commercializes, the one who explains, the one who trains, the one who uses, the children also at every stage.
Yeah, one of the topics that's interesting is when I look at AI and the ubiquitous nature of it and the self-scaling nature of it, it reminds me of a much smaller technology which has become pervasive now, which is cybersecurity. And if you think about in the early 2000s, there was no chief information security officer. Cybersecurity was not a board-level issue, and people were kind of flying by the seat of the pants, right? So when you think about AI, what lessons are learned from that journey for this massive technology that needs to be dealt with at a board level, at a senior management level? So there's a massive education challenge here as well. So thoughts on that?
So I believe that as companies developing some of the core building blocks and introducing them into the world, we have a first and deep responsibility to make sure that what we're putting into the world is actually developed in a way that is private and secure and reliable and safe and fair, inclusive. All of these timeless principles, it is actually our responsibility to do that first and foremost. But it's also not going to be enough that we just have, core responsibility by the organizations building this technology. We are going to need laws as well. Laws play a very important role in setting, a common standard across the board. And so I think there's much that can be done by industry leaders here, and while not everything is perfect, I do sense, in contrast to prior technology waves, a very strong commitment by some of the leading AI labs and associated parties to really try and do the right thing. I mean, it was striking to me, for example, that at some of these various summits leading up to the AI Action Summit, there have been many voluntary commitments made and now real action under those commitments. And there are frameworks, there are practices. I know this from working alongside our industry peers. So I would say it is incumbent on players to really do the most that they can do, and also governments need to act. These two things cannot be separated. Both things are necessary.
Joanna?
I really want to, I thank you for what you're saying, but we do have to remember that there are some companies that are really pushing back. So if you think about I'm trying to remember the name. It doesn't matter. Oh, Institute for Strategic Dialogue. They have an annual sort of Chatham Rule meeting about how are the recommender algorithm kind of, as you mentioned, there's many countries now, as well as the EU, regulating sort of what here in the EU we call the Digital Services Act, but making sure that we're not being manipulated. And it was going all nice with all these friendly voluntary agreements until the legislation came in place. And then some companies really started just attacking and shutting things down. Obviously, Meta shutting down their CrowdTriangle, obviously Twitter being purchased, and then all the ethics people being dismissed. I mean, this is public knowledge. It's not slanderous, right? So these are, and I was told at one of these Chatham Rule meetings that the tobacco industry did exactly the same thing. They pretended to play along, but once there was actual legislation in place, they turned vicious and the knives came out. And so I think there are differences between companies. They have different cultures. They have different priorities. But we really, really have to watch out for some of these things. And of course, we really, really have to be looking at what is happening in the United States right now. I just feel like we cannot say, oh, democracy is a great thing when we're seeing a whole, that the White House has actually deleted the Constitution and the previous presidents off of their website. I mean, let alone the fact that they're releasing all kinds of data in blatantly illegal ways by their own legal system. So it isn't that democracy is a perfect answer either. These are all things we have to keep working on.
Leon, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think, Natasha, you made some really good points about transparency. And I think if we're going to reach useful democratization, and maybe even have useful, kind of improved regulation, I think it'd be really good if we could see a little bit more in terms of being transparent about where the crinkles are with our models, right? Like we know they're not perfect. And I think if we're going to increase trust in these models, it's okay if we're a little bit braver, maybe those producing models, in describing where those crinkles are. And I think one loses, like a lot of trust is eroded if it's the end user who gets a bad experience and it feeds up through this route. And just being able to do, I mean, we see some great progress here with things like ML Commons, right? Although it's not always like, some of the models can be anonymous with this kind of thing, that's fine. It's a strong step in absolutely the right direction. And if we can start being a little more open about, and confident, I guess, with what the model doesn't do, what it's not intended for, that transparency really both helps democratization and eases adoption. It kind of completes the loop for me.
Great. So maybe, in closing, I'd like to share something that I was kind of motivated by what you just said, Natasha, which is basically everyone should share what they've learned as they go along. So, at BGV, one of the things we're doing is we're kind of releasing an industry-first AI native playbook for startups so that AI founders don't have to make everything up on the fly, because there's a lot of net new things that are happening here. And we look forward to working with like-minded VCs and enterprises to kind of move that forward. So if any of you have questions, come and look for me or my partner, Sarah, or anyone else here. Any last statements here from the group? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alors, qui est qui? Eh bien, bravo, vous êtes installés très logiquement, messieurs, et c'est formidable. We're going to switch to English for the next 20 minutes because, yes, believe it or not, we're back here at the master stage of this business day here at Station F, following, of course, the AI Action Summit. I know there's a lot going on outside this stage here, but you really want to stay with us for the next 20 minutes because we're going to dive into a crucial question when it comes to fostering a better AI ecosystem, and of course, how you guys been scaling in this sector and area. We'll be focusing on what's core actually for this ecosystem again, and at the heart of the global investment battle, infrastructures. So if we want to sum it up, it's kind of easy. No infra, no data, no AI per se. Can Europe make its own luck when it comes to powering data centers, boosting chips productions, enabling data enhancement? To dive in this question, I'm pleased to be joined by two crucial members of the European AI value chain, Guillaume Léger, co-founder and CEO of Explain, and Jérôme Leca, CEO of Scalely. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen. So you're both, of course, part of the AI value chain. Jérôme, you're crafting backstage storage and cloud solutions for global clients. And Guillaume, you're helping businesses to seize these market opportunities with an AI tool dedicated to the public market. Again, how would you describe the ecosystem nowadays? Where are we at? It's 2025. Is it the year of Europe for AI?
I'd say we're 1996 for the internet era, the moment where political people are realizing something's happening and drawing attention. Look upstairs, how many people there are. We have a summit.
I think someone is kind of stealing the attention right now.
So, yeah, 96, which means that nothing has been played yet. Everything's open for grab, which also means that people, if I go back, I was actually in the internet industry since 94. So I actually went through that. In 96, people were laying fiber everywhere, up to the point that at some point there was too much fiber, which was part of the dot-com crisis because we put too much infrastructure. And it took actually until about 2004 that people really started focusing on what are we going to do with all this and what are the business applications. And I think that, well, we've learned a little bit. So there's still a lot of hype around data centers. I mean, obviously we need data centers, we need GPU. But as we've seen with what happened with DeepSeek a couple of weeks ago, we also need intelligence. We can also disrupt the way of doing things still because it's early enough. And I think that the real game is going to be in applications.
And we've definitely got to get back to this. 109 billion euros pouring into France in a quick second. But I want to pick your brain, actually, Guillaume, on that question. Is definitely 2025 the year that Europe is going to win the AI battle?
Well, I can tell you there's definitely a battle. So everything at the summit was having the same message, being the president or Ursula von der Leyen. They were saying, we, Europe, want to play the game, and we believe we have weapons to play the game. And if you look at the messages conveyed by politicians and investment funds, everybody started talking about application, the vertical, specialized application of AI. So that's exactly what we're doing. Just to be clear, at Explain, we use AI and large language models to automate the workflow of companies who bid for government contracts. So that's a good example of a very specific use cases. Trust me, with a lot of pain. It's amazingly painful to bid for a government contract. There's a lot of paperwork, but it's a huge economic opportunity. It's 12% of the global GDP. And Europe can play that game and can win against American players because the level of investment that you need to succeed in building a great vertical application is not in the tens of billions. It's in the tens of millions, maybe small 100 millions, but it's a different order of magnitude. And what I can see, and with our example, we are competing with American counterparts, and our product is better, and we've raised so far less than 10 million. So yes, Europe can play that game. So far, what I've heard is a lot of people conveying that same messages on the investment side, on the political side. Now I think it's time to move from messages and speeches to actions. So we'll see what's going to happen.
But let me actually dive into this for a quick sec. Do you actually stand for the fact that vertical AIs are definitely a chance for France to make a difference? Because, I mean, there's like these large language models all over the place, and there's like generalist type of GPTs, again, all over the market. But are vertical AIs our best chance to make a difference?
Well, yeah, I believe so. There's in France, and I mean, I'm talking about France then, there's more than 750 AI, Gen AI startups. So the ecosystem is alive. It's very, very active. So obviously not everybody will succeed, but we have the tools and the right approach to solve a lot of problems. Because the difference between a company like OpenAI that builds foundational models and a company like Explain who uses those models to incorporate it into a tech stack and automate a specific workflow is that it takes a lot of time and hours to understand a specific work routine. So it's true in my field. It's also true for companies like Gemini, who does that for lawyers. It's also true for Nabla, who does that for doctors. You need specialized company. You need people who care enough about going into the daily routine of people and find out how and what can AI automate. So that's why, yes, I'm convinced about that. There's one caveat, though. We need a market. Today, if you start a company in Silicon Valley, you instantly have access to a huge market, I mean, for a startup. Europe is not a unified market, but if it were, we would be the first economic power in the world. So that's a very good test for Europe. Will we move towards make it easier for European companies to scale up with better access to the European market? It's a good test for us.
Well, actually, companies that have made it to the European market are definitely cloud operators. 80%, Jérôme, of European businesses depend on American cloud operators to this date. How can we wait in this market when we are European or French cloud providers?
Don't launch me on this.
Well, I'm definitely, that's what I'm doing right here, right now.
It's a disaster. I mean, most European corporations, most European government bodies, including defense, buys most of their ITs from US providers. Most, I mean, and when I say most, it's in the order of magnitude of 80% and sometimes even more. I think that for a long time, I've heard, yeah, we have to buy from US providers because there's no European provider. This is not true anymore. There's a lot of European offering. They're buying from US just because they're used to. And every time any European corporation buys from a US company, that's detrimental to our trade deficit, every time. And I think that we need more consciousness, and it starts with every one of us as individual. It starts with everyone who makes purchasing decision inside corporation, purchasing decision inside government bodies. We have customers in 60 countries around the world, so I tend to travel quite a lot. Sorry for the carbon footprint, although we offset. Well, we do as well as we can.
Well,
but when I go to other countries, they have this consciousness, starting with the US. I mean, the US has the Small Business Act, but beyond the Small Business Act, purchasers in the US will preferably buy from a US corporation, and they will buy from other corporations if they don't have a choice.
So if I'm actually saying that from your perspective, we definitely need to change gears, when it comes to acquiring a better economic literacy or business literacy as users, I mean, for our own, or as buyers, when it comes to large corporates or even organizations or local and probably domestic governments. Would you say that, both of you actually, economic patriotism is a nose or a swear?
We absolutely need to switch towards more patriotism. I think I'm going to use the French word here. Well, it works in English too. I think that there's no sovereignty without patriotism. When I arrived in the US, I lived for 12 years in the US. I noticed that there were American flag on every property, on every lawn. And at the beginning, I thought this was ridiculous. Okay, we don't put French flags everywhere. We don't. But now I understand it has far-reaching consequences, economic consequences. And I think that we need to wake up. If we don't pay attention to our companies, and now there is offering in tech in Europe, in France, in Germany, in Sweden, I mean, all across Europe, really. We need to buy from them.
Would you say, Guillaume, following up and building up on Jérôme's answer, that actually nowadays choosing an AI tool is definitely a political statement?
Well, choosing an electric car apparently today is a political statement.
Depending on the brand of the car, basically.
I think what you've seen is that a lot of players, political players, corporate players, want to find a way to make it easier for European companies to strive and survive. And it's true, the Americans have always done that. In a way, Trump and J.D. Vance are doing us a favor because they're so blunt. So it's very clear what they're doing. You know, your previous administration were a bit more like, they were still favoring their interest. America has always done that, but they had another discourse. I think Trump is very straightforward, and you know, it's a good wake-up call for us. And I believe we should do the same. I mean, to do the same, we first need to define what's a European interest. I had a conversation recently, and I was just complaining about why doesn't Europe move on tiny stuff, and they're like, well, first of all, we don't have a European general interest. We're not able to define that. So I think now we have one with AI. We want to be an AI, a continent that champions AI. That's a common interest. It's a narrow one, but it's a first one.
So AI would definitely be that common value where we can build on and just believe in ourselves for some reason. Like I'm going to refer to the Draghi's report. I mean, a lot has been said about Mario Draghi's report again, and we can probably sum it up into invest and innovate or perish. That's it. Are we actually willing to put that in action, in motion?
Well,
look, I think that the partnership that was announced last week with Abu Dhabi is a very smart move.
MGX, to give you a little bit of context, so the MGX, which is the Abu Dhabi fund, is funding new private investments in France, especially an AI campus for 50 billion euros, and they're actually starting the financement of the Stargate project in the US, in Texas, for $100 billion.
But so Europe's not moving fast enough, so we need to create alternatives and to partner more widely. I think that this is great that this partner summit is also under the leadership of India. This partnership announced with Abu Dhabi, the UAE. I think that we need to go far-reaching. And I don't think it's only an AI game. I think it's a tech game. I think that our economies, the value chain, are going to be transformed by tech. They are being transformed. And we need to have more leadership in Europe. We have no problem producing companies, scale-ups. Now they need business.
But just to go back to what something Joe was saying, you don't need to make a political choice. We have great tools, we have great applications, we have great companies in Europe. And it's not about like choosing a worse company for a political reason. No, it's just taking the time to look at what's there, maybe change your habits if you've been working with American tools, and make a little bit of effort to realize that actually we're building amazing companies in Europe. And sometimes, I mean, I wish that my company could be built across Germany, Spain, Belgium, and France from day one, because the rules of our clients are facing. So our clients, they bid for government contract. The rules are very similar across countries. Yet, we're only in France at the moment. We're very successful in France. We want to expand, but still we're only in France at the moment. And I wish the Commission would do something easier. It could be easier access to data for example, because to public sector data, that could be a move. I mean, I'm not a politician and a regulator, so I don't know exactly, but I'm sure there are tons of moves if there's a political will. My take from the summit is that there is now a clear political will.
And there's also apparently also some grounds coming from President Macron to actually not deregulate, but open up a little bit the market and trying to find ways for companies such as yours to have a better and easier access to the markets. But coming back to this 109 billion euros pouring into France again, like private investments only. Would you guys say that actually money is the wisest source of energy to empower this AI ecosystem?
Look, there's such a change that, yes, money is important. I think that we've done a phenomenal job in France in the past 15 years creating VC funds. It's now possible to start a company to be financed, Series A, Series B, Series C maybe. There is a lack of funds to create really big things like gigafactories, like AI data centers, or big research, okay? So from this standpoint, yes, we needed some money from the outside, and I think it's an incredibly good initiative. It was important, yes.
And also look at all the money that's been announced on the European level. I think, again, it's not a coincidence.
Which is 200 billion this time.
And so yeah, we need money to build like solid infrastructure because, when you talk about sovereignty at some point, some assets are physical, data centers are physical. They cost a lot of money. So yes, for that, we need a lot of money. But my earlier point was that to build vertical champions, you don't need to raise what OpenAI raised or what Mistral raised. You can do that with a different order of magnitude. If you quickly have access to a large market, because if you have access to a large market, you have access to a lot of users, and the more users you get, the better and then it's a race, building the better product. And we Europeans, we're just as good as Americans.
With a few seconds left on stage, because time flies by literally here at Business Day at Station F, could we actually say no infra, no data, no AI?
Well, that's my business, so yes, I'm sure I would say that. So we create cyber-resilient data storage infrastructure. Without data, no AI. What's interesting right now, people need the data to train the models. I believe this is going to change. I think we'll need less and less data to train models, but we're going to store more and more data to be able to audit the model and to be able to go back and explain, I love the name of your company, explain why models are doing something. So yes, no data, no AI, and to have data, you need to store it physically somewhere. I would like to say that people often focus on where the data is stored, but to me, what's more important is not so much where it's stored, what is the legal construct that applies to the data. Whenever you store data in France, but if it's managed by, for example, an American company, you are under US law whether you want it or not. So it's very important to pay attention to what is the legal construct that will apply to your data.
And a good example of what you could actually clarify, what you've just said. It's just something, it's a very good point on something that we could change and we could...
you have literally 5 seconds.
5 seconds. So you said no infra, no data. I said
no AI.
So I run a vertical AI company, and we specialize because we want to solve real people's problems. I would say no people, no AI. Just to close on that debate.
No people, no AI. Well, actually, AI in Europe are open for business, and I guess. Well, that is actually something good to take away from these 2 days here at the AI Action Summit. Thank you so much for attending. I'll release you for now, but I know that you have outstanding sessions coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us to talk about the attractivity of Europe for AI startups and talents. Despite the very strong competition today at the summit, we're very pleased to be speaking with you today. So I'm Alice Albidati, founding partner of Brevaya, which is a pan-European growth stage fund. We back scale-ups across Europe and help them build sustainable leadership position globally. I'm very pleased to have with us today Tina Rosario, who is leading SAP data and analytics practice in Europe and advising SAP's top customers on their innovation strategy. Tina is an American who now calls Paris home. You have spent over 20 years at SAP to serve on SAP also AI ethics and strategy committee, and you are a board member of Women in Big Data. And we also have Vincenzo Vinzi. You're a professor of statistics and have been dean and president of ESSEC Business School for the past 7 years. You also lead the Conference of Deans of French Business School, and you work to shape the future of management education in France. We might also have Pascal Carny joining us at the end of this panel. Pascal is France's ambassador for international investment and chairman of Business France. So let's start talking about the attractiveness of Europe for AI startup. Tina, so how does SAP view the European AI ecosystem, and what are the key factors that make Europe an amazing place for AI?
Yeah, great question. Thanks for having me on the panel. SAP has a very positive outlook on the European AI ecosystem. And actually, it was interesting to hear President Macron talk about the importance of the ecosystem. We are hand in hand there. We believe and know that Europe is the second largest market for AI worldwide, a very important market, a growing market, and thus SAP is right there to foster and strengthen that ecosystem. For me, it is all about talent, right? There's certainly great talent here thanks to the education system, and this is one of the key foundations that's needed. And then the culture of innovation is so strong here. So many different innovation hubs, startup accelerators, wonderful places like Station F, and really building that community to foster AI entrepreneurship. And then, you know, Europe being in the position to lead the world for policy and regulatory around AI. This, to me, builds this sense of trustworthy environment where AI development can be supported in an ecosystem that allows for trustworthiness as well as innovation. So why is Europe attractive, though? Really, that's the question. And it is, for me, all about communities. So here there is this sense of community that I think is important to provide companies with resources, with leadership, with mentorship, with market access. And then there's, of course, the research excellence. So the research institutions and universities that are building cutting-edge technologies and bringing up expertise. At SAP, we recently invested in the Technology University of Munich, 100 million euros to foster development and training of students and doctoral candidates as well as research. And then government support and having Europe with multiple, and Macron spoke about it, the incentives, the different programs, the various ways that companies can get support here. But I really want to share a personal story because I'm American and here I am in Paris. And it was my family's decision to come here. Nobody said, oh, hey, you have to go to Paris or you have to move to Europe. You know, we raised our hand and said, yes, please. We want to be a part of a different ecosystem outside of America. We want to be where there's a lot of innovation. We want our children to have the educational opportunities that are afforded here. And my husband, upon being here for a couple of years, actually took a leadership role in a few startups and is now mentoring startups. So we really have become a part of the community personally, and it's meant a lot to us.
Thank you for sharing your perspective, and it's always great to get amazing ambassadors from international background. You mentioned your investment with the university in Munich. That's a good transition to your perspective, Vincenzo. Can you please help us understand how does ESSEC Business School help create this strong ecosystem for AI in Europe?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Alice, for having me on this panel. I think what we are trying to do at ESSEC is not simply to prepare professionals for the AI industry, but really to prepare leaders that are AI savvy, AI ready for all industries. This is extremely important. Which means that we need to respond to a few demands. The first one is that we need to, through education, through training, to reduce, nowadays there is a lag between the time of innovation, which is very fast, which is very accelerated, and classically, the time of acquiring knowledge, building competencies is much slower. So we need to reduce this gap, because otherwise, by the time the students or even professionals that are already in the companies, they catch up with the technology, and we see what's happening in the past few days, even with AI, with the same technology, we have very rapid, very strong, very quick progresses. So how we do that? First of all, what is extremely important is to break silos across disciplines. So it's a transdisciplinary approach. When we look at French business schools, they've been very good over the last decades in terms of adding up a new topic, a new program. And even at ESSEC, if you want in AI, what we do with Central Spellec, so really management and engineering, not as separate topics, but really transdisciplinary approach. We're all over the verticals, from the bachelor up to the PhD, but also so very much focused on the technical aspects, but without forgetting the other dimension. So breaking silos across disciplines, which is not the easiest things in higher education. This is quite new, because of course in higher education we're always pushed to make science progress, and when you are working on making science progress, you become very much specialized. Higher education must take the responsibility of providing also a holistic view of the topics. And this also goes to what I like to call intellectual mobility of our students, which means a very proactive approach to training. The time my generation used to say, well, I finished my studies, already didn't mean anything when I was young, but it doesn't mean at all nowadays. So it means that they need to have this proactive approach to their training, not only specialized, but also transversal. And this leads me to an important link with companies, organization, which means that academia must also break any silo between the academic world and the reality, the civil society, because what's happening for AI, for instance, there is a technical dimension, but there is also the adoption, which is extremely important. And he covers technical aspects, but also he goes to governance issues, he goes to robustness, he goes to ethical issues, and so forth, so on. So this is actually what is being done. By breaking all these silos, both internally and with the civil society. And to finish with I would say with a personal thing is, I came to France 18 years ago, and I was already a professor at university in Italy, but what actually drew me to France was that I could see that these schools, and specifically ESSEC, beyond the excellence, which is extremely important, but it's not a differentiating factor, there is the relevance of what is being done, and also most often we think about higher education that adapts to new trends. What is very specific to ESSEC is that we try to anticipate what comes next. It's a little bit the entrepreneurial spirit that characterizes not only running startups, but really the way that we approach this new topic. So at the end of the day, if I can summarize, is students and also participants in ESSEC education, when it comes to AI and related technology, we don't need to be shy. I think higher education is still quite shy with respect to this topic. there is a need to test, there is a need to assess, and there is a need to adjust. And this is not only related to academia, but it's really a mindset.
Thank you for this ambitious vision. And going back to the point of talent retention and training, Tina, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how does SAP attract and retain its talents, and notably talking about AI talent.
Yeah. You know, at SAP, we are a European native company. And our vision is to help business run better, help the world run better, and improve people's lives. So it starts at the core of our strategy, and then we've deployed various programs to attract talent. So a few highlights here. We invest heavily in research and development, especially emerging technologies like AI and machine learning. We have committed to that innovation, and in turn, that attracts talent to us. We work with top universities and research. I mentioned the Munich relationship there, 100 million euros of that partnership. We also, inside of SAP, create a very innovative work culture, because as Vincenzo said, it's not just about the classroom, but it's about the whole person, the end-to-end learning, the various opportunities to develop leadership. And so for us, we prioritize various ways to develop talent inside of SAP, investing in continuous learning and training and mentorships, et cetera. Then that part of that work culture, I think, is super important to foster candidates into SAP. But also we recognize, like me, that global mobility is perhaps also important. And we need to offer opportunities for our resources to work globally if they choose to. And so we invest in different mobility programs. But in reality, I think attracting the talent is one thing. The question now is more about retaining that talent. So we are in a situation across Europe with a highly competitive market. And for us at SAP, we see that, and we recognize that there is a huge demand for qualified talent, and it's outstripping the supply. And so I think for all of us collectively, we need to recognize that and continue to build AI competencies through acquisition and collaboration and through building that community. I say this particularly as well for diversity and inclusion, and focusing on specific programs and initiatives to retain talent across those areas. And then lastly, I talked about creating this positive work environment. That is a continual investment. So listening to our employees and being proactive in developing programs to retain those top talents. It continues to be a challenge with so many different opportunities, but I think it's important for companies like SAP to make it a priority.
Very clear. Do you want to add something on
this?
Yeah.
Yes, for a school, when we think about attracting and retaining talents, it's actually two categories, because talents for us is students and also professionals from companies for executive education. And when it comes, once they are at the school, of course, they are, I would say, retained by definition because they go through the program. But we also have another, I would say, societal responsibility, which is that we retain them in the country so that they contribute to the development of the professional world. And when it comes to attracting talents, students, of course, quality of what is delivered is very important. And I believe there are proofs that France is very well positioned in terms of quality in the business education, engineering, and also related fields. But this is not enough, because beyond the quality, there are many other high-quality schools in higher education all over the world. What is very much specific is the relevance, it's the values, and also it's providing a differentiating factor, which is linking major issues of society to each other. What we have done in ESSEC, we created 4 institutes, one on artificial intelligence, data, technology, and society, which we call the Meta Lab. Another one is on entrepreneurship and innovation. Another one is related to ecological transition and social transition, so all the sustainability issues. And the last one, in chronological order, is related to geopolitics and business. What I want to say about that is that those specific topics are not necessarily topics which are the core of a formal business course, but now they become extremely important. Because when we think of AI, we cannot think that because we think of AI, sustainability is gone, geopolitics is gone, and questions of innovation or entrepreneurship have gone. So we need to create really connections between these topics in order to make things very relevant. And I would add that the values. Values is always risky to declare, but it's something that is specific, I think, to French higher education, Europe in general. I think it's extremely important. When you think about humanism, responsibility, you were talking about diversity, inclusion. This has become, when we are able to claim technology and join it to values that are humanist, responsibility, openness, and so forth, so on, it's really an added value that represents an element of attractiveness for students, not only from Europe, but from all over the world. If you think, to finish on this, the international population of ESSEC, 40% of international students, the main three nationalities are China, India, and Morocco, and they also come not only for the excellence, but also for the relevance and the values that go through the education.
Yeah. That's super interesting. That's so we've talked a lot about talent and AI talent, and I think it would be interesting to hear your thoughts about startups and how, in your respective role, that's very much connected in the value chain, from training the talent to using and working with startup. What's your perspective on the key strengths of Europe? At Reveilla, we have just published, together with Galion and Chausson Partner, a report on the French AI ecosystem, where we're proud to see that AI is obviously a key priority for VC European tech investment, and France is the #2 market in Europe in terms of investment in AI. How does SAP work with this startup ecosystem in AI?
Yeah, I mean, very similar to the comment around attracting AI talent, it is part of our vision and is a very strategic initiative at SAP to have this opportunity to develop, to invest in, to collaborate with startups, not just in AI, but across various disciplines. I think that SAP is developing this ecosystem and is now opening up its software and its capabilities to various different types of companies of all sizes. One notable initiative here in Europe, actually it's a global initiative, is the Grow for Scale Up program. So this program offers startups access to intelligence, insight, technologies, data, process efficiencies within SAP. So a real collaboration here where SAP commits to helping those startups to be able to scale and to become more efficient. And ultimately, it's a game changer, I think, for those AI startups across Europe. We also partner with startups in a different way through strategic investments and executive level commitments around different partnerships. Really what I'm talking about is the financial commitments that companies like SAP can and should invest in new technologies. For us, we have a business AI hub that's available for different companies to help work closely with SAP to build business AI use cases jointly, using our joint techs, using our data, using our insights, and this will significantly accelerate the capabilities of the startups, but also for SAP internally. And these programs are a real win-win. I think we've realized over the years that it's a very worthwhile investment for companies like SAP to give back to the communities where AI startups flourish, because the advantage is ultimately, it's value for our customers. It's not just value for SAP and for the startups, but in the end, it's about delivering value to customers and staying on top of the technological advancements and to address the evolving needs of these customers to be able to solve their challenges and problems together. In this case, I'll mention our partnership with Mistral AI, which has gotten a lot of press. It really has been, I think, a game changer for both of our organizations, where we have integrated Mistral AI's capabilities and models into SAP's trusted environment, offering our customers a secure way to access the SLM and the LLM from Mistral in a way that they feel confident and comfortable and secure. So I think that's a really good example of how companies like SAP can make those investments. But it's not just about the finances. There's also the investment in building communities and collaborations with educational institutions, with partnerships, and to me, there's a significant amount of value there and also a huge benefit both ways.
Thank you, and hopefully that helps further strengthen our ecosystem. Do you have final thoughts to conclude this discussion?
Yeah, you used the right word, is AI ecosystem, and I think it's quite specific to Europe. When I think very quickly about the ecosystem, I think about 4 pillars. One we discussed a lot is the talents. Talents, extremely important. Competencies. I want to add one thing on talent. We should not do with talents the same mistake that we have made with industries by relocating them. It means that we cannot relocate competencies the way we've been relocating industries. This would be a big mistake. The second dimension is regulation. Regulation is extremely important. For some, in some regions of the world, regulation is seen as a burden. I think in Europe it's not a burden, it's an advantage, as long as regulation is oriented to build trust. Yeah. Because trust is really the currency of innovation. And if instead we push too much regulation, it becomes really a big constraint. So in order not to be a constraint, it needs to be stable, it needs to be transparent, and then regulation is, I think, something that is important, because once then you have the trust, you can innovate, but then it's not enough, because it's also the market. And I think in Europe we have a big chance to have a big market as long as we stop fragmenting it. We should see more and more Europe as a single market is an extremely important thing. And the fourth pillar is startups. And if I go back to ESSEC to finish is, of course, we work with many startups. We develop startups internally. What we are pushing more and more is that startups need to work more and more with large companies, big groups. If I say big groups like Accenture or banks like BNP Paribas, or even organizations like the OECD, or even OnePoint and so forth, so on, the way they are related to startups is extremely important. Also because the big issues that we have in France and Europe is that when startups become scale up, they leave, they go to US. And I think a way of helping them staying here, of course, there is needed of investments. And I think Europe is still very shy on savings. We know that families are quite risk adverse on the way they invest savings. So it should be a little bit less risk adverse to invest in a startup that becomes scale up. But also another way, and that's where we are working a lot on at ESSEC, is to create this ecosystem, this environment where we are able to link startups with large groups, other organizations, so as to create a very, very prominent environment.
So the community continues, right? Here we go. The learning continues, the development continues, and then the community needs to continue in order to thrive.
Definitely.
Yeah, love it.
Thank you everyone. Thank you, Tina and Vincenzo, for providing this very inspiring discussion. And we're very confident into our ability to build an even stronger Europe for AI.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to welcome our panelists today. Sophia Schneider, Vice President of Artificial Intelligence for Oracle Southern Europe, and Christophe Vermont, Chief Transformation and Technology Officer for AXA. Welcome.
Thank you.
So we are going to discuss a topic of paramount importance. In a world where AI models are more capable than ever, one question is looming large: at what cost? A couple of minutes ago, President Macron said that our data centers will be fed with decarbonized energy. But if we look beyond France, what's happening? Just yesterday, an NGO, Beyond Fossil Fuels, published a report highlighting that data centers in Europe will actually have a consumption that will increase by more than 160% by 2030. This means that it will reach a quantum of consumption that is equivalent to that of a country as large as Spain. So energy demand, but also water consumption of large-scale AI are skyrocketing. Although there are initiatives like DeepSeek that shows that we could do more with less, still the constraints on our environmental resources are really mounting. So before digging on what we can do about that and how we can address those challenges, I would like to ask both of you if we could just share with us some key facts that make you realize the extent of the AI energy footprint in your own context.
Merci. So just to start with, big congratulations to France for this amazing event. I mean, President Macron, I mean, really, driving the European AI space, and congratulations for that. Allez, allez. And yeah, I mean, it is definitely a very exciting but tricky moment in the same time. And, we have this incredible high-tech AI technology. And in the same time, we have to make sure that we are not eating up the resources of our planet, right? We have no planet B, it's clear. But, an example came to my mind when I was thinking about this is, it's like having this amazing high-tech robot and feeding it with a green energy diet. So
that's nice.
Isn't it, Christophe? So it's quite interesting how, we have to balance being innovative and continuing what AI can bring us, but on the same time making sure that we are as sustainable as possible. And, I mean, we will talk about this later, how, but I think there needs to be new ways of, when it comes to charging. So we need to find, the nuclear energy with the sun energy. Maybe even Oracle employees can ride bicycles and creating energy in the free time. But I mean, we need to find new ways of that.
Yes.
What is your view, Christophe?
No, but first, as you said, and let me also say that I'm very happy to be with you this afternoon and be part of this amazing event. And as our president says, I really believe this can be a founding moment to accelerate on AI in France and in Europe. So going back to your question, I don't know if it's fun, but at least this is striking. I remember very precisely a few months ago with my team, I was in my office and I was looking at this curve of carbon consumption that we projected as if we were, rolling out all the use cases that we have in mind. And clearly we saw that if we don't monitor it in a proactive way, that could offset, even outweigh the efforts that we are currently doing. So that's, I think, a very important topic, and we need to manage it carefully to leverage AI in a responsible way.
Yeah, excellent. So here comes the concept of frugal or sustainable AI. As usual, the minute we start speaking about sustainability, there is this suspicion about greenwashing that starts looming. So let's be very concrete. Could you share with us What is precisely your conception of frugal AI, and how do you implement that in practice in your organization?
Yes? Shall I?
Go.
Okay. Thank you. And you can be sure we'll be practical. This is AXA style, I would say. So, AI and data is a strategic topic for AXA. This is obvious. Insurance is a business of data, and ultimately, insurance is human experts manipulating data, which is the raw material of what we are doing, basically. So that's why we put that at the very center of our strategic plan, 24-26, called Unlock the Future. And AI is not new for us. It's been years that we are using those technology to better understand risks, better prevent risks. And we've been early movers when the Gen AI appeared in 2022 with a very pragmatic approach, I would say. That's AXA style. But also with a very clear principle that we want AI to serve humans. And we've been having an approach, a 3 layers approach, I would say. One, being pragmatic, is to build the foundations. And for us, the foundations is data. There is no data, no AI without data. And second was to build infrastructure. We've been also quite early in adopting cloud. Second, we've entered a quite broad acculturation initiative to make sure that everyone in the company understands what is generative AI. So we were one of the first on the market to roll out a secure platform called AXA Secure GPT, and now we have 145,000 people using it every day to ease their life and experiment what is generative AI. And from there, we started to filter use cases, and now we are entering the adoption phase, I would say. So let me give you a few examples. We have our tied agents, for example, using Gen AI to access in a much easier way the unstructured information we have regarding contracts, claims management rules, underwriting rules. We have Gen AI supporting our operators in the call center to analyze customer interaction and be much better in supporting them. We have Gen AI for software development to speed up the build of our technological solution. And we also have AI to support our customers very directly when it comes, for example, to better prevent accidents on the road. This is called coach prevention. So we are in a scaling phase. And when it comes to scales, of course, immediately comes the question of frugality. Because those technology, and I think this needs to be said, are still very costly from a financial standpoint and from an environmental standpoint. So frugality for me means, and there is one keyword, selectivity. And I see 2 points. One is being selective in the use cases, make sure that we use those technology properly when it creates value, and make sure that we use the energy, largely speaking, energy, of course, electricity, but also the energy of the company, because this is not plug and play. We need to change the way of doing things. We need to deep dive in our value chain to really create value. So there is a matter of selectivity here. And the second is the way we select the technologies we are working with. The unit costs are still quite high. And I think this is very important that we support all the models that can appear and that are much more efficient.
Super. Sophia, perhaps more on the hardware side?
Yeah, so just to give you a little bit of an understanding, so Oracle provides technology solutions, and we cover all the stack, all the layers of the stack, starting from cloud infrastructure to our business applications, and AI is integrated throughout the entire stack, and that is definitely a value add we offer. And I mean, it's clear that AI comes with a high energy demand. Yeah, it's you know, it starts with building, maintaining, and cooling those systems. So it's obviously a big question mark if AI and sustainability, ESG, can ever fully align, right? But I believe it's two sides of the same coin, right, Christophe? So obviously, frugal AI for us means how we can be more environmental, how we can reduce our overall footprint. And I think Oracle has a clear objective and clear goals defined in that area. And you know, we have by 2050, we want to become net zero. And by 2030, we want to halve our emissions. And this is recognized by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, you know, to become, we are a net zero partner. Also, our Oracle Cloud Infrastructure data centers across Europe, they are running 100% on renewable energy. And last but not least, you know, Oracle, literally in everything we produce and design, we already think about being sustainable, because you know, with everything we produce is based on the circular economy. So 99.9% of our hardware is actually to be recycled. And you know, these are the steps we take to make sure that we are sustainable. Obviously, we also look into better cooling, yeah, when it comes to AI. Currently, Oracle is using air and liquid cooling, and we have a very clearly defined energy management in place. So, you know, we believe that this is the green part, or let's say how we cover sustainability, but that's not everything, because, you know, important customers like AXA for us, I mean, maybe you can comment on that, Christophe, but yeah. I mean, it's clear that what you're looking for is performance, you look for scalability, security, cost effectiveness, and we believe with optimizing our cloud infrastructure, we can really make sure that, you know, that you are more efficient, and efficiency and performance, end of the day, is equaling in sustainability, yeah? So we are losing less energy.
Excellent. So you have shared with us those inspiring examples of how you can make AI more energy efficient. We can add to that some other techniques like edge AI, like federated learning, also moving away, for at least shifting the focus from the race for size and brute force towards more efficient and optimized architecture. Yet there is this exponential increase in the usage, so the well-known Jevons effect. And let's be honest, everyone wants to be in this race for the AI leadership. I mean, we are hearing about the investment. They are just making our head fizzy, in particular those in the US and the Stargate projects in which you are involved at Oracle, for instance, the recent investments announced in France. So how do we manage these tensions between, I would say, legitimate and desirable AI-powered business objectives and this environmental footprint? What kind of trade-off can you put into play in order to manage that?
So I will be very quick, because I see the time is running out. But this is what you're saying is a key question for us, of course, because as an insurer, we believe, and we are fully and directly affected by the climate changes, the environmental changes, and fundamentally our mission is to make sure that the world remains insurable facing those investments. So this is strategic for us to adapt our products to this new environment, and this is also, of course, strategic that we are exemplary in the way we operate. And I'm very convinced that AI is a wonderful opportunity to support this mission. And let me give you a few examples. As of today, thanks to AI, we are much more precise in preventing wildfires using satellite images. We've been able, when facing those terrible events in Valencia recently, the flood events, we've been able to measure, thanks to AI, the height of water to make sure that we intervene when and where this is the most critical for the people that were suffering those events. So clearly, AI can contribute for good, and clearly AI can help us facing those new conditions, and especially on the environment side. But on the other side, we need to be exemplary the way we use it. And I think this is a collective matter. This is a matter of each of us in the tech community, in the business community. At AXA level, we can act very directly on what we are doing. For example, we are training our people in developing more sustainable tech solutions. We are training our people to be more efficient in prompting. But ultimately, this also relies in the way our providers are more responsible. And to be honest, this is not very easy those days, and I think we still like transparency. And that would be my main message today, the search for transparency and the support that we shall have to the most efficient models. I think this is key.
So, Sophia, what do you respond to that, this request, I think, supported by many others for more transparency?
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the AI, with each new model coming out, it's more performant, right? So that also means that, again, increasing performance means that we are more efficient, and that has to be linked with sustainability. You know, I believe our collaboration with NVIDIA is super important to highlight here, because with NVIDIA and the startups, AI startups, I believe we can really scale, you know, from just a very small, starting with the 3-rack solutions, you can scale up to the world's largest AI supercomputer, you know, of 131,000 GPUs, right? So I believe that is also an important fact, that we can scale, and that makes us the fastest and the most cost efficient. Again, supporting our customers to, you know, to cover their business needs, and again, being a sustainable end of the day. And then last, what I want to highlight here is, again, the fact that is, I believe, super important, that we have AI integrated in our applications, and that helps customers to react quickly and to start using AI and being innovative and focus on that, rather than trying to become an expert or having to manage their own systems.
Super. So we have 2 minutes left. I would like you to take each 1 minute to convey your key message to the audience, and perhaps also to the policymakers present here in the AI Summit in relation to a frugal AI.
Okay.
Sophia?
So, you know, for me, it's about digital transformation. And, you know, I was yesterday lucky to be at the Grand Palais, an amazing place. And, you know, a lot of companies and private and public sector institutions talked about the EU to be, you know, EU competitiveness. And what we see from Oracle is that, you know, while private companies really start to use our cloud solutions and go that path, we believe that the public sector is still a bit behind, let's call it, and we urge the European Commission to take this seriously and make sure that we close this gap. And, you know, one Henna Virkunen, who is the Executive Vice President for Technology, Security and Democracy, said, you know, that we need to adapt, embrace new technologies and thrive, or the risk is that we are falling behind. So that is a little bit the message we want to send, to make sure that, you know, if we want Europe to be in this leading space, we really need to now make the step and move to that direction.
So thank you. On my end, I mean, more generally speaking, I think those 2 days shows that we are shifting a bit in terms of mindset, and I think this is very important, that policymakers create this environment so that we make that AI easy to do business with AI, and of course balancing with the risks that we've been talking about. And hearing our president and also our ministers, I think we are moving towards this new, I would say, environment, and I think this is super important. And second, I will repeat myself, we need to have this collective consciousness regarding frugal AI and the transparency around that. And I think we should incentivize actors to go in that direction and support, again, all the solutions that will help us to have a responsible leverage of this technology.
Thank you so much. A big thank you to our panelists and to the audience. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is finally the end of the day, the closure of this AI Action Summit. What a big event, what a big event. And we have a very interesting topic to close the day with 3 special guests. Thank you to all of you to be there. So thank you, Anne. So for those who don't know Anne Bouvreau, she's the one behind all these AI Action Summits. We also have Florian Dueto. Yeah, thank you to her. Thank you. Florian, one of our most famous founder in France in AI. And also Isabelle. I don't know how I can present you. Maybe you're going to introduce yourself with your real job, but for me, you are Isabelle, maybe you don't know what I'm going to say. No, she's the one in charge of Prairie, and basically she's behind our French strategy in AI. You're going to explain us what you do every day. So yeah, the question today is building European champions in AI, if it's even possible in Europe, and how we can make it. So first of all, I would like to maybe start with the only man on this panel, Florian.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So Florian, you're what we are calling a unicorn, and you announced during the last week that today you earn more than 300 million a year with that IQ. That's quite a miracle, and can you explain how you do that?
Yeah, the fun thing is that I think that some people believe that we announced the fundraising of 300 million, which is always fun. So it was 300 million revenue, not amount of money raised. But apart from joking, indeed, it's not, meaning the reality is that it's not really a miracle. You actually need 10 years to actually get to something in scale in software, usually, and probably 15 or 20 to put it to full scale. And you've got good years and bad years. But indeed, what we've seen in the last year is lots of traction of companies just moving into AI and trying to get things done. In 23, generative AI was, from an enterprise perspective, lots of ideas. And in 24, we started to see some real use cases, about 1,000 of them among our enterprise customers. And I think that 25 will just be better.
So it takes some time. But even with some time, it's quite complicated. And I know that in your history, you decided to move to the US. Can you maybe explain why?
Because I could not raise my Series A in Paris, because I could not speak enough French, I guess. I was not great at explaining my points. So I found money in the US, that's why. And I think that's the core of the idea, which would be different today with the new ecosystem that we have in the last few years. I think that what stays true is that building European champion is important, but those European champions to be champion needs to be champion in the US, or at least to be very competitive in the US, because that's where that's where the B2B market is actually made.
So you mean that today the European market is still very difficult to grow?
I mean that because software vendors make 70% of their business in their home market of the US, usually, just because it's a big market where companies are investing per capita twice more than in Europe in terms of buying software. When you are building a company today, it's not logical, if you're building horizontal software, to not try to target the US market very early in your cycle. Because that's how you build the brand, and you'll get not only the brand equity, but also the ability to valorize your equity in terms of valuation, then to get the funding that will enable you to build the R&D team that you need in order to be a champion.
Okay. So there is this issue of the market and the fact that it's quite complicated to raise some funds, even if it's easier today than at the time at DataIQ. But I think that we are well known for our talents. And Isabelle, I know that you have a good knowledge about French talents in AI. Maybe you should explain what is Prairie exactly and what you're doing with this initiative.
Okay, thank you. So Prairie was one of the 3 AI, so it's always nice names we have in French administration. It's interdisciplinary research center in AI, and now we are selected as one of the 9 cluster in France. It's research and education we are part of university, but we have a lot of fun to create new curriculum and so on in AI, and to conduct research and to have PhD students and everything you need to have a complete School of AI. We changed our name for Paris School of AI. It's very important because we are known for our talent, but this is a topics in which you can never stop and consider you are good. You know, during the 10 or maybe 15 last years, the world had changed. We were leading in Europe in AI publications, the way we can compare researchers and universities. And now we are not leader anymore. China is a leader. It's not because we are not as good as before. It's because they invest a lot and they get better and better. So during the time we are happy because we think we have talent, we have good mathematicians and so on. The rest of the world is moving. So we have to continue to invest to stay at the first rank. And also so this is for the research and pure academic part. And we have also to form a lot of students because companies need them in all the domains now. So, you know, you maybe heard that President announced that we will have more than twice the number of students in AI that we have now. So now we have to work and to do it.
I see, Anne, that you agree with what Isabelle is saying.
Yes, of course. I think one of our very important strengths in France and in Europe, but particularly in France, is talent. But exactly as Isabelle said, this is not just because at a given moment in time we're good and we have talent, and then they're both very good in research and very good in innovation and starting startups, that we can consider that it's fine, and now we're just going to grow the startups so that they become unicorns. Of course, we need to do that. But we also need to continue to invest, and to invest significantly in research and higher education. This is absolutely critical. During this year where I've been preparing for the AI Action Summit, I traveled a lot, and I went to China in particular. The development in China, the level at which Tsinghua University in particular and others have gotten, is super impressive, and it is recent. They've really, exactly as Isabelle said, caught up and become much better. We are starting from a very good point, but we really need to do more. And I know we have budget problems and issues in France, but investing in research is so important.
Okay, so we shouldn't take for granted that we have some great talents because we have to still invest in it. Well, good point. But what I heard sometimes is that we do have a great research, but it's quite complicated to have some researcher coming to the business. And this is maybe one of the difference. A lot of people are talking about the difference between the Europe and the US is that, yeah, the bridge between the two worlds is more complicated. I don't know if you agree with this idea.
This is my favorite topics. We have now everything we need to be able to do it. We have the law has changed a few years ago with the PACT law. We have everything we need. We just have to convince our administrations with S, because in each university, to apply it. We have a lot of researchers, they want to either have a startup or working with a startup for a few days and then working with a large company at your stage, maybe 1 day in a week, maybe 2 days in a week, maybe for just one mission. And they can do it, it's legal. But we have to convince our administration to apply it.
And you, Florian, have you seen a difference between the US and France?
To put some context, I think I could have been a researcher or I could have been an entrepreneur, meaning I was essentially trained at the place you both lead, effectively speaking. And I think that the actual bridge between research and entrepreneurship, and why it's so important to have this research talent, is because in research you learn critical thinking and academic discipline, and that you can, I think, use those skills in order to build great companies. And it's not just because like we'll do great research and we'll get some great ideas and it might turn to companies. It's because with research, you build great talent and people that can be innovative and actually then get things done and build businesses. And so I think those bridges can exist. And indeed, it's, I think, it was back in my days something that was not happening because not possible. And so you had to choose, and I chose very, very early on when I was like 20 to get to entrepreneurship. But I think now it's very different. And I think indeed in the US, it's been this way for a very long time. So they just have this back and forth mentality of getting between research and business all the time.
So yeah, you said that it was not possible before because of the administration. Now they have to apply the fact that it's possible today, but you just talk about the mentality. Do you think that it's not cultural for us not to go back and forth between the business and the private and the public sectors?
It was not, but it was 20 or 10 years ago. I think that now it is, especially in AI, it's maybe not in all the fields, okay? But in AI, there is a short time between the time when a researcher has a new result and academic publication in a big conference and so on, and the day in which you will have something in your pocket with the application of this result on your phone or your favorite device. So it's so short time that companies need to talk to researchers. They cannot ignore them. And it's very exciting for researchers to see what they have invented in everyday lives. And it's very interesting for them to discuss with companies, because between a research prototype and a product, you often have still a lot of problems to solve. And this is has to have something invented but not completely finished. And if you have the chance to see it until the end, it's great, it's wonderful. So both have now incentive to go together.
You want to add something?
Yeah, with pleasure. I do see this changing, and it's true, it's particularly the case in AI. And actually, it's wonderful that we're here at Station F discussing about both unicorns and research, because this is a place for startups. It's also very important to note that there's a lot of private research in AI, and so in France we have the great AI clusters, and we absolutely need to continue. Paris School of AI, we need to invest, we need to train more people, but we also are lucky to have big research labs from Meta, from Google, from others. All offices are opening from a number of companies. We're fortunate to have QTI as well. So there's a number of different places where you can go from research to innovation in a much more easy and seamless way, and you can see people just mingling together and knowing each other. And I mean, an ecosystem, what is an ecosystem? This is in part people knowing each other and being comfortable asking questions, what's your job, and can I help you, and maybe one day we'll do something together. That is particularly important. We're getting better at it, I think, in France. Maybe another thing that I wanted to say that we haven't mentioned yet in terms of building European AI champions. Yes, you need to go from research to startup, and then startups need to grow and become unicorns and become revenue generating. In order to do that, it is true that it's easier to do it in the US still, because large companies have more of a habit of working with startups. Large companies in France and Europe have less of a habit to do that. There's a little bit of a tendency sometimes to say that large companies can work with their own internal R&D teams, and that they will want to work with US companies. And I think as part of the initiatives that we've announced at the AI Action Summit, there's an initiative that is called European AI Champions. It's signed by large companies mostly and unicorns, with some sort of a, maybe not preference, but maybe yes, a preference, saying every large European company, when they want to go to AI, they first should look at European startups and unicorns and see if they can do a partnership with one of these companies. And of course, we will continue to work with companies all around the world, but that which the US does a lot, which also China does for different reasons, we need to be open and also willing and also proud to do it.
So this is a kind of European Small Business Act.
It's not a regulation, because we know that when we go the route of regulation, it can take a bit of time, but it is a commitment by companies to do that, and it's exactly the spirit of the Small Business Act.
Florian, do you confirm that it's still a bit complicated to work with some companies because maybe you're less famous than some American competitors, or maybe because they are scared of working
or
with
maybe
some startups?
they think you're American and they're fine, you know?
Yeah, sometimes you have to wear the hat to look American. I think one way to look at our ecosystem, at least in AI, is that you've got an ecosystem of services, which is very much built by some of the very large big tech companies and some big large language model vendors, also from California. And that indeed, many of our customers in Europe have a basic stack which is built on like maybe 7 companies. Like cloud service providers, you've got 2 database vendors, you've got OpenAI and Anthropic. And from this layer of infrastructure, it's maybe like 80% of what we see, just 80%. And I think that not getting into what we do, but like just if you think about it this way, there is a question from the perspective of European company and like true resilience on whether they should have alternatives so that they can kind of like keep the skills of companies that are not just from one ecosystem, they can rely on for some basic activities they will have to do not just for 1 year, but also 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Because the AI system that we are building today are like the COBOL, ARP, whatever stuff that were built 40 years ago. Some of them will still be running in 50 years. We are rebuilding software with agents, which is a bit crazy, but that's what people are doing and will be doing. And so because of that, you need to think about it with like, okay, where are the providers? If we have only 7 or 8 providers that might be all aligned politically to the same people and just all be in the same room at a given time and take the decision that she could increase the price by 20% year over year, or because there would be a tariff, I don't know. So like, because of that, it's a bit crazy, potentially as ideas, but because of that, you might actually need to think about alternative ecosystem or alternative providers to rely upon from a long-term perspective.
And because of that, there is a real way for Europe to grow and to emerge in this ecosystem.
Yeah, there is, and there are more and more opportunities and companies that are growing. And I think that what we see at the summit is actually a set of innovators that were coming from all over the world. And I think what is beautiful, I think, in this set of innovators is that it's actually beyond Europe. It's you've got the talent from Europe, but you also have the people from UK or from Switzerland, and you've got people coming from Middle East and India and Japan. And I think that's this global economy of AI is, I think, the beautiful economy of AI that could prevail at the end.
Well, we are actually ending the summit. This is the last day. I know that there's going to be a lot of action afterwards, but maybe I want the 3 of you to summarize maybe what you've seen, what you felt during those days. What is there going to be a before and an after? Maybe you want to start, Isabelle?
I have not make notes. So now there was a lot. I think there was a lot of enthusiasm, and it's positive energy, because we know that in France and in Europe we are not, for now at least, the leader of the world in AI. But no one is saying, okay, it's done. You see, you have people from companies, you have people from public sector, you have politicians, and everybody was in a positive way, in a sense that we can do it, we can have investment, we can have more people working in AI, we can have more company, more unicorn, and more everything. And if I have only one thing to remember from the summit, it will be this.
I think that, and especially at the level of the European initiative of a European champion you mentioned, that there is this opportunity to actually connect enterprise to one another and have a conversation between companies that are maybe easier from the company level compared at the political level to align on like what some of vision of the future of AI. As in, there are some angles, industrial AI, for instance, that could be interesting. There are ways to think about regulation that we could move forward in a certain way and keep our values, but like still remove the red tape. So those ideas are, I think, very interesting for the future.
What you're saying is that we used to have the French Tech, and maybe we're going to have a real European ecosystem in AI where you feel European first and not only French.
Yeah, but like you need to keep the British and the Swiss because you've got very smart people in London and Zurich. So that's at least in AI.
Okay. And I mean, the result of this summit, is it what you are expecting? Is it more? Is it less?
It's definitely what we were hoping for. Of course, it's been long in the making, and we've had ups and downs, but we really tried to take the opportunity. This is a global summit. We had people from all around the world. It was co-chaired by Prime Minister Modi. We had both China and the US, so there's a diplomatic part to the summit. But from the beginning, we wanted to construct it to, and everyone understood that this was to put France and Europe on the world map of AI. So on the putting France on the world map of AI, I think that's been quite successful. And there was this idea from before the summit that, yeah, you have Mistral, but how are they doing and you don't have anything else? I think now it's, wow, Mistral, and wow, you don't only have Mistral. You have Data IQ, you have Pulside, you have H, you have Hugging Face, you have Alan, you have Pigment. So it's like, wow. So yes, putting France on the, and Helsing, and so yes, putting France on the world map of AI, I think that's been quite successful. And the European dimension, for a while I thought, are we going to be able to do something? But with this European Champions Initiative, with the investments that was announced both from companies and from the European Commission, I think we're also putting Europe on the world map of AI and putting back, exactly as Isabelle said, some enthusiasm in this spirit of, yes, we think we can do something and we want to try, which I think is absolutely fabulous. So I'm really pleased with that.
Yeah, during this day, I was amazed about the fact that everybody was talking about AI, and not only the specialized media, but like everyone on the TV, on the press. And maybe this is something that we missed during the last transformation with the digital industry and so on. Now we have this wave of AI, and I think that everybody is talking about it. And maybe this is what we were missing to build some champions. What do you think?
I don't know in terms of the champions, but I do think for the societal implications of AI, it's really good. If we think about social media, I think we're now all thinking we let that happen without really discussing and without really thinking about it. And now the fact that everybody wants to discuss, wants to be part of it. We've launched, for example, observatories on how AI will impact work, because we don't know everything now, and observatories on AI and energy and AI and climate, because that's also a very important area that we need to watch closely to hopefully be able to control a bit the development. I think people now are saying, yes, this revolution, we want to watch it, we want to understand it, we want to do something about it.
Yeah, I think that, meaning if we're honest, and if you did any type of conversation with people not working in AI in the last few months, many people are skeptical. And I think that these kind of seconds where we actually let the question come, when we talk about AI in a concrete way, when some of the real question about work or environmental impact or data policies or whatsoever else are actually asked and actually answered for what we can do, because we don't have all of the answers. I think that those sequences are very important, because the challenge of AI in the next few years won't be like getting the best models or finding business value, is getting the trust and the level of control where people feel entrusted with AI so that they can actually use it in their work. And I think that's the practical limit of it.
I just wanted to add that we think that, okay, it's wonderful that everybody is speaking about AI, and we think that everybody should know a little bit about AI to be able to understand what it is and especially young people. This is the reason why we have this event with France Digital for teenagers, and we try to at least show them what is AI in reality. And if you have teenagers at home, they can join us tomorrow for the next session.
Yes, that's true. It's tomorrow. I forgot about it.
That's a wonderful initiative, by the way. Thank you for setting it up.
You're welcome. One last question, and then we're going to end this conversation. So, well, I think I feel a lot of enthusiasm after this day. You are believers that we can build European champions. If you just have to just say one asset for Europe and maybe one issue that still remain, what would it be?
Assets, they values at what Europe represents. We have a lot of colleagues in US that would like to live in Europe. And some things that remain a problem, it's probably large investments for companies.
Talent, fragmentation.
Woo, that is quick. I was going to say talent as well, but no, I'm happy to double down on the talent. I think on the challenge, or the thing that we really need to work on, it's trust, because I think within the community there is enthusiasm and we want to do things, but for wider sets of people who have questions about jobs, about application, working on trust and working on explaining concretely what it is and also why we have the safeguards to make sure that it will be developed in a responsible way. That's something that has been started, but we need to continue to do.
Okay, so that will be the last word. Thank you to all of you for being here today, for what you do every day for AI. Thank you for this summit. And once again, this is the end of this master stage. We can all go upstairs to finish the day all together. Thank you.
And thank you, Maya.
Thank you.